Welcome to day 2 of round 2 of the VSRS, the Vic State Racing Series, and we're here in sunny Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track located in the heart of Ned Kelly country. Very happy to be here this weekend. As I said, this is day 2. We've got 20 competitive races coming your way live and free on Blendline TV, on the YouTube channel and the Facebook page as well. We've got a predicted top of 27 degrees, but if yesterday was anything to go by, we saw a top of 32 degrees. It is absolutely roasting out there, but it's feeling pretty fresh, pretty cool this morning as it's only 12 degrees at the moment. First up, we've got the BMW E30 Racing Series coming up. You can see them behind me lining up. They're just about to head out onto the track. I guess we'll hand over to Darren and the commentary team in the central commentary box.
Thanks very much, Callum. Good morning down there in pit lane, and it is a beautiful morning here in northeastern Victoria or central Victoria, depending on who you talk to around the parts here. I'm Darren Smith, Donovan Mullenhagen from the BMW E30 Racing. Fantastic to be here at Winton and love making the trek up the highway from Melbourne every year to this round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Have an absolute ball locally last night with the crew down there from Ball and Racing. Had a good meal and back to the track nice and early this morning. The program kicks off, as we've alluded. The BMW E30s are sitting there on track ready to go. We go straight into a second lot of one-make racing in the 944 Porsches, and then a third lot of one-make racing with the Hyundai XLs. MG and invited British cars next. Formula Ford, improved production couldn't be any further from being a one-make series. They are out on track for their 9-lapper at 10:35 this morning. Formula V, sports sedans, saloon cars, and we do it all again this afternoon. As I said, this is round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll go to round 3 at Phillip Island on the 15th and 16th of May. Then we go to round 4 at Sandown on the 12th, 13th and 14th of August. Generally a little bit chilly there at Sandown, but a really fantastic round put on by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Love to get to Sandown in August. And, of course, we round out the championships, and it's probably the best time of the year to get to Phillip Island, 23rd, 24th, 25th of September. All the aerial ping-pong finals are going on around Melbourne and Sydney. Just get out of town and head down to Phillip Island for the last round of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as well. Worth the effort to get down there. Of course, check it all out at www.vicstateraceseries.com. That's where you can see all of the news, all of the entries, the point scores for each and every one of our championships, and we'll keep you up to date throughout the day with our championship points for each and every one of the categories. First category out on track, the BMW E30s. It's Alex Jory that had an absolute romp, didn't he, at Sandown? Came off with a full load of points. Brian Burke, who had his work cut out for him yesterday with 114 points. Jeff Bowles currently sitting in third place with 105. Simon Schiff on 86 and Rory Plant only 1 point behind. So the battle really is on earnest there for sort of third in the championship points at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, Alex led every lap bar the last one. I did get a little bit of ribbing from the guys yesterday over my the only important lap is the last lap yesterday. So it's Alex is hoping that he can be in front for this one.
Certainly is. So the next lot in the championship is Paul Schiff on 60 points, Dean Coots on 50, Jess Bell on 46, Simon Schiff on 40, Ryan Carter on 34, Stuart Clark 31, as is Ash Rogers and Graham Bell. Tristan Blaufowder is on 12, Rod Martin on 19, Darryl O'Neill 15 points, and Jesse Bryan on 15 points. That's all coming into this weekend. That's not corrected after race 1 yesterday. And we will cut down to a quick interview on the E30s.
back down in the pit paddock, and we've made our way down to the Garagistic E30 racing area, I guess you'd call it, and I'm surrounded by a sea of BMW E30s, absolutely beautifully turned out just after their first race of the weekend. I'm joined alongside by Rory Plant, who's one of the E30 cohort. Thank you so much for joining us, Rory.
Pleasure, thanks, Callum. Good to be here. Afternoon, Sandy. It's getting warm out there now, so a few sweaty bodies in here amongst all these hot cars, ticking cool. But it was great fun. Really good race.
Tell us a little bit about your racing. How did you come to be involved in the BMW E30 racing?
I got sort of hooked on trying to drive a car on track a number of years ago. Bought a car, ended up with a BMW, had to join a car club to get racing. Once that escalated with extra tyres, extra brakes, the car was in the shop. I had a sprint race. I had to borrow someone's E30 race car, and from then I was hooked. So I bought my own, and here it is, the Upflow number 7.
What particular areas do you feel like you're focusing on in developing your racing, I guess you would call it?
Yeah, me personally, I've got a slightly heavy car, so it's the only 4-door in the series. I'm trying to get consistency and get used to carrying corner speed in the car. There are a lot of competitors here who are a fair bit quicker. They've been running for many years, some of them, and some of them are just light, quick and enthusiastic. So just trying to stay out of trouble and win that midfield battle, and it was a great race out there today.
It was incredibly close, and as you say, it was incredibly hot. We say a big thank you to Rory for joining us. The E30 Racing brought to you by Garagistic as well. Fantastic sponsors to have on your hat there. So thank you, Rory.
Thank you very much, and also thanks to Liqui Moly who've just joined us. Great to have them on board as well as Garagistic. Cheers.
Great to see Rory being very instrumental in the background with E30s to make sure that the commercial aspect of this category is looked after. And as he said, Garagistic, and big welcome on board to Liqui Moly. And we all know we'll be trying to head to Bathurst in late May for Liqui Moly 12 Hour, one of the more famous events, and I guess sponsorship packages that has worked very well for distributing for Liqui Moly their lubricants and being involved with the BMW E30s. Maybe one day we'll see them as support category.
I was going to say, we might have to give Liqui Moly a call and say, hey, can you just get us on the grid there with the V8s?
Yeah, well, maybe not V8s, but maybe the 12 hour. Yeah, with the GT, the real race cars.
The real race cars, that's right.
Yeah. So cars are making their way around to the grid. It'll be Jeremy Payne after a sweet victory yesterday over Alex Jory. And just having a look, Jeremy started out a pole yesterday with a 136.75, and he was the only one in the 136s in qualifying because Alex Jory did a 137.48. So they come around to the top end of the grid. Simon Schiff will be next in the grid with Jeff Bowles right in beside him there. Brian Burke, Rory Plant, who we just spoke to in 6th there, and there's now 2 4-doors Donovan in the field. Right, yep. Cameron Hudson, then we go to Paul Schiff, Ashley Rogers, Ryan Carter, Stuart Clark, Roderick Martin and Alwyn Lim, rounding out our 14 starters for this 9-lapper for the first time today. We'll have 9 laps this morning for each and every one of our categories, and then we go to 10 lappers in this afternoon, and then a 40-minute race for the sports cars, as they like to not have a race this morning. They get to sleep in and sleep off a good night in either Wangaratta or Benalla or some town nearby. And certainly casting our eyes right across from the middle of the circuit over the top of the facilities there, down the inside of the left-hander coming onto the new
shot
bit
of the front row there.
It is, and there it is, the lockout on the front row. Alex Jory with pole sitter Jeremy Payne right in front. We get ready, a good early morning start here today. The whole countryside is bathed in blue sky and sunshine coming down on us, and it's already got itself up to about 18 degrees. So we're looking forward to a very warm day here at the Winton Motor Raceway as we are underway, and it's the 43 of Jeremy Payne, the whole shot out of pole position, just tucked in front of Alex Jory, and then the whole field has got away very, very nicely indeed. Of course, the Yokohamas need to get up to temperatures that will probably take a lap and a half or so before we start to see some real moves. There goes Rory Plant. It's the number 7 Upflow car. We were just talking to Rory. Obviously got out of his civvies into his driving suit very quick, like
quick
Superman.
Change. Yes, quick change there for Rory.
We call him Super Rory.
Super Rory, yes. So he's hoping for a good run today. I had a word to him this morning. He's very happy watching that 4, 5 and 6 car battle that we saw towards the middle of the race yesterday with Brian and Brian Burke and Jesse Bryant and Cameron Hudson and himself towards the end. It was almost a photo finish for 4th and 5th and 6th yesterday. So it was great racing right up and down the grid.
Jeff Bowles just there trying to give Schiff a bit of a hurry on there as well. There's a bit of a gap just back to where Brian Burke is. Brian, of course, is always a front runner. Bit of work to do yesterday after off the back of the grid, and there's been a bit of a officialdom last night or late yesterday applied to numerous categories with the rule book being brought out and everyone being addressed as to keeping in line.
Yeah, some conversations around providing racing room and how it's being interpreted. So, somebody is on your inside, let them have the apex, but also if somebody's around the outside, give them the room on the outside, don't push them off the track.
Interestingly enough, there was numerous categories that had lines to the steward's office, not just BMWs, pretty much everyone had a line up to the stewards. They were kept pretty busy yesterday afternoon. Having said that, the racing was very good yesterday. It was just some of those little indiscrepancies, things that you said. You had your DSO this morning, your driver standards officer Dave Stillwell, who had a chat with the drivers and just gave his clarity to what he's bringing.
Yeah, he got everybody together and just showed some examples from yesterday of some really good heads-up, respectful racing between the guys, and some examples where a little bit more racing room could have been provided. There was nothing untoward about any of it. Just getting used to the new stricter interpretation of that rule by the stewards at this round.
Simon Schiff just going through on the 83 of Clark, getting through nicely around the newly relined. I suppose it's probably nearly 2 years. The newly relined turns 3 and 4 gives the speed coming up to the straight up to the sweeper. A lot better run, links it nicely and flows that a lot better.
Everything's new now that we've sort of coming out of the end of COVID.
That is, everything
get a full season.
Reset the lap records.
Absolutely,
Everything's brand new again.
Yeah.
Absolutely what it's about here. So great to have Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships on track, nice and early. 8:30 start for the BMWs. And there's Rory Plant in the upflow BMW. Interesting, the interview with Rory, with Colin Brannigan down there in the pits was everyone in E30 brings something different to the table. Rory's got a bit of a commercial flair, so he likes to get involved with the sponsors, and there's others, like the Bells that have got the technical know-how and different bits and pieces. Everyone brings their expertise.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're an eclectic group of members and competitors, and we've all got all our different backgrounds. Rory's very good at bringing on sponsors. He regularly brings on new ones. Sometimes we're not even aware he's been in discussions with them. So that's great. And the Bells are fantastic to have here on the grid. They're if anybody's got a problem or they can't figure out what the problem is, you just ask Graham, and more often than not, he'll know exactly what's going on and be able to guide you and fix the car. So it's great. The whole category, there's a great camaraderie, and often if someone's had a bit of a bing or there's been an issue, it's all hands on deck. We get the car back on the track and we're back out there having fun again.
Very similar to most one-make racing. You've got the Porsche 944s up next, the XLs. It's a BMW and a Porsche are some of those aspirational type of brands around the automotive world, and nice to see that you can, for a relatively cheap outlay, you can get racing
absolutely
at a state level in a BMW.
Absolutely. I mean, you can get into a BMW E30 racing car now for somewhere between about $17,000 and $25,000, depending on what pedigree the car might be. So it's a very reasonably priced category to get involved in. And as I said before, it's great camaraderie. There's a lot of outside of the track or after the racing, getting together. We had a great get together last night after the racing and talking about it, and ribbing each other, and just enjoying the social aspects as well. We've got Simon on his father, Paul Schiff there. Look, I don't know if he's gone past Simon there or if Simon's catching up to him, but this battle of the Schiffs here, this could be interesting coming into turn 3. Simon's looking for the inside run. Looks like he's done it there on his father, Paul.
There you go, perfect opportunity for Dave Stillwell to take a textbook opportunity of giving racing room. I've got to say it's probably more than enough there. Actually, that might be one that's exceptionally generous.
There was probably a little bit of personal interest there because they've both been fixing each other's car if they had been in contact. So
yeah, that's true, isn't it? It's a difficult conversation around the dinner table.
Absolutely.
During the week, isn't it? So the 55 goes through. That's Paul Schiff on his father Simon. So starting to push back through the field.
Fantastic looking car, that number 55.
It's
and
very,
Paul's car as
very
well.
intricate, both of them, aren't they? That's an urban camouflage if I've ever seen.
He was telling me about the price of that gold, stickers on the car yesterday. So he's spent a lot of time on that. The interior of the car's all painted gold. It's fantastic.
Very important to have a nicely turned out BMW.
Looks like Cameron Hudson's gotten through on Rory Plant there. Rory was holding him out very well for a few laps, but it looks like he's had to capitulate to Cam, who is coming through from yesterday's race.
So currently the fastest lap being done by Jeremy Payne, a 1:37.90. Still not down to the 36.7 that he did in qualifying, probably about the same time yesterday, actually.
It
So
was,
would have been on track first up yesterday. So the track temperature certainly hasn't had the heat soak into it from the sun yet. So it's about generating mechanical tyre grip through basically abrasions, roughing on the surface. Just watching the number 24 going through there, Jeff Bowles. Big slide into the right in front of the Shannon's insurance sign at turn 3. Gathered it all up and lost a lot of momentum there. It's really important to get through 3 because 4 is now nice and rounded off. He can keep into the gas and just slowed his progression through there. So he'll have lost some time to Jesse Bryan.
It certainly turned that 3-4 complex into a more flowing part of the circuit rather than a very stop, turn, start, sort of through 4 and
which
then
is
around
what
to the
it was
sweep.
designed to do, was to flow the cars.
Yep.
It gives a run up to the sweeper a lot more of a high speed passing opportunity there as well. Just getting a good look at the number
Rogers.
50.
That's one of our debutants, Ashley Rogers, better known as Goose on the grid. So he's a new member to the club, and he's got the family here today, the lovely wife and 2 children.
Well, a very big welcome to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships to Ashley and his family.
He's cross-ended into IP this weekend as well, so he's trying to get as much racing experience, and he's certainly enjoying being on our grid with the E30.
So it'd be interesting being out there with all the cars that are pretty much the same as each other, albeit individual tweaks to the operation, to getting out with IP where it's run what you've brung type of thing, all sorts of different cars with different performance aspects. So it'd be certainly a different style of racing.
Absolutely, he was commenting to me this morning that it's definitely a different experience being on the E30 grid to being on the IP grid, where there's some very fast cars, so you're doing a lot more looking at your mirrors as opposed to some heads-up, door-to-door close racing with other E30s.
Yeah, E30 racing for mine is that mirror that hangs down the middle of the screen. Just rip that off, throw it in the back, and glue it back on at the end of the race. You can see them in the side mirrors, but that's what it's there about. Have a look at this. This is a good run by Simon Schiff. It's coming up onto the back of Rory Plant as well. So Rory coming under fire, got a really good start. But he's slowly just going back a couple of spots in the last lap and a half or so, and he's coming under fire now. This would be a good run down to the left-hander.
This could be another good example for Dave to show some good interpretation.
Let's not call it yet. This could end in tears as far as things go.
Don't want to put the commentator's curse on, but
he's looking for the dive bomb up the inside here. It's not going to be on Rory. Oh, it is.
He does.
Rory holds his line. And there you go. Well, there's 2
over-under
examples. Note the time and date. Lap number 7, coming onto the main straight.
Rory's got a run on him here. He's gone to the
up.
outside, but he's on the wrong side for turn 1. If you can get up alongside, maybe maintain the overlap, you can have the inside for 2. We'll wait and see what happens. No, looks like Simon Schiff has gotten out of the overlap zone, and through 2 they come.
Good plan there, though, Rory, though. So here's another one side by side. Hudson and Jesse Bryant. So this is going to continue on. They've gone side by side again. And they remain side by side. Cameron just having to get out of it there. Jesse will hold his line.
Really good respectful racing there, and that was a good example of the overlap interpretation.
So far.
So, yes.
Down to the outside in the 15, looks to go and sweep. This is an opportunity to take a different line, and that's exactly what he's doing. Coming in wide into water tank, gives you a different run out of this corner. There it is, and you can start to get a better run onto the back straight. So the 15 has flowed the car nicely through there, and he'll have a good couple of kilometres an hour more speed coming down this straight. The problem is he's gone to the outside. If he can flow it again, and as they come around to the penultimate set of right-handers, do what we just saw.
This is doing a great job of channeling John Bow there. He's making his car very wide, and as we know.
There's the move, the 15 gets through each other, being respectful. Jesse just crowding a little bit on the mid corner there, but certainly the number 15 set that up, set that flow up from entering the water tank. Just set the car up wide and floated fast as he possibly could.
A little bit of fluid down on the track between turns 11 and 12 there, I think I saw. So that might be interesting if it doesn't dry up quickly.
It's a good half a lap there of commitment by Cameron Hudson. He committed himself to the line, and basically at the end of the lap he got that shot through there. So it is just about committing yourself to an alternative racing line and allowing the car to flow. And if you've got someone coming up behind you, that's not the line you would use, but when you're trying to get past someone, think outside the square, do something different.
Yeah, and with the cars being so closely matched, a lot of your overtakes, they're not a spur of the moment. There we go. I've got it done in one corner. You could be setting an overtake up for half a lap, just putting the other car in the position you want them to be. Maybe compromise the line here or there so they're a little bit slower, and you eke your way up and eventually make your way past like Cameron did there.
In fact, we're actually just seeing Simon Schiff do exactly the same thing to Jesse Bryan on this lap. He's seen what worked in front of him, and he's trying to apply to Jesse this time, and Jesse's taken the bait, and he's holding on to the same line he had, and he's going to make him go round the outside here as the 39 moves over. The 55 goes for the inside run, but wasn't going to be on too far back for a dive bomb.
Simon's going to want to get past quickly here today. He spent a lot of yesterday's race in behind Jesse, who was doing a really great job of defending appropriately, but it was very frustrating for Simon. So we'll see what happens with this being our last lap.
Got to say, Simon's doing a terrific job here. He's showing the car on either side of the mirrors there. He's attracting Jesse's attention, and we can see on the Blendline TV footage, you can see the helmet look to the left and look to the right to see where the car is. Jesse's got this corner though, that's too far back for the 55. 55 really needs to start concentrating on his own drive here, ignore the car in front, and start to flow the E30 under him. And he's done a good job, got up to 7th place, so it's a good run.
And Jesse's a really good driver, and Simon's improved in leaps and bounds since he's been with the category. So this is even good just for him to sit in behind and watch how Jesse defends. So you're learning every lap in this category. So
a couple of cars just in front there. That's Jeff Bowles and the charging Cameron Hudson. As Cameron Hudson got one more spot to make in this race, he certainly set it up nicely to get into P5, so top 5 finish at this point.
Simon's going to go for an overlap around turn 10 and see if he can. No, he's pulled out of that move.
Looked like Jesse might have missed a gear coming onto the old back straight then. Just there's the checkered flag, and it goes to Jeremy Payne. A terrific drive out in front, 4.1 second win over Alex Jory, and Alex Jory brings it home into P2. So that's a good strong result there for Jeremy. Just over 4 seconds in a 9-lap race. That's a good win. Gets across the line. Brian Burke just clawing back some results at the moment. Is Brian?
Doesn't look like Simon's made it past Jesse there. So some really good racing between the two of them through the race.
Go back to Jeff Bowles. Then it's Cameron Hudson rounding out at 5. Jesse Bryan, Simon Schiff, Rory Plant to the line in 8th. Then it's Paul Schiff,
Ashley Rogers, Ryan Carter, looking at Stuart Clark coming in 12th. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's across the line there. He comes across the line now, I think. Followed by Rod Martin and Elvin Lim.
That rounds out our race 2 for the weekend for the BMW E30s, the garagistic Liquimoly BMW E30s. Thank you very much, Donovan, for your time this morning. Of course, we've got the 944s again on for a 10-lap race coming up this afternoon at 12:15.
The E30s, that's right. The garagistic E30 racing category will be on one more today, and then an early trip home. So
we thank you very much. There's the confirmation results. Payne, Jory, Burke, Bowles and Hudson rounding out our top 5. We'll go to a quick break as we see the second race for the day getting set to come out on track, which is the Porsche 944s. Back in a moment.
thank you.
And we're down here in the pit lane, and I'm joined by Jack Atley, a competitor in the 944 Challenge, and he's very graciously lent his time this weekend to have a chat about his racing in the VSRS. Jack, welcome.
Thanks very much, Callum. Great to be here. Fantastic day, and it's great to be back at Winton. Beautiful country track. So, yeah, looking forward to the weekend.
You've had a long affiliation racing with the Victorian State Race Series. You started in Formula Ford. How are you finding your time in the 944s?
It's a great question, actually. There's probably two totally different beasts. I think I struggled initially to come to grips with the weight difference, probably, of the 944s, and also drove the Formula Fords a slightly different way. And you really get in on the nose in a Formula Ford, sort of throw it into a corner and you can flick it out. They're twitchy little buggers. You can fly them around a bit, but the 944s need a lot more mid-corner speed, and you really need to get your balance right, and that probably did take me a while to get the hang of it, but yeah, we're getting there, and every lap you learn something, and it's a very tight pack of guys, very tight pack of drivers, so very small margins can make a big difference.
So, Jack, that's a lovely shirt. Where might I get one of those?
Callum, I'm absolutely glad you asked. Thank you. It's from Pit Lane Clothing. Now, they're our brand new sponsor which have come on board. They're an Australian apparel brand, so we're very much urging everyone to get on board with Pit Lane Clothing. They've got a great bunch of gear, T-shirts, watches, shorts, suitcases. There's even got a size for yourself, mate. So listen, get onto pitlaneclothing.com and purchase some stuff. We'd love you to get on board, and we're very thankful for the sponsor to come on board.
Well, there you have. That's Jack Atley from the uniquely Victorian Porsche 944 Challenge down here in a very noisy pit lane, it must be said.
Thanks very much, Callum. There's Richard Howe. He has pulled up and hasn't made it out into the race, just having a chat to the crew there. They're feverishly working around at his feet there. Great to see Callum down there with Jack Atley and the new sponsor on board, Pit Lane Clothing, for the 944s, and emblazoned down the side of his red and white 944 as we see Richard Howe making his way out onto the track there as well. So he has just made it out on time to get onto the grid, albeit that he'll have to start rear of grid. Interestingly enough, Jack had a good drive yesterday, and on the restart after safety car was pinged for a bit of an overlap. So he's got a 30-second penalty, so it's put him down in 14th place. So we'll keep an eye on the new signing, the new sponsor to the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944 Challenge, and Jack Atley with the Pit Lane Clothing Company emblazoned down the side of his car. And you just heard Jack say, jump on board. They've jumped on board with Porsche 944s. They've got numerous athletes on their side in motorsport, and at Phillip Island last weekend with Michael Clemente and Jay and the guys that are wearing his gear, wearing the Pit Lane Clothing gear. So great to see the gear available there, and jump online. And yeah, there's Richard Howe just looping around the back of the field. So he was to take up his spot on 6th on the grid, but we'll have to go to the back. Pole position, we'll see Cameron Bella with Jamie Westaway right alongside. Mark Torbert's in the number 74 on the second row of the grid there in P3. Adam Brewer will like to try and get back to the front row before the end of this race to keep his championship hopes alive. Michael Westaway, Richard Howe was to be in 6, will be now off the back. Josh Brisbane out of 7. Andrew Jackman out of 8. Keith Mariner will be out of 9th. Andy Tudor out of 10th. Carter Fox, Anthony Westaway or Tony Westaway, Vlad Kennedy, Jack Atley out of 14th in the 35 car, and Mark Verdino with John Vanoris at the rear of the grid. Of course, pole position went to Cameron Bowler yesterday at a 1:34.84, and he did take race 1 as well. Jamie Westaway a 1:35.51. So Cam Bowler was the sole car in the 134s in qualifying, so we look to see where the positions on the grid are made up. Richard Howe, rightfully so, takes up his spot on the back of the grid. He's been around long enough to know that he can't take up his spot if he doesn't leave the pit lane and line up in the right order correctly to get around to the grid. Not too far away. Jamie Westaway would love to sweep from the right-hand side of the track there, but Cam Ballas' clutch take-up just walks it off the line, does a beautiful job, moves over to the ultimate line there, and the number 1, the Ausfield Oil Distributors, has to just lob in behind. Mark Torberts and Adam Brewer begin the argument, and it will be Mark Torberts that runs up to turn 3, just holds on to that 3rd spot on the road, but Brewer's going to be pretty desperate to make something here. The number 7, a big dive from Carter Fox there, who we saw numerous times at Sandown off on the dirt, out in the boonies, but Carter Fox, the number 7, holds nicely there and ultimately gets through on the 15 of Andy Tudor. Andy Tudor's not taking any of that. He's going to show the nose again there as well. As we see the mid-pack here, there's Richard Howe. He's pushing pretty hard there, Richard. Got to get back up to 6th place, starting out of off the 17th grid spot. He drives up beside the Kiwi cars. A spinner. There it is. Mark Verdino goes around in the side link car. Beautiful livery. And there he goes, Verdino and co. Sidelink Pro LED gets back underway again, albeit a tail end Charlie in car number 44. He's our race leader, Cameron Bella. Not with number 1 on his side. That has got taken over onto Jamie Westaway's car. And we're seeing car 8 a drive through penalty for a start line infringement. That's interesting. Took up the back of the grid. So car 8 will be coming down pit lane to get his drive-through penalty for start line infringement. Maybe pit lane was closed when he left the track, but here we go back at the front. Triple 8 home loans, pit lane clothing 944s. Cameron Bella just coming under big pressure now. The Ausfield Oils strip distribution. Porsche, James Westaway, and this is where the battle is. There's certainly a battle raging around the mid-pack where the number 8 of Richard Howe is, the number 7 of Carter Fox there as well. Have a look at this over the ripple strips. Cambella just starting to look a little bit rattled there. Jamie Westaway applying the thumb screws. Got him right where he wants him. Pick him off at any minute now, but Cambella will certainly show the pace, and they're both taking nice blade apexes to get the best possible speed down this chute. And that's beautifully done there by Cambella, not defending, taking his line, making sure he can flow the car as well. And what it's doing is allowing Jamie Westaway to do exactly that as well. And what that will do with Jamie is that it will draw him into having to make the move. Whereas Cameron Bella gets the power down beautifully, goes into the second last corner, the right-hander. Another right-hander, and we run down the straight here. Jamie's flowing the car nicely. And Mark Torberts and Adam Brewer just in the back behind these guys. As we go 1 and 2 across the line to complete the second lap of this 9-lap journey. Back through the field, there's the number 8 of Richard Howe. And right in behind him is Andy Tudor and Vlad Kennedy. And they fan out across the track. Howe trying to take the inside line, the number 8. In fact, he looks as though he's just let number 15 through there. There was no battle. He might have noticed his number with the black flag. The 41 looks up the inside there as well, and that's Vlad Kennedy. Here comes Jack Atley, just at the back of this group. It's the number 8 of Richard Howe, just slowing down there. Jack Atley looks to the inside in the number 35, and we'll go a long way around at the sweeper here, getting dragged into it. We saw him before the race in the interview just saying how important it is to get the balance right with the 944s. Oh, the 41 now slowing. So that's Vlad Kennedy. He's now slowing dramatically. Pulls over to the driver's left of the track. Richard Howe with the MPC logo emblazoned on his rear guard there. So MPC, quite a famous car preparation company. Oh, but 3 wide through the top of the S's at the top of the track coming onto the straight. This is the 41 of Vlad Kennedy. He looks to be very uncomfortable in the driver's seat there, looking around in his lap there, so not too sure what's gone on there. As we go back to the front of this race, here's Mark Torbitz and Adam Brewer. This is for position 3. The 888 home loans, Porsche 944s. So what we have seen is a whole lot of blend line infringements for this category. So car 31 is Adam Brewer in this battle. Car number 56, Josh Brisbane. And we've got a safety car out as well. So some penalties coming for blend line infringement. I wonder if that's for when they were exiting the pits for the start of this race. So very much jumping on any indiscretions around the rules, which was being asked by the categories to the officialdom to keep an eye on it. And I dare say the safety car is for Vlad Kennedy, stopped in the number 41. Richard Howe has come to pit lane now to serve his penalty. But we go safety car and the 888 home loans, pit lane clothing, 944 competition for this morning. This is what happened yesterday. Now the cars need to be very aware on the restart about overlapping. The Motorsport Australia rulebook says there is to be no overlapping until you get to the control line, which in this case is the start line, the start and finish line at Winton Motor Raceway. And there's debris on the track as well. So a little bit of clean-up to be done whilst we're under safety car as well. And car 15 was Andy Tudor. Had a bit of panel damage on the front of that car. There's Vlad Kennedy just getting out of the number 41. So that's on driver's left, heading into the water tower. A very vulnerable spot, often a place where cars will go off, and that's why race control have decided to bring the safety car out and giving a bit of a kick of a rock or something like that, which is never a good idea in driving boots. They're so thin they don't offer any protection for kicking rocks around there. But Vlad just wandering back to the first point of defence, getting into a safe spot there, strolling over the sand pit. There's our safety car. We'll pick up our race leader, Cameron Vella, Jamie Westaway, Mark Torbitz and Adam Brewer, the top 4. Then Michael Westaway, Andrew Jackman. Be interesting to see if we can find what it was, a part of car 15, the white 944 of Andy Tudor, to see what the debris was there. It's certainly got a bit of damage on that left front quarter. So may have been a bit of trim falling off the car around that, where they are now on track. Obviously, Coates High sign in turn 4. Jack Atley, the number 35, lane clothing, liveried car. The whole field now completely under control, and the recovery crews here yesterday were absolutely immense. Their ability to remove a car, like they have done with Vlad Kennedy, tuck it away and allow the racing to go on, is second to none. They've done a brilliant job here with recovery so far this weekend, and always with the focus to get the race back underway. There's the front of the car 15. So that looks like it might have been damage pre-existing because there's a bit of race tape hanging on there as he goes around the top end of the circuit. And we come right back under control of the safety car. We'll see if we can get a good look at it. It looks as though it's accelerating away now. Lights are off, so heading in. Great to see it only out for that one lap. Of course, welcome everybody joining us live today on Blendline TV, blendline.tv/live. Check it all out on YouTube, and many of the categories are streaming it to their Facebook pages as well. Let everyone know we're going racing if they can't make it to the track here at Winton Motor Raceway. Certainly join us online as the green lights and flags around the track get us back underway. And away they go. Everyone just doing exactly what they have to do. Line astern with each other after some penalties on restarts yesterday, and 944s were dished out. It's a very difficult one to come back from. A 30-second penalty, and we saw Jack Atley, who ultimately got home in 7th, as Jamie Westaway looks to go wide around Cameron Bella. He's got himself in a very good position on the restart, the number 1. Right in behind the 55 here of Cam Bella. He's got to go with him. Cannot let Cam Bella ride off into the sunset, or the rising sun as it is here this morning. Absolutely magnificent day here at Winton. And have a look at Mark Torberts. Mark Torberts looks down the inside of the number 1 now. He wants to go through in the black 944. Been sitting there in P3. Wow, look at the number 1 showing the nose. Left and right, Cameron Bella just bobbling around in the 55. And there's the 74 of Torberts. He's got Brewer also alongside there. There is some blend line infringements that are going to go out, and Brewer is one of them at the end of this race. So we'll possibly see that, a time penalty. So as I said, it was the 31, which is Adam Brewer, the 56, which is Josh Brisbane, the 35, which is Jack Atley, the 44 of Mark Verdino, and the number 8 of Richard Howell have all got blend line infringements. So poor old Jack Atley got one for a restart yesterday, now a blend line infringement this morning. So popping it left, right and centre as we watch the front of this race. Brewer looks at the outside of Torberts. Torberts running his own race. He's got eyes for Jamie Westaway at the moment. But the front two have just managed to ease that gap out. We're on lap 7. 9 laps is the journey here in this race for the Triple Eight Home Loans Porsche 944 Challenge. It's a great bit of action here. Mark Torberts is just getting the power down just enough to hold any charge from Adam Brewer. Adam Brewer crowds all over the back of the 74, particularly around this part of the track. If they look left and right, the AVI technology Porsche of Adam Brewer really giving Mark Torberts the going over now. The 74 working very hard, but flowing the car, taking the ideal line. If Adam Brewer wants to get through, he's going to have to get through by throwing in an alternative plan to the ultimate racing line in these magnificently balanced 944s. Torberts now crowding the corner, but drives off the corner well. This is where he's got his car set up beautifully for to ultimately hold on to a fairly tight line going into the corner, but driving it off the back of the corner. The number 74 is ideally set up for that at the moment. It's a change of direction. He's got it going well. A little bit of understeer there, just evident coming onto the straight. You can see he goes out onto the ripple strip, whereas Adam Brewer is not using the ripple strip there. This is going to test Mark Torberts now, because Brewer looks to the outside. This is what we're talking about. There's an opportunity to push through there, but Torberts holds on. No problem with what he is doing at all. He is leading this. It is not his job to make the passing manoeuvre. And what it is doing is it's backing it up for Michael Westaway and ultimately Tony Westaway to start joining on. This is for third in the race, so you can see why Mark Torberts is pretty keen to hang on to it. There's that just draws away off the corner there. Mark Torberts power down, which really is the secret to Winton Motor Raceway. It's all about being able to get the power down once you exit the corner. It's about being able to put all the weight back to those rear wheels and get the power down nicely. Someone's gone off in the dirt there. I'd say that's going to be Cameron Bella. who is under immense pressure now. So Jamie Westaway is the fastest car on the track, and that was the last lap around, a 34.96, something that he couldn't do in qualifying. So this is tremendous. Jamie's been able to unlock a 134, and that is why the Cambella in the 55 and Jamie Westaway in the number 1 have been able to drive away for this battle for third place, as our race leaders point towards the main straight now. This is that battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, weighing in on it now. As we see Michael Westaway, there's Tony Westaway on the back there. And we've got one more lap to go. Adam Brewer knows it too. He has pulled out. And this is exactly how they've done it the last 8 laps in a row, now 9 times. Mark Torbitz comes off the 1-2 complex very nicely indeed. Have a look at this. Michael Westaway showing the nose now to Adam Brewer. So not only has he got it going on right in front of him, Michael Westaway is trying to grab his attention as they come around through turn 4. And this is on. Has been for 8 laps now. Adam Brewer couldn't get Mark Torbitz off the start, and he's pretty much had to follow in the wheel tracks of the number 74. Of course, Porsche Cars Australia, big part of the support package for this category. Every car with the Porsche banner across the window. Here it is alongside now. He's left it very late in the race, but Brewer makes it stick for the moment. Torbitz has got the inside running, and this is going to be the drag race here as Torbitz just runs out down the middle of the track. And what it's going to do is it's going to bring Michael Westaway in onto this as well. We cannot forget that there's also a race at the front with Bella and Westaway. But have a look at that. 8.5 laps in, and Brewer has gone through on Torbitz. He picked that car to pieces, and this is the final 2 left-handers. Mark Torbitz, it's a bit of a wobble there in the 51. Torbitz not being able to make it onto it, but we go to the winner, and it's going to be Cameron Bella in the number 55 over the 1 of Jamie Westaway, 1 second behind. Who gets to the line in P3? It's going to be Brewer to Torbitz, and that gap is tiny at the finish of that one there. So what a great battle for 1 and 2 as Jamie Westaway just draws alongside Cam Bella and says, thanks for that, mate. Good one. I'll catch you in the 10-lapper this afternoon. And the rest of the field just wind down. Cameron Bella sat behind the number 74 for 8.5 laps, sized him up, worked out exactly where he wanted to be, and put the nose in. And Mark Torbitz opened up the wheel. He certainly had been driving his own race to that point. Once he saw that actually the result has now jumped around the other way. It's showing Brewer backwards because he had that penalty applied. So it does see Mark Torbitz will go into position number 3, so he takes the 3rd place in the race there as well. So getting all finish off the number 41 there. So confirmation: Bella, Westaway, Torbitz. Brewer goes back to 5th. Then we see Tony Westaway and Michael Westaway in there, and Brewer will go back to P6. So seeing Mark Frodeno on board, just trying to get number 41 fired up. But that will that's the result for the second race for the weekend for the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944 Challenge, and they will be back on again later on today for their second race over 10 laps at 12:40, starting at 12:40 for their race this afternoon. We've got plenty of action coming to you right throughout the day. Next on track is the Hyundai Excels. We'll be back in just a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Hyundai XLs making their way out onto track for their first race for the day. Of course, race 2 for the weekend here at round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. So XLs making their way around. And we will see on the front row of the grid will be Ethan Griggolt as a result of a strong result yesterday for Griggolt, who did a tremendous job in qualifying, got pole position as well. Always a good spot to be in XL Racing. We won 41.31. We had 4 cars in the 130-41s in qualifying. Griggolt, Simpson, Lodge and Harry Tompkins were all in the 41s. But let's have a look at the grid sheet as they come out now. Ethan Griggolt on pole position 2. Hugo Simpson in position number 2, James Lodge in 3, Ryan Phillips in 8, in the number 8 in position number 4, Bradley Vareca, second generation racer from Kyneton. Great to have the Vareca family company last night at dinner, and good to catch up with the generations of racers there. Of course, RX2 back in club car days, Sportsman on the Thunderdome, RX7s in improved productions, and now the next one, Bradley Vareca in the 96 out of P5. So terrific to have the Vareca family in Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships over many decades now. William Seal is the next one on the line in number 6. Tex Star McCoy in the number 13 will start out as 7th. Antonio Meloso, then Charlie Nash, Royce Lynn, Jason Kay, Gareth Hodgkiss, Preston Bruce, David Musgrave, Toby Waghorn, Donovan Mervac, Lachlan Harvey, Bill Sala, Matt Bink, Emma Clark rounding out the 20. Then we go to Mike Sinclair in the Burson Garage, number 98. Spiros Polakis. Great to see Spiros here getting some signatures on his licence to jump on board the AMG GT4. Billy Hamilton, Carly Fleming in the 142, Harry Tompkins, Will Longmore and Scott Appledore. Those last 5 all relegated to rear of the grid due to some indiscretion during the day yesterday, and will be very interesting to see how they can go. I love the livery on the Scott Appledore car. I've said it many times. The number 32, unfortunately, off the very back of the grid. Looks really good. Got that mustachioed front on it. But starting out of the back of the grid makes it tough to get a strong result. Guess the interesting thing now in XL Racing is reading the play, reading up the race up the road from you. As we are staged up, ready to go, and away we go. Rick Galt just getting left behind there. Hugo Simpson getting the wheels spinning and forward motion nicely. So the 777 is going to have to log back in behind for West End Mazda and blazoned across the front of that E30. Great to see a Mazda dealer on board there as the field stream on through. Some great behaviour for the E30s. Nice to be able to say that at this point in time here this weekend. It did have some shuffling around and a little bit of umpire intervention, if you like, at Sandown. Let's make sure all these cars go on the trailer in one piece at the end of today, albeit it is budget type racing. It doesn't become budget racing when you're doing panel repairs, that's for sure. Couple into the dirt there, a little bit of indiscretion midway through the sweeper. That was a massive slide. There's Molson. Here it is in this mid-pack here, off into the dirt and bringing it back on there. Looks more like a XL rally car than an XL circuit car. And lots of dust goes up there as well. So preparation is the key to this sort of one-make racing, front-wheel drive. We've talked about it with the E30s and the 944s about flowing the cars. These ones are super important. 1.3 litre. You've got to keep the revs into them, keep them flowing, and get good drive once you straighten the car up and get all four wheels weighted on the ground. Accelerate away. Give me a good look at Royce Lynn there in the number 4. The 84 just in front of Toby Waghorn. Started out of 15th. Toby's doing a good job so far. And here's the 21 with lots of smoke pluming out of the right front there. In fact, coming out of the bonnet. So that car has come to a halt, and the recovery crews are certainly making a move to try and get down to get that car into a safe place or to extinguish any potential for fire there. There's certainly smoke streaming out of it. Hugo Simpson now is relinquishing the lead as we speak to the 777. And what's going on behind is of great interest as well. It's Ryan Phillips, then James Lodge, Brad Parecka also in there in the 96. Mixing it up. There's Brad Parecka doing a tremendous job. Parecka brothers, the Stone Ambassador, emblazoned up the side of his car. Great to see different sponsors being brought along. Stone Ambassador right up the side of Brad Parecka's car as they stream around. Settle themselves for the next couple of corners. And this is where it's all about the right boot and keeping it in as heavy as you possibly can. Now that's a massive unprovoked slide there by Ryan Phillips, I think it was. And we got something down on the track. Maybe we do. Maybe that's what had been dumped by the car that's being attended to in the middle of the field. Maybe there's some oil on the track there because Ryan Phillips all by himself broke sideways. And when you're in a pack like that, you really can't see the road down in front of you. So we've got a red flag situation now. So you can see on the ground there is lots of fluid that's already gone down underneath that car, and I would suggest that's all gone down onto the track down there as well. You can see a little bit of a spray there just offline, but certainly Ryan Phillips got caught out on that. There was all by himself and the car broke sideways. As the field is now nullified by the red flag. And there is the cleanup commencing on track with the safety team. The crew from Race Safe here this weekend, and they will got a bit of work to do. As you can see, they're a good 100 metres out of the braking zone. And here it is. There it is right there, the number 21, and that is where the oil comes from. Great catch there by the Glenline TV crew. The MBT haulage car, number 21, expiring there of Billy Hamilton. And he was well aware of that because he was on the brakes and trying to control it. And car pulls up, there's already smoke pouring out of that front guard there, so straight away up in the air goes, and the recovery crew were well and truly on their way there to assist. And there we have it now. The Winton recovery crew doing a great job, and off in the background there you can see the race safe ute with the oil down there as well, trying to clean it up. So we got one lap done there, red flag out, and this is the one there. Watch the orange car under brakes, absolutely skating rink, and then everyone else all on the same oil, as we see the 103 of Antonio Malusi going around as well, then the 84 of Toby Waghorn. Real shame for Toby. Toby had come out of 14th and made his way up to 8th place, and then the rest of the field just slip sliding away down there as well. So the flag had gone out by that point in time, slippery surface or deteriorating surface flag, and now the clean-up evident as we see the clean-up crews. And there's the number 21 just going away. So the field will be and is being brought back down pit lane. So it looks as though we might have a restart, albeit that will probably be of reduced laps, I would think. But I would suggest after only one lap being logged, they did get 2 laps over the start line by the time the leaders got around, but I would suggest we might have the original grid, so that has been certainly jumbled up at this point in time. And of course, Winton being a multi-function venue, there's some drifting going on the patch inside the sweeper. We might take a quick break here from commentary just while race control sort out what's going on. There's still a clean-up going on track, and we'll be back with the live pictures and commentary in just a couple of moments.
We're back down in the pit paddock, and I'm joined alongside by Emma Clark, who is a competitor in the Hyundai XL, supported by 888 Home Loans this weekend. Emma, thank you for joining us here. No worries, lovely to be here. What are some of the challenges you're facing this weekend?
So this weekend, first time running at Winton with the new Super Shock setup, which we changed out over Christmas. Been great, just getting my head around, car handles completely different.
How exactly do you achieve those sorts of changes and acclimatise yourself?
I think it's just practice and track time. I mean, it's obviously understanding how the car's giving you feedback, how it's performing. I'm supported by Kez, who runs the car, and he, you know, obviously I feedback what I'm feeling to him. He helps me with the car setup, but it's really just time in the seat makes all the difference.
And it's always a good community spirit as well between competitors, especially in the Hyundai Excels where you do have so many competitors. How much help do you receive from the other people up and down the garages?
Oh, heaps. Like, the pit paddock atmosphere is great. It's like having another family, basically. And so whilst you get out there, you race really hard against each other, I think there's really good respect between competitors in the garage. And because, as you say, there are so many Hyundai Excels, there's heaps of people to learn from and heaps of people to help you out when you need help, and you help others out. So it's really good.
Tell us a bit about your racing background. Where did you come from?
So I didn't start racing till quite late. I actually started off about 6 years ago in Aussie racing cars, of all things, and share it with my husband. He's actually racing down at Symonds Plains this weekend. And so the last 3 years I've been racing the Excels whilst he's been racing the Aussies. And it's been great. I really wanted to stick to a category where all the cars are the same. You're really measuring yourself against all the other drivers, and you get the opportunity to basically practice your racecraft.
So we say big thank you to Emma for joining us down here in the pit paddock. It's back to the commentary box.
So live pictures here from Winton for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The second race of the weekend for the XLs has been red flagged after we had a substantial oil down issue. That car of Billy Hamilton has now been tucked back away. The recovery crews here have done a tremendous job in very rapidly doing that cleanup. And now the original grid for the race, which was to be over 9 laps, is being reverted to being there was only 2 laps completed. The cars will have to go back to their original grid positions, which you'll see Ethan Grigg Galt, who ultimately ended up second in the race, but Hugo Simpson, who was second on the grid, will take across the front row. That's how they also, before the red flag came out, were positioned. So we will we'll get them back into those positions. So we see James Lodge and Ryan Phillips on the second row, Brad Vereca in the 96 with William Seal in the 995, then Techstar McCoy, Antonio Meluso, Charlie Nash and Royce Lynn for the top 10, and you can see those cars starting to appear in pit lane in that order. One of the things we do need to confirm after this cleanup has gone on, taken a good 10 or 15 minutes to get done, is to what the actual journey will be for this race. You'd have to expect it's going to be cut a couple short. And here is, as a result of Sandown, Hugo Simpson leads the championship on 126 points. Ryan Phillips with 105. Ethan Grigg Galt in the 777, starting out of pole position on 96 points. Aaron Hindle in the 84. And then we go to Harry Tompkins, who is 5th in the XL's point score. And then 6 is Dale Carpenter. 7 is Techstar McCoy. James Lodge. David Musgrove rounding out the 10 on points is Brad Vereca on 39 points. Toby Waghorn, and Toby will be really kicking himself after that restart because he got a ripping start and had progressed through the field. So Toby Waghorn currently 11th in the championship. Antonio Melusi, Will Longmore, Billy Hamilton, Bradley James, Larry Merrifield, William Seal, Royce Lynn, Kai Allen and Glenn McKenzie rounding out the 20 in championship points land for the Victorian Hyundai Excel State Championship. You can see the officials now just trying to shuffle the cars around so that they can get back into the correct starting order for this race. And the 151 just being moved through there as well. Right on track now, well, we should have on track. We're in pit lane at the moment after a red flag is the Hyundai Excels. The MG and invited British sports cars, their first 9-lapper at 9:45 this morning. Formula Ford at 10 minutes past 10 for their 9-lapper. The improved production cars on track at 10:35. Formula V next on track. The sports sedans at 11:25 on track. Saloon cars at 11:50. And then we start the process with all the categories all over again. 12:15, we'll see the 10-lapper for the BMW E30s. Porsche 944s at 12:40. 105 is the MG and invited British sports cars on track. 1:30 is the XLs, which we're waiting to get there. First race for the day underway. And then we go sports cars, Formula Ford at 240, improved production at 305, Formula B at 330, sports sedans at 355, and then rounding out the day with a 420 start for the saloon cars. We're just going to let these guys sort themselves out in pit lane for a couple of moments. We'll take a break and we'll be back.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back to Winton for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're just looking at the back end of Scott Appledore in the number 32 entry there, and he just takes his spot up. The car's heading back out onto the grid after a red flag due to an oil issue on track, and here it is. This is net end result of oil on the track there, and the number 8 getting sideways, and then everyone in behind him going around the 103, doing a complete loop there of Antonio Malusi, and then unfortunately Toby Waghorn going around there as well in the 84, which was a real shame for him, and then just about everyone else arriving there and locking up on the oil that was put down. So what that does see is this race will be a very short, sharp 4-lapper. The field will have been under instructions to get around on this siding lap pretty quick, smart. You see the Sala, the roadworthy shop car there, the number 35. We're starting out at 18th position. Let's have a bit of a reset and look at the field as they come around. It'll be Ethan Grigg-Galt, so Hugo Simpson, James Lodge, Ryan Phillips in the front 2 rows. Brad Vareca on the 3rd row with William Seal right alongside. Techstar McCoy to Antonio Maluso. Then we go to Charlie Nash, Royce Lynn, Jason Kay, Gareth Hodgkiss, Preston Bruce, David Musgrove out of 15th will be Toby Waghorn. Will be kicking himself because he was up as far as 8th in that race on that opening lap and a half. Then Donovan Murback in the 92, Lachlan Harvey to Bill Sala or William Sala, Matthew Bink, Emma Clark, who we saw just having a chat with Callum down there in pit lane. We'll watch her progress in the number 49. Mike Sinclair in the Burson's car, Spiros Boulakis, Billy Hamilton, Carly Fleming there as well. Billy Hamilton won't take any part. Pretty sure it was him with the oil down on the track there. Carly Fleming, Harry Tompkins, Will Longmore and Scott Appledore will go to the back of the grid again after another one who started well off the back of the grid and had progressed through. There is the flag, which no one likes to see. Its literal meaning is deteriorating surface, colloquially known as the oil flag. It can actually mean even rain in that sector of the track. So deteriorating surface is its literal meaning. But we often see that it means oil has gone down, and the field have all gone past the site where the oil was on the track, and they've all been able to see where that was. The recovery crews have put the oil soaker on it, and hopefully we have no harm, no foul for the rest of today down in that braking zone for that corner. Here comes the field for the Triple Eight Home Loans Hyundai Excel Restart, 4 laps. They're under instructions to get on with it as we see the field all pulling up. And let's hope the sun continues to shine on the XLs for the next 4 laps and we can get them all home in one piece. Out of qualifying yesterday morning, pretty much around about the same time it was as well. Ethan Griggold did a 141.31. Hugo Simpson a 141.42. James Lodge a 141.8. And Harry Tompkins a 141.9. So the front 2 rows of the grid covered by just over a second. And away we go. We've got a race start and the field gets it back underway. 25 cars this time. And they go down into turn number 1. It's going to be the 117 of Hugo Simpson. Out of position number 2, gets through on Ethan Griggold, the same as what they did last time around. Brad Vareca getting a big bump in the backside there, so not too sure as to who it was. A couple of cars over the back of ripple strips and things there as well. So we had a tidy start last race around. Everyone's a little bit eager to get going with the 4-lapper as Royce Lynn there. Offline, goes to the inside in the bright yellow car. There goes Bradley Vareca, who got served up coming to turn 2. Wasn't quite sure who it was. Someone got into the back of him, lifted the wheels off the ground. And everyone has settled themselves back down. The 151 in the middle of that group there, Charlie Nash. All-American driveline. Into sales number 54 there of Preston Bruce coming around. Water tower. The water tank, sorry. There he is. Good shot. All-American driveline car, interestingly enough, in a 100% Korean field of cars. As our field now comes past, there's the oil down. You can see the dirt or the soaker on the driver's right coming into the braking zone there. Everyone holding on tight to the corner, not getting out in that dust. There's a time penalty for Hugo Simpson, who is our currently second in this race, actually first in this race. So jump start, time penalty being applied for that car. It'll be a post-race. We'll see Hugo Simpson go 5 seconds back. So we've completed 1 lap, 3 to go for the XLs. Here's the shot. This is where it's pretty feisty in the field. There's the 132 gone round. Sorry, that's 32, and that is Scott Appledore. Here's number 8 that cracked it sideways on the oil and caught it at the end, when the end of that race there. A bit of a bump off the edge of the track there and going back a couple of spots there. The number 8 there of Ryan Phillips with Brad Vareca trying to go around the outside. It's going to be a hard bit of graft to stay with it there. A little bit of rubbing. Vareca ultimately gets out of it, falls into line, and will live to battle another day. Just trying to pick up on who it is behind there in the silver car. Is that William Seal in the 995? Yes, it is. Got battle damage all over the front of that car. It's always a hard one to explain away. And looks like that front just behind the indicator on the left-hand side's all been peeled back on William Seal's car. Got Antonio Malusi ranging up behind there as well. So it's all happening in the top 5 at the moment. In fact, Vareca sitting in position number 5. There's the All-American driveline car of 117 with that penalty. And car 8, Ryan Phillips now as well, will be given a start line time penalty infringement. So these are 2 of the front-running cars of Hugo Simpson and Ryan Phillips, currently 1 and 3 on the road. So those start line infringements difficult to argue your way out of, as we see the field streaming across the line to complete lap number 2. This is the front end of the field. Number 8 there popping the wheel up in the air for Ryan Phillips. And here's this battle as they fan out across the track. Number 13 is Techstar McCoy, and a lot of rubbing there. Bill Seal, William Seal again. They've hooked up into the back of the Burson's car. The 103 of Antonio Maluso. And there's Techstar McCoy. So the 995 in all sorts of contacts here this weekend. And we've got one with the bumper hanging off the front of it down in turn 3. There was a bit of nose to tail action. It'll be interesting to see this one get back on track. Lots of dust up all the way around the track, which is customary for an XL race. Back to the front. 117 of Hugo Simpson leading this race, but is subject to a time penalty. Rick Galt there as well. Then it is James Lodge, Ryan Phillips. So time penalties for the 747 and the 35. So the number 35 being Bill Sala and 747 Gareth Hodgkiss. So Sala currently sitting in 20 and Hodgkiss in 18. So blendline infringements for those cars as well. So a very, very busy race control. At the moment, I'm going to suggest that Ethan Griggold doesn't know that the car in front of him has got a post-race penalty. And there is the start line with the blackboard with all of their numbers on it, pointing out that they're getting infringements. So lap 3, and this is going to be the final lap of this race, reduced to 4 laps. Will count for points in the championship come the end of the year. So hanging in there, it looks like Vareca is hanging on there in 5th place. So on the road, it is Simpson, Griggold, Lodge, Phillips, Vareca, Maluso, Star, McCoy, Waghorn, William Seal, Musgrove, Nash, Tompkins, Kay, Lynn, Bruce. And that's our 15. This is the race lead now, the 39 of Lodge. Started out of position 3, goes into P2. And Ethan Griggold just going wide in the Logitech car there, just trying to suss out what position he can find, the weakness of the 39 in front of him. And at the moment, it's giving Hugo Simpson an opportunity to try and grab 5 seconds. It's not going to work at the moment. It's 5 seconds will put him outside the top 10. And I do like the sentiment on the back of his car. Thank you to the volunteers all the way around the track. And I guess the aspect of that is that even when you have a big thank you to the volunteers sign, they're certainly going to apply the rule book to you. And when there's a penalty to be had, you will certainly have it. Clark and Appledore have gone to the pit lane, and there it is, off weight there. The 39 just cops a bit of a nudge in the door of the 777. And that's all about the racing room. Here is the checkered flag. Goes to Hugo Simpson, who ultimately will surrender that position because he does have a post-race coming his way. That's, Techstar McCoy and the number 13 there, contacting the wall. So, albeit that... it looks like it's ripped the wheel out of it, or the guard out of it. So just exiting turn 10 on the run up to 11. In fact, I would say that's got out over the ripple strip and gone right off there, unless there was other cars involved. We don't have any footage of that, but certainly we've got a lot of dust in the air with the XLs on their warm down lap. 4 laps have given them their result, and at the moment we're going to have to adjust the finishers board quite substantially to show the actual result that it should be. So we will wait for that, and we will get back to how those results look in the not too distant future. We'll take a quick break here as all the cleaning up around the track after the 4-lapper for the Hyundai XLs. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, and we will have MG and invited British cars on track.
Back down here in the pit paddock, and I'm joined alongside by Alana and Asher Ondaatje. Thank you so much for joining us down here at the MG's garages, I guess you would say. And Alana races this beautiful Triumph Stag just behind us as well. Welcome, Alana. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. It's good to be back at Winton. With some of the cancellations last year, we haven't been here for a year, so it's good to be back.
So now that you are back at Winton, how are you settling into the tight and twisty technical nature of this circuit?
It is taking me a little bit to get back into the swing of it, but I love this track. It's something completely different to Sandown where we were a few weeks ago, so it's going really well.
So from the outside, looking at your Triumph, could you tell us a little bit more about the technical aspects of the car?
Well, it's a 4.6 litre Rover engine. I've had the car for about 16 years now. It used to be a rally car that we've done a lot of work to make it the circuit car that it is now. And I've been doing the Vic State Racing for about 10 years or so. So with lots of gaps in between with family commitments, we're back on track now to give it a good go this year.
What about young Asher standing right here? Is he a promising young motorsport person in the making?
He loves his motorsport. He's been a great pit crew. He does a lot of cleaning and a lot of prep with us as well to get ready for the races. And he's just getting into his go-karting, which he's loving. So that's exciting to see.
Well, there you have it. That's two generations of Ondaatje telling us all about the Triumph and the MGs and invited British sports cars. We'll head back to the central commentary box.
Thanks very much, Callum, and catching up with a great family that have been part of the MG and invited British sports cars. They're probably more of the invited British sports cars than they are the MG aspect with their Triumphs down there. The clean-up continues after the XLs have left the track, and we've certainly had the medical staff down there at the exit of turn 10 just to make sure the driver was okay. Got out and had a bit of a I'm not feeling so great moment. And went back there. I guess once you've hit the wall and if you're all okay, you do start to get that crasher's remorse comes over you, and you get that chill come down the back of your spine, and best to check out the driver, make sure they're okay. So that's why we've got the ambulance out there, just double checking. Dave Vanel has. Paul Vanel has lobbed right beside me here. Sorry, Dad's running the race meeting. You're swanning around.
Yeah, I get that a bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do too. I get a bit of young Ken. No, my name's Darren. Thank you very much. But been saying Dave Vanel quite a lot this weekend. Been a busy boy down there in the Clark course box. Of course, plenty of the officials down there that we do need to acknowledge before we go too much further. This is the combined club round, so the Victorian State Race Series, or the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, are a conglomeration of clubs that get together and run a round each. Of course, this weekend is all four clubs get together and run this race meeting, and it's at the Clark, of course, is Dave Vanel, assistants Kristen Jackson and Terry Buxton. Great to have Terry back at the track as well. Michael Holloway being the secretary, and Alan Hamilton. Yeah, I've got Paul right next to me, mate. And Alan Patterson down there as stewards, David Cheong and Gary Gorley. And great to have all of those officials there and all of our volunteer officials right around the track that keep the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships running on time and running exactly to plan. There is the shot down in the marshalling area, Paul, where we've got the MGs and invited British cars down there ready to go and head out on track. So, the officials are out there doing a track check I just introduced all of those responsible people. We might take a quick break and we'll run back down through what's going on with the invited British, the MG and invited British sports cars on track in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Cars rolling around onto track now as we welcome to the Winton layout, the MG and invited British sports cars. I'm Darren Smith and had Paul Vernell jump right alongside me. We had a bit of a false start a minute ago and we're back underway. Your cars making their way out onto track and it is a lovely day to bring these magnificent looking machines out for a race.
Isn't it? This is, well, it's not very English weather, but great day for a convertible sports car to go for a drive on a Sunday, right?
Fantastic, yeah, agreed there. And there's quite a few without roofs complete in this race. And I guess they get through the air a lot better when they don't have all that drag with the roof over the top of them. And certainly Robin Bailey did a tremendous job yesterday. He qualified with a 1:37.19, which was really, it was only 0.9 or 0.8 of a second over Gary Bulmer. And we see, you know, so there's a couple of different sorts of vehicles there, isn't it, that use their power and their advantages, engineering advantages in a different manner.
Yeah, absolutely. Really diverse field. We've got a bit of a smaller field, I think, like a few categories. Bit of a challenge early in the year with a fairly hectic start to the season and I believe accommodation, a bit of a battle locally this weekend as well. So we had a few people withdraw in the last couple of weeks just due to not being able to find accommodation, but great to have a good quality field still. And yeah, Robin Bailey finished round one in second outright in the championship, but we are missing our championship leader, Phil Chester, who's actually on a charity postie bike ride this weekend. So good luck to Phil. A number of the competitors in the series have supported that and donated toward that charity, and hope he's doing well. But unfortunately, he's not here to take it up to Robin. So Robin's got a bit of a chance this weekend of taking the state series lead.
It's a good opportunity to do that. It's like anything in life. You've got to make hay while the sun shines, don't you? Every cloud has a silver lining, and that's what we're seeing Robin do here this weekend. The number 50 has been super reliable over numerous seasons now, and he's doing double duties. He brings it to the track and does the sports cars, so he'll have a 40-minute race coming up later on today as well. Let's have a look at the grid. It'll be Robin Bailey in the number 50 on a pole position. Keith Ondaatje in the Stag, who I caught up with very quickly last night. He got the fastest lap in the race, so albeit on lap 3 last night. Screenshotted that and sent it as far and wide as I possibly could. Certainly drew a conversation around balance of performance. No, that doesn't exist. We're not about to do that. But Keith on the front row of the grid, and I think this is a great view for him. Clear run down into turn number 1. Gary Bulmer out of position number 3. It's the 2 on the front row I've really got to worry about him. Michael Trathen, the next on line. Danny Siama, who came on really strong yesterday. Anthony Vollebrecht in the 48. Next to him, Ed Ferguson and Gordon Bunyan. Alana in the number 44 there as well, who we saw with the son just with Callum before the start of this race. Michael Wood, Darren Sutra, John Stevenson and Jane Vollebrecht off the back of this grid. And some pretty serious racing, but a very strong social scene in behind the MG and invited British cars. Certainly the MG Car Club, one of the most successful over a very long time here in Victoria. And the power down for Robin Bailey, just walks it off the line there. Very nicely done there. And here's some of the roadsters, etc. in behind. The Stag drops into P2, but the number 50 gives a clean set of heels to the number 40. Here's the battle on for third already. They haven't wasted any time right throughout the pack. The number 24 of Tratham and Danny Siama in there as well. Gary Bulmer in the mix, off in the dirt there. Not nice in the slicks with the MG there. We felt that rattling all the way through the car.
Yeah, Mike Trathen, a little midget. We haven't seen a lot of these in recent times. Everyone went the horsepower route, so V8s and Bs with the bigger engines, but it's good to see Mike running this year. He's having a ball getting back into it in a little nimble midget, and hopefully we can get a couple more out this year. Tracks like Winton just absolutely suit the lightweight little midgets.
Yeah, 1300cc, not a whole lot of horsepower, but it's all about getting the horsepower to the ground and how you do that in these short, sharp shoots. Here's a great drive right round the outside. There goes Anthony Vollebrecht.
Yep. Yeah, good move by Anthony around the outside of Ed Ferguson in the Triumph, and then Gordon Bunyan, in the little underpowered Triumph, getting out dragged down the old back straight there, and Mike Wood could snaffle him up the old back straight now, new back straight now, with the horsepower of the GT V8. But this is the beauty of a track like Winton, right? You've got big engines, V8s, but you've got smaller cars, and they're all in for it.
Yeah, just all very well aware of that oil down coming into turn 10 and keeping over to the left-hand side of that, interestingly enough. There's a little Triumph Spitfire that we were just talking about of Gordon Bunyan, again a 1300cc car, and interestingly enough, watching the TR7 just drive away in a straight line, and then under brakes, it's almost like the Triumph doesn't even go for the brake pedal. Yeah, doesn't that time.
I think he just lifts off the accelerator and coasts himself in and throws it into a corner.
Yeah, doing a terrific job there. And just going through on one of the more traditional MGB GT V8s there.
Yeah, Mike Wood, a stalwart of the categories, run GT V8s for a long time, longer than I've been around MG racing, and has an absolute ball, much more traditional. That's what a road GT V8 kind of looks like. So much more traditional than Robin's big, wide, low, fat, big horsepower car at the front.
I do like the way the number 53 fills the guards, though, with racing rubber on it. So nice big wheels and tyres. Here we go. Now, this is it. This envelops the invited British cars, if you like, here. The TRV8 and the Spitfire, just driving right round the outside of it. So not being able to use the bulk horsepower it has. And Gordon Bunyan doing a tremendous job there. Now, we watch them open it up in a straight line, and you'll see the TR7 just go rocketing past. So the 78 has been dealt a time penalty for a false start. So that's Gordon Bunyan, unfortunately, in that 78 that we're just waxing lyrical about.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to get a move on to make up for that penalty. So see if he can get by it. The only thing that might go in his favour over 9 laps is I'm guessing he's not going to have as big an issue with his brakes over the length of the race compared to Ed and Mike around him in the V8s.
Gee, Ed's car looks nice, though, that TR-V8. It's a very nice piece of kit. Sounds the goods, too, as it comes on by. And just having a quick look at the end of lap number 2, it's Bailey to the number 40 of Ondarchi. Then Bulmer, Trathen, Vollebrecht doing a nice job there as well. Anthony started out of 6th, has gone up a spot. Then Ed Ferguson and Gordon Bunyan in that car right there, the Triumph Spitfire. Off the back there in the number 44, the second of the Stags in this race, which is Alana.
Yeah, Alana just in the background here doing a great job. She's come on leaps and bounds the last couple of seasons. Worked really hard on her driving, as we saw in the interview prior to this, and she's doing well to keep up with this little group here. And also at the front, I think good call out is Gary Bulmer's not losing Keith Ondarchi in the Stag, so that could be an interesting race later in this one as well, because there's only 5 or 6 car lengths between them.
This one has definitely got our attention, though. The little Spitfire. It's like it's the David versus Goliath horsepower. There's not a lot of difference in wheel base. Track is certainly wider on the TR7 than the Triumph there, but there goes the straight line handling going all to the ground there. And there you can just start to see the cars are starting to blow away that oil downer, the oil soaker from the XL race. And that will be pretty much a couple of races' time. We won't even know that had occurred. Robin Bailey doing a nice job out in front at the moment. 4-second lead, which is not too bad. Keith's driving the absolute wheels off the Stag. A 1:36.4 is Robin's best lap, which was on the last lap around. and the Stag with Keith on board at 1:37.4. So he's not that far behind as far as lap time is concerned with Robin at the moment.
Yeah, just keeping him in his sights, but he can't afford to take it too easy because he'll have Gary Bulmer all over him. Also just on screen got Darren Sutra and John Stevenson. John used to run the TC for a couple of seasons, campaign the TC, was not super successful with it, and he stepped back into the B. He started with us in, many that may not know, John was actually part of the Holden dealer team and loves tinkering with his cars. Spent many years with Tatey and Brock and Colin Bond and that, and absolutely loves his MG racing, but absolutely loves building something crazy, which is why he built a TC in a modern era. And then Darren Suter here, he's had about a year off and he's just come back to have some fun.
So it is really interesting that you say that there are a lot of races that greeting the checkered flag first is not their prime motivation, and taking something like a TC, which is in itself just to get one, is very difficult, let alone modifying it to your heart is content with what you're able to do. Coming into this round, it was this guy, Robin Bailey, on 96 points, leading the way, albeit that it wasn't him that set the lap record. It was Phil Chester that did that in the Monty Powell Chester outfit. Keith Ondiaki with 80, Ondaatje, on 88 points. Michael Trathman on 80. Michael Wood on 62. Gary Bulmer on 61. Phil Chester got 60 points out of that opening round and a lap record, which I think that was what he rode off into the sunset. Very, very pleased with himself at
literally
Sandown.
Rode off into the sunset on his postie bike.
That's right. Yeah, that's what he's doing this weekend. Here's the car filling the screens now of Keith Ondaatje. This family go to the racetrack for all the right reasons. They love to represent the cars that they race, and it really is all about getting out there and flogging the pants out of your Stag and having a really good time while he does it. There he goes. He's just given it that flogging that it was come to the track to do. Points it off in the right direction, grabs the next cog, and I would say he put it up on the ripple strip there and just gassed it up, and that ended up off the track there. So that's a real shame. So Keith's just getting back onto track.
Just giving himself a challenge, mate. That's all he's doing.
He has. He's thrown the gauntlet down now. Got the carrot dangled out in front, so he's dropped back a couple of spots, so he'll be in and about somewhere. Anthony Vollebrecht, I think.
I think I saw the midget go past, so he should be fourth. Don't think Tony got past. There's a bit of a gap back there, but just showing how hard he's driving as well. I think that's the bit you take out of that. He was absolutely pushing to try and keep with Robin, and luckily, no harm, no foul.
91 into position number 2, and with 5 laps completed, 9 laps the journey. It's going to be a fair old gap back. There's the 24 of Tratham, so Keith has gone across the line now, so ends up in P4. So that championship hunt on points has just taken a bit of a whack there, gone back 2 spots in this race, and the gap is going to be the interesting gap back to the number 40. There it is there, and we've got it's going to be 7 seconds to the number 40, and wow, here we go. This is on right at the very front of this race. The 50 and the 91 have got together. Has Robin Bailey got an issue that he's nursing with the big beast?
Yeah, it almost looks like he's having a bit of problem turning there. Don't know whether he's got maybe a tyre issue or something, but that's a shame because he was doing really well and in control of this race, and now he is nursing it. So we'll see whether he comes into pit lane. It's definitely seems like it's lost a bit of power as well. So we'll find out what's going on after the race with this one, but that's a shame.
Real shame, because he's shown some great reliability with this number 50 and does have a big program. Each event he double enters with sports cars. Here we have the replay.
This will be Keith.
Yes, yeah, certainly where Keith went out just onto the ripple strip. There it is, gassed it up, and a very rare mistake from the number 40.
I think he saw the drifting going on the drift part of the track and thought, I'll join in.
Or was that he saw the number 50 and went, wow, I'm in with a chance.
I can win this.
I've got this. And gassed it up. So we look back down. This is the mid-pack. Robin Bailey's actually gone to the pit lane. So what that has done is it's given the number 40 an opportunity to get back on the podium. The number 53. We believe we're hearing reports from around the track. There's some smoke coming from this car. All looks good at the moment. But
it wouldn't be an MG if it didn't smoke. Come on, guys.
There it is.
Come
there.
on.
A little tiny puff of smoke looks out the side exit exhaust there. So, oh, hang on a minute. Oops, there's a bit more. And it's got... is that Alana in behind there as well? So she's now got the sniff of MG oil in her face, and she's starting to push on as Robin Bailey disappears down our timesheet. We're tied into the pit lane. Let's hope we can get that rectified for at least the 10-lapper in the MG and Invited British sports cars this afternoon. Certainly the 40-lapper for the sports cars might be a little bit too far away. There's that smoke coming from the left rear of the number 53 there.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. Mike Wood's car does have a little bit of smoke later on in the races. Obviously, these cars were never designed for the temperatures that we get in Australia, let alone racing. So it is a little bit common that as the car gets a bit hotter, it starts running a little bit richer, and we see a little bit of smoke coming out of it. So hopefully nothing too serious.
It is an absolute beautiful day at the track here at Winton Motor Raceway today. 21 degrees already this morning, so 10 minutes past 10, 21 degrees. We've got a clear blue sky as far as you can see. That is not any TV camera magic that we're doing there. That's exactly what the day looks like as Alana Ondiachi looks to get through on Michael Wood. She's got a bit of a challenge ahead of her. Michael's not going to offer this up in any stretch of the imagination. And the 53 putting the power down nicely. Gee, it sounds sweet, that car under heavy load. Runs up from turn 11. Sorry, runs up to turn 11. The little short loop into 12 and then the run up to the start-finish line. Alana's certainly monstering in that second run of corners. We go now to Anthony Vollebrecht and Ed Ferguson, the number 43. And this is a lot more modern iteration on an MG. The number 43 heading around turn 4. And the number 43, beast of a V8 in the TR. And they loop around the sweeper here at Winton.
Yeah, so just looking up the front, Keith Ondaatje now fastest lap of the race in his pursuit back towards the lead. So we'll see with just, a lap and a half to go whether he can hit the front again.
So at the moment it is Gary Bulmer. Started out of the second row of the grid. He's leading the way with, the other car sharing the second row of the grid was Michael Trathen. And they're leading this race. Here is our race leader off on the last journey in this 9-lapper, 10-lapper coming up later on today for these cars. And here comes the number 40 all over the back of the number 24. It's going to be very interesting. Unfortunately for the 24, there's two reasonably long straights that the power of the Stag will come into play towards the end of this race. And a little bit of damage, I would suggest, in front of the 40. That air dam starting to flop around a little bit. Looks to the inside around the sweep, but the 24 of Trathen holds on, and that is the, the distinct advantage that the number 24 has over the 40 at the moment, is that it will get round corners without easing the throttle one little bit.
Absolutely, and great racing, fair racing between the two of them, giving each other a bit of room around there. I mean, how many times do you see that? That's awesome. And Mike Trathen now just trying to maximise his corner speed. He knows he's probably going to come under threat here, so this could be interesting. If Keith can't get across, Mike will definitely be able to outbrake him into the next corner, but we'll see what happens.
He's gone through, so the horsepower race down the straight there has got the number 40 through here. I like the fact that Michael's car has still got full Victorian registration plates on it.
I think, and that's, that is where MG racing came from. It was a bit like club cars used to be. It was people that came along and drove their car to the track, so awesome to still see cars with rego plates on them.
Gary Bulmer fronts up, sees the checkered flag, and there it is. A great race win there for Gary.
Yeah, that's fantastic for Gary. He bought that car last year as a car that had a little bit of success, but not a lot, and he's absolutely loving driving it, and it's great to see him have some success. I know I spoke to his wife at last round, and she was pretty keen to see him come home happy. So he's definitely coming home happy tonight.
Yeah, that's a tremendous effort there. Should be congratulated on that. There's some cars on the front row of the grid with Keith and Robin sitting there. Unfortunately, Robin in the number 50 retiring from that race. Let's hope he can gather it all back up and get that out for at least the 10 lap before the MGs. So Gary Bulmer takes the win over Keith Ondaatje in the number 40 there, and the Stag does a tremendous job then. Then it's Michael Trathen and Anthony Vollebrecht. That's a good run through, coming out of 6th place, getting 4th on the road there. Ed Ferguson, Gordon Bunyan there, who has got a post-race penalty hanging over his head. Alana Ondaatje in the 44 there, Mike. And we've got Darren Sutra and John Stevenson ultimately home. There's number 43 spinning on the last lap, just coming down to take the checkered flag. They stream across the line. Don't forget the local Good Friday appeal from Tadong. Just get this replay. There's the 43, and wow, around, takes evasive action, and that really could have ended up nasty, couldn't it?
Nothing like a tank slap on last lap to wake you up when you thought you were cruising home.
Yeah, I'm bringing this home, and that all gets away. As I said, the Tadong Good Friday appeal. Check that all out. They've got the Cowpoo Lotto, which they ran last year during COVID conditions, the virtual tin shake, online auction, plenty of ways that you can give. There's the $25 ticket. You can win $500. There's certainly the online donations, the Good Friday appeal at the Tadong Recreation Reserve. And all the auction items will be there on that day as well. And you can catch up with all of them on the email at Tadong RCH appeal, Royal Children's Hospital appeal at yahoo.com.au. Great, very long-running Good Friday appeal there. So that's one of the local communities here, very close to the Winton Raceway, the Tadong Good Friday appeal. They've been doing it for many years and have raised many, many thousands of dollars each and every year. So we applaud them, and they do a tremendous job, as do many communities around around Victoria come Good Friday when we start to raise money for the Royal Children's Hospital. There's the results. It's Bulmer to Ondaatje, Trathen, Vollebrecht, and Ondaatje as well. Hey, look at that, top 5, 2 Stags.
They're just
You're
always
going to have
there,
to bring
aren't
that balance of performance in. It's going to be a thing.
Man, I'm calling a committee meeting now.
Paul Vanel, thank you very much for your time as we'll take a quick break. We've got plenty of racing still coming your way live here from the Winton Motor Raceway. Up next is Formula Fords. Straight after that, improved production cars. We'll be back in a moment. Formula Ford is about. It's about racing. Have a look at Harris there. What a catch in the number 55. Get that one, Blendline TV, and put it all over social media. There's your 10 million hits.
Back down behind the pit paddock here, and I'm joined by Joe Fawcett, who is a 16-year-old student, and he's competing in Formula Ford, the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, racing a Spectrum. Joe, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me here.
Tell us a little bit about your racing story so far. How did you come to be involved in the Victorian State Race Series in Formula Ford?
I started off when I was 7 years old in go-karts and sort of just progressed through the ranks, started doing Victorian Championship, Australian Championship, even went to Italy for a while, and then sort of decided that during quarantine go-karts wasn't for us anymore. We moved up to Formula Ford, just a natural progression, and that's where we are now, just sort of working our way towards the front.
So, say, for example, you're looking back at this footage 10 years' time from now. What racing category will you be racing then?
Oh, it'd be great if I was in supercars or TCR or something along those sort of lines, but not sure where I'll end up, to be honest.
So, obviously, tin tops or something of that vein. How do you feel your development's come so far? This is your second season in Formula Ford. Where do you think your strengths lie at the moment?
So since last year here at Winton, I've sort of gained up a couple of spots in qualifying. Times have improved by just under a second, and sort of starting to get up there with the big fast boys, and yeah.
So there you have it. He is a star of the future. We say a big thank you to Joe Fawcett for joining us down here in the pit paddock. It's back to the commentary box. And through the magic of television, we are back trackside here for race 2 of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Paul Ziddy once again, who has very kindly decided to step up here in the commentary booth because he is decidedly not competing this weekend in his usual Spectrum 015. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much, and not that I could probably call what I do out there competing as such, more of the gentleman driver, if you will, and the enthusiast out there participating rather than competing. But some would say the commentary box is probably where my natural fit is to motorsport as opposed to a steering wheel in hand. But nevertheless, we are here. We've got another superb 9-lap Formula Ford race about to unfold.
If you like puns and knee-slapping jokes, Paul's certainly the man for you. So look forward to that throughout this race. Jordan Sinney, currently the championship leader. He's starting on the front row alongside Matthew Hillier, who is closing the gap in the championship title chase at the moment. Cody Donald, he was here yesterday. He made an appearance just to give some advice and some support to the drivers in the paddock. He likes to show his face around the paddock from time to time. Matthew Holmes, the paediatrician from Tasmania in the number 41 car. He's got 70 points to his name, and Jimmy Physick, who's also not here this weekend, is currently in 5th position. But yesterday we saw a great battle between Matthew Hillier and the number 4 Sonic Motor Racing Services McGale. He was under fire from Jordan Sinney, and he did a great job to defend and keep a cool head under pressure to take out that race yesterday. But we're looking forward to the battle unfolding between himself and Jordan Sinney, racing the number 5 Dirty Diggers, the XL Building Services Spectrum. On your screen, 9 laps, the duration of this race, 3 kilometres in length, the Winton Motor Raceway, 12 turns, and it is a tight technical circuit. Is it one of your favourites, Paul, in comparison to something like Sandown or Phillip Island that we also visit as part of the VSRS?
Undoubtedly, I think a circuit that offers a little bit of everything. You've got the speed through the sweeper, and we're racing, so we'll come back to that, but let's watch them run down into turn 1. A great start by Jordan. Will he be able to hold the lead? They go side by side. Good to see the respect in the racing room they're giving each other, but it looks like Jordan's made the best of that start. We'll be heading into turn 3 to hold on to a lead. Again, still side by side. Fantastic racing at the front.
Oh, they're still side by side coming up to turn 4. Matthew Hillier left hung out to dry. Matthew Holmes up into P2 around the outside in the black and green, number 41 Altitech Spectrum. He's up in the P2. Matthew Hillier now coming under fire from Santa Lucia. It looks like he's got a great start as well on our screen briefly there in the number 61 Orange McGale. That was Jack Clifford. He's having a great battle with the number 10 High Zero Spectrum of Xavier Kokai, but that was a clinical start by Jordan Sinney starting from the front row. He placed his car absolutely beautifully, and you can see that that's experience coming to show there.
Absolutely, got that jump, got the initial jump, got the launch. These cars run somewhere between what you'd call a normal road clutch and a full racing clutch, so there is certainly a technique to getting them off the line, and Jordan just executed that brilliantly to get that lead. Matt Holmes now is going to give him some pressure in second. Fantastic final lap in yesterday's race for Matt to close up on Kobe, his teammate, and to pinch that third spot on the podium, and he's now turned that into second.
Nudging about 180 kilometres an hour towards the end of the straight. 179 k's there for Jordan Sinney, but he is the leader at the moment, so he's effectively dragging along the cars behind him. Fantastic pictures provided to us by Blendline TV. An enormous amount of effort has gone into setting up this weekend, and just looking out now, it's still a fairly close battle. We've got, it looks like Kobe Williams has dropped down into P5 as well, but he's all over the back of Santa Lucia. He's having an outstanding weekend so far as well. Matthew Holmes is looming large coming up to turn 7, affectionately known as Tank. Williams up the inside of Santa Lucia as well. That's a great clean move. This has been an outstanding start to racing for Formula Ford Race 2.
Absolutely. Good dices all through the field, and clean racing, which we like to see as well. Everyone's giving each other that room that they need without giving anything up too easily. It's hard, but it's fair racing. It's what we love about this category. You talk about the fact that a shorter circuit here doesn't have as much of an impact of a toe, but it is most certainly still there. You look the last lap around, Jordan Sinney punched out 179. Matt Hillier with that double toe behind him, 183. It's only 4 kilometres an hour, but 4 kilometres an hour over the length of that straight, there's tenths of a second in that. And these guys, they'll give tooth and nail for a couple of tenths.
And we said yesterday, you can bank on, say, 12 gear changes per lap, and they use probably exclusively second, third and fourth gear around here. It's a very busy lap, and it's a H-pattern transaxle 4-speed Hewland gearbox paired with a 1.6 litre Fiesta engine, tubular frame chassis, space frame chassis, and you've got mostly represented with the French imported Miguel chassis, imported into Australia, the domestic market in the late 90s to enormous success. And you've got the locally developed Spectrum on screen right now. You've got Darren Farrell driving the number 44 car. That's actually the newest Spectrum delivered to Australia at the moment. So that is a brand new car that he's steering, stepping up from the Hyundai XLs last year. And this is definitely a very promising young lad. Up to the inside, that's Jack Clifford defending well in the number 16 car. That's Harrison Sellers. He's up also from Tasmania this weekend in the number 13 vehicle. This is a great battle as they come up to turn 9.
And another debutant in Harrison Sellers. He's got his first race done and dusted yesterday. Got it off the line well. Brought home that top 10 finish, which he was rapt about. Young man in a hurry, obviously looking to be further up the grid, but prepared to do the hard yards and learn his craft and do it respectfully. So great to see him out in the field.
Meanwhile, in the Kent class, we've got two classes of racing. At the front, you see the Duratec vehicles. They are quicker than the second class. Not second in any sort of parity or anything like that, but the Kent cars, the older Cortina-powered engine, used to be the rule set until the Duratec cars were introduced at the start of 2006. But we've got racing royalty in the form of Richard Davison currently leading the way in that car, that Van Diemen RF95 prepared by Ellery Motorsport. And that car also, at the hands of Garth Tander, took out the 1997 Australian Formula Ford Championship. Alex Davison and Will Davison also got their circuit racing berths in that car, and now Richard's back behind the wheel. So some great racing history. We caught up with him at Sandown, and he said he was going to take his season 2022. We've got Jared Farrell off there.
We've got someone off the track. That is Jared Farrell. I didn't quite see whether he was assisted in that journey or whether it was a solo adventure, but we may pick up a replay. That's a Mario Kart Rainbow Road style shortcut, so he might have to give up some places there. Otherwise, the officials won't be looking too kindly at that, because the racing, the track limits, the white lines, are rigidly enforced by the officials. So you might see him drop back to the battle that he was originally involved in. Indeed, we'll see where he rejoined, and he'll give that back. But one of the things to note here, particularly in the Formula Fords being so low, when you do have an off at the sweeper, it is actually the safest thing you can possibly do, is to continue across where you've got good visibility and rejoin there. In effect, because of the nature of the circuit here, to try and come back and rejoin where you went off means you're actually going to be driving against racing traffic. We're going to get a replay of this so we can just see what happened. Here we go. And unfortunately for Jared, it looks like that one was a bit of an own goal. But, that I've got to say that one of the things about Winton Motor Raceway is the sweeper is a fast, technical, committed corner. So, for him to make that mistake, don't think that it denigrates his talent or ability. It's caught out the best of them. And he is a young man with a ton of talent, and he's just made a little blue there, but he'll learn from that. Jordan Sinney defending well from Matthew Hillier, the number 5 Dirty Diggers. The yellow and black car you can see leading the race. He's done plenty of laps of the Winton Motor Raceways, one of his testing locations, and he's coming under significant pressure from Hillier behind. Hillier moves to the outside. He's got the ideal line there. Sinney's a little bit compromised as they come through turn 10. Squares off the exit nicely though. He will hang on to the lead coming up to turns 11 and 12. We are on lap 5 of 9. The fastest man on the circuit at the moment is Santa Lucia. It's a 1 minute 25.9, so he's the one of only 2 drivers into the 25s this morning. Track conditions looking pretty good at the moment. There is a high UV rating out there at the moment, which doesn't help overall grip levels. But at this stage as well, I think the tyres are on their 3rd heat cycle of the weekend. So as the weekend progresses, the Yokohama AO48 control tyre, it's a very durable, very versatile,
and resilient tyre as well. Up the inside, Matthew Hillier pulls out. Great move.
Nicely done, and good awareness from Jordan as well to get, once again, the respectful racing gave him that room once it was obvious that it was there and the move was on. But let's see what we got, this great 5-car train at the front here now, and Matthew Holmes is looking racy as well.
Matthew Hillier, he's got those brakes dialed in nicely. Kobe Williams up the inside in the number 94 car. He's relegated to the outside. He's out in the grey. That's the dirty part of the circuit. Matthew Holmes doing a brilliant job in the number 41 car. It's his second trip up to Victoria this season. And he's got a long-standing affiliation with the Victorian State Race Series as well, having competed in Formula V with junior racing development for several seasons, racing a Sabre 02. Stepping and Formula Ford was the natural progression for him, but this is not his main job. He's, of course, a paediatrician. He spent a decade and a half studying and skilling up in the medical profession. So it's a fantastic side gig to fly up to Victoria every now and then and race a Formula Ford, and he's doing a really good job of it. He's really stepped up his pace, and his development is definitely on show this weekend. He's doing a great job defending from Williams. Looking good to hang on to the podium at this stage. Jordan Sinney, just 0.2 of a second behind Matthew Hillier. He's getting a good exit coming out of turn 3, but he's a little bit too far away to take that position away.
Yeah, it's just about keeping the momentum up and picking the right opportunity to make that overtake. And when you do, making sure it's a good, clean pass, that you've got the car in there, as we saw Matthew Hillier execute when he made that pass a couple of laps ago. But there's still, you're talking about Matt Holmes. We see that car number 44,
so that's Jared Farrell,
which is Jared Farrell, has been given a drive-through penalty. Now, we're not sure why. It could be that they've decided that he's shortcutted the circuit, not necessarily given back enough room. Let's see what that was about. As I said, it's certainly from a safety perspective, you are best advised to go across and do that, but you need to then have the awareness of knowing where you were. Yep, so we've had that confirmed that it was the shortcut, so maybe he didn't pay quite enough attention to where he was in the queue at the time that he fired it off. I'm sure had he fallen back and given up that space more obviously, then he may have avoided that, but for now, he's got that drive-through once again. Another check in the learning experiences of this weekend for Jared. And here we see the front-running Kent cars, Richard Davison and Brendan Jones, having a great dice here at the front. You alluded to the significant history of the white 95 Van Diemen in front, a special car to that family, and credit to Richard, he working with the Ellery Motorsports team. That car underwent a full restoration. It's absolutely immaculately presented, and it's fantastic to see an iconic part of Australia's motor racing history so well preserved and outdoing what it was built to do.
Brendan Jones was suggesting, as you can see, he's trailing in the Speco VHT, the number 1 car. He's a 6-time Victorian champion. He was suggesting that he might need an engine rebuild. He's losing just a little bit of pace in the straight lines in that Spectrum 01. It's quite a unique car, actually. I think it served as one of the development chassis for the Duratec engines when they were being ushered in, but he's got a Kent engine in the back of that. Taking the challenge up to Richard Davison, who also steers a black Van Diemen RF89, as we saw him a couple of weekends ago at the Phillip Island Classic as joining a grid of 53 cars. It's always amazing to see that many Formula Fords in competition around the fast-flowing Grand Prix circuit. James Meaden down just a little bit further back behind, and we've got this weekend, we have Grant Walker in that beautifully presented Titan. It's a fantastic looking car, and it's awesome to see it in competition here in Victoria. We've also got one of the category administrators, Phil Marinon, circulating in the Galloway. That's also a historic car with a lot of history, but on screen, Jordan Sinney losing touch with the leader, Matthew Hillier. He's pulled out a bit of a gap now, and he's falling into the clutches of Matthew Holmes in that number 41 car. Matthew Holmes will be hungry to galvanise his podium from yesterday position and back it up with a second place position today. He is hungry. This is the last lap of the race, Paul.
Yep, no, absolutely. And what we're seeing here is something.
I think that's a coming together between
It looks
Jones
like our
and
two
Davison.
leading Kent cars who we've just given a wrap to. may well have had a coming together there. We'll once again see if we get a replay of that. In terms of the front-running Duratec cars, what we're seeing happening at the moment is not unusual in Formula Ford racing, where you get a bunch at the front, and then the fight for second starts to take over as the guys behind think they want to crack at the leader. And what that'll often do, as you see here, is it's just permitted Matt Hillier to skip away as the four behind get engrossed in a battle of their own. And that invariably holds the four of them up. And Matt's done a good job to just take advantage of that situation and open the biggest gap that he's had in this race.
Coming round turn number 12 for the last time, it will be Matthew Hillier who takes the checkered flag. That's 2 wins from 2 race starts this weekend. Jordan City home in P2, Matthew Holmes in 3rd position, Kobe Williams in 4th position, and Santa Lucia in 5th position. Xavier Kokai coming home in 6th position, just ahead of stablemate Joe Fawcett in 7th. Jack Clifford in 8th position, Harrison Sellers across the line in 9th position, and Kyle Evans in 10th position. Great racing from the Formula Fords.
Nice to see, and congrats to Harrison. He's got one more up. He's turned that 10th into a 9th. So that's a good job for him, and we'll see whether or not we might. I think we will get a replay of what happened with our 2 seasoned runners at the front of the Kent, or Formula Ford 1600 as it's known. A little bit of background. The Kent is the cross-flow Ford engine, which was first used in this category in 1969. Served the category in Australia right through until 2006 when we adopted the Duratec. So it's an amazing workhorse and servant to our category here in Australia.
So with that clash, James Meaden is rendered the winner in the Kent class. So he comes home ahead of Grant Walker. That's 17th and 18th position overall, but it's a class victory.
Here we go with the replay to see what's happened, and it just looks like, well, it'll be, I think we picked that up a little bit late to see exactly where it started, but it looks like the 2 guys got a bit racy and tried to occupy the same piece of track. So I'm sure that there will be a bit of an inquiry and an inquest into exactly what happened there and to see whether or not it was indeed just a racing incident.
Without being mechanic, it looks like those cars got away with it relatively scot-free. So it'll be a left rear assembly, suspension and uprights, maybe possibly a tyre for the Richard Davison car, and then it's also a front left-hand corner for the Spectrum on Brendan Jones. But that was race 2 of the Victorian Formula 4 Championship, supported by Speco VHT. Coming up next, we say a big thank you to Paul Ziddy for joining us up here in the commentary box. It's been an outstanding race, and confirmation on the screen, that's Hillier, the winner of race 2 ahead of Jordan City, Matthew Holmes, Williams and Santa Lucia. Coming up next.
My pleasure. I'll be back to join you at 2:30 this afternoon for the 10-lap feature. Thanks for having me.
We are looking forward to that race this afternoon. Coming up next are the improved production cars. We've got Stephen DeVries and we have Darren Smith stepping back into the hot seat. Pit garages, we've made our way to Formula Ford land, and I'm joined alongside by Jack Clifford, who is a 17-year-old Year 12 student from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. So on top of being a teenager, on top of his high school studies, he's also piled on top of that a Formula Ford racing campaign. He's also unique in a sense that he stepped up from a Kent car last year into a Duratec car. Jack, could you tell us a bit about your development so far in Formula Ford?
Yeah, well, I started testing in the Kent sort of midway through 2020 in the Blanchard's RF86, and then after that we did the State Series and the Odd Historic round as well. That was probably 6 races last year, and then we've used that historic Kent car as a base to then step into this Duratec field and have a bit more of a handle on it, not only on the cars, slightly different, but a lot of similarities, but also how race meetings are run, learn a lot of racecraft in the Kents that I can implement now into these.
So along with your dad, Andrew, who was a Formula Ford competitor of bygone era, say 30 years ago, something like that, he's obviously helping you spin spanners, and it's a unique lad and dad operation for you too, but you've paired up with a team that's helping you out as well?
Yeah, it's very much a father-son team with the help of Eltatec, who do the engineering side of things. So I got my engineer Nikolai, who works with the team. We sort of do data telemetry, things like that, and then it's Dad and myself who are on the spanners and myself driving it.
That's awesome. Obviously a star of the future. Jack Clifford, we thank him for joining us on Blendline TV. We're down here in the paddock, and I'm joined by Callum Jensen from the improved production category, who drives this resplendent, beautiful Peugeot 306, which is his love and joy, and he's been competing in for several years now. Callum, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, my pleasure, Callum. Thanks for coming over and having a look.
Could you tell us a little bit some of the technical aspects of your car?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a 1998 Peugeot 306 GTI 6. So they are a 2-litre 16-valve engine. We're still running that same block and cylinder head, albeit modified to spruce it up a little bit. In standard form, they make 167 horsepower at the flywheel. And this thing is currently making about 220 at the wheels, so a bit of an upgrade. Yeah, it's a good, fun little car. Not quite as light as some of the other cars, but still handles pretty well. So it's competitive enough.
How did it come to be a race car as it is today? As I understand, it used to be your road car?
Yes, it did. It actually found me randomly on a classifieds, as does happen. Look, I knew these things had a bit of a cult following in France. And I thought, well, it was cheap enough. I bought it, and I realised once I'd taken it on the road that it was probably better off to be a track car, or else I was going to lose my licence, right? So, yeah, and just been a labour of love ever since. Something a bit different being French. But, great. That's the great thing about improved production. There's so many different cars, rotaries, naturally aspirated 2 litres, V8s, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think it fits in nicely.
And it's always good to focus on some of the cars you don't often see at the front of the paddock. So it's always good to see something unique like this, as you say. And it's obviously been a labour of love for several seasons for you. Is there anything more to come for the car for you in season 2022?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, surprisingly enough, there's still a whole heap of development to go, both power and suspension, especially suspension. So we're struggling a little bit this weekend because the things aren't quite right suspension-wise, but no, there's plenty of development to come.
That's awesome. Thank you, Callum. And we thank Callum for joining us. It's back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Callum and Callum down there in the pit and paddock. And great to see a Peugeot 306 GT16 out there on track. These things were absolutely the weapon of choice at the end of the Group G era of, the Paris to Dakar and the World Rally Championship and all that sort of thing. Certainly a complete thoroughbred as far as motorsport goes, and great to see the ever-growing Victorian under 2-litre improved production scene. The under 2-litre scene in New South Wales is that strong that they have their own races. So has never been that strong, and yours truly, certainly, it's where I spent most of my racing in the under 2-litre and improved production all those years ago. So great to see the 206 there. Darren Smith here, Steve DeVries right alongside me, the expert commentary from the 888 Home Loans improved production field. Sorry, the Hino
Prestige
Hino improved production field. A great new naming rights sponsor on for this season. And what an absolute diverse range of race cars we've got on track, as always, with improved production.
Absolutely. And coming back to your comments just a few moments ago, Darren, about the 2-litre cars that are in the field this weekend, we've actually got 6, which is quite a good number, especially for Winton. It's one of the tracks that really suits a lot of the smaller cars, like the Civic of Paul Givots that just went through, and the Civic of Stephen Zorkis that went through a couple of seconds before Paul flashed across the screen there. Coming back to the strength of the 2-litre cars as well, and most of the time we see them in Victoria happens to be whenever the Nationals come around, usually held at Phillip Island. Last time that was held down there, I remember the day when we had 90 cars turn up to Island Magic for that year, and there was a big field of under 2-litre cars, and mostly supported by New South Wales, but of course there was a fairly strong Victorian and other states contingent turned up there as well. But we've got a couple of years to go before we get another one of those. I was actually talking to Pete Lyons from Revheads TV last night, suggesting that with where Sandown's currently heading, maybe that might be the next time that we have to have an improved production nationals, because plenty of those guys in the other states may not ever get to run that track again, given that it's teetering on the brink.
Couldn't agree with you more. The only problem is that that means you've got to bring a big V8.
Correct.
And that's what Sandown rewards. We saw that at round one. We've already got a car retiring off to the side of the on the run down to turn 10.
Please don't tell me that's Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in a Commodore. I'm having to look from the long-distance lens here.
It's certainly got some bright orange
it
on
has.
the side of it.
And I'm a little bit concerned because obviously the multi-time state and club series champion, is that a fair share drummers? And yes, it is. That's really disappointing. He's going straight to the diff as well.
Yeah, he's looking under there. That's not what we wanted to see. Starting from the second row of the grid, the front row of the grid, we'll see yesterday's race winner, Robert Braun, on pole position. Paul Cruz right alongside. Great to see the Cruz boys back on the front row of the grid. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo at this point in time is going to not make the start of this. The officials have delayed the start, so they're going to drag the GC Electrical Pro Cut car out of its position there. It's hardly vulnerable where it is, but certainly better to have it hidden away behind the barriers. Let's just keep running it through the grid. Craig Piegros in the number 640. So there's some diversity for you, isn't it? Robert Braun, BMW 3 Series. Paul Cruz in the little Nissan. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo in the big Commodore. And Craig Piegros in that bright, or that dark blue, brightly sponsored Falcon there as well on the second row of the grid. Jamie Augustine in the 155 will be next on the grid. Mark DeFanis, who, played the bridesmaid yesterday, didn't he? He was thereabouts the whole race long. I'm going to watch for the number 21, the Silver Minari. You can just see the nose of it in shot there, up to the back of the cars on the grid there on the long shot. Keep an eye out for Jared McLeod, very, very experienced race driver. A bit of a guest drive here this weekend. David Bone in the number 7 Datsun 1600. There is the official start delayed. Robert Baird in the 777 in a more traditional type of improved production car. Was always for a long time rotary territory, and the first rotary 777 in position number 9. Adrian Taranto in that magnificent looking little Audi number 38 out of 12. Wayne Allway right beside him. Stephen Zorkas, the first of our under 2 litre cars, out of position number 13. Stephen qualified immensely, and we actually saw him coming out of position 6 yesterday. The horsepower cars did get the best of him yesterday, and the best of Stephen Zorkas still to come here this weekend in the number 17 car there as well. Back to Brad White, then it's Dallas Brooks, Prague Watts. So a couple of under 2 litre cars, Steve, in that mid-pack with Zorkas and Paul there as well, both Civics.
Absolutely. There's your current point standings at the top as it sits right now. Just flashed off the screen there with Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Sadly, as being dragged off the circuit, is the current clubhouse leader in the Vic State Series. So let's get this underway after a very short delay. Robert Braun got the jump yesterday afternoon from the other side of the grid. Now he's got to do it from the dirty side of the grid up against Paul Cruz in the Nissan Silvia S13. And Rob Braun's had a very, very good launch from the dirty side of the grid. Got a clean set of heels this time. Doesn't have to go very, very deep and brave under brakes around the long way around Paul Cruz's right-hand side this time as they all file through the opening chicane for the first time.
Everyone doing it nicely through the first couple of corners.
Oh,
as we've got one
McPherson
off on the start line. Oh, Graham McPherson. What a forgettable weekend he has had at Winton Motor Raceway. Came out of 31 on the grid, didn't get home yesterday, so not sure what's happened with Graham as the field streamed their way through. There's been contact.
There's been contact, Darren. There's another car off down there too. It looks like it might be Brad Ross in the Falcon.
Certainly does look like that. The big Falcon with the red sides and the white stripe across the middle of the car. So field continues on. We may see safety car at some time. Robert Braun and David Bone fill the screen now, the 7 and the 777. And that's the Audi of Taranto. Then we go to Tefanis in the Commodore there as well. So there's Zorkas in the red Civic there, and the big Commodores in that field there. Look at the Civics. They just get left behind a little bit in a straight line, but watch how these front-wheel drive Japanese cars get through the twisty section. Here is the front of the field, and there's Jared McLeod in the number 21. He's already made his way through to, what is it, P3, P4 at the moment.
Looks like it's about 2 spots gained there. He's ahead of Mark Defanis, and he's ahead of Craig Pierre-Gross in the XE Falcon, so that'll be a 2-position gain for Jared McLeod aboard Peter Dixon's number 21 Monaro. He's the only one in the field this weekend with the absence of Adam Poole. Actually was told it was a birthday party for his children. That's why he's missing this weekend, which is, I guess, a good reason, family reasons to stay at home in South Australia.
Bit of a long haul too. If you've got commitments at home with the kids, best to do that. And they are trying to recover those first 2 cars that were the start line incident on local yellows. We've now got a BMW retiring to the infield as well. It's an interesting way to bring it in as pitches back down through turn 4. There's Taranto. Great looking little Audi. And the only Audi in the field. I sort of feel as though we're going to start seeing some more of these cars start to get their way into improved production. There's big Craig Pierre-Gross, new sponsor, B&M Boring alongside. Great welcome to improved production to them.
They're getting their money's worth, aren't they? The car's been on the screen quite a fair bit. It's a beautifully presented bit of kit from Dean Lilly and the crew at Ravage Raceworks. And Craig's really stepped up his driving this year, as evidenced by the last round at Sandown. In the first year that he had the car in 2021, really just took it quietly and sort of found his way and found his feet, really didn't push it too hard. Then Dean Lilly jumped into the car at practice at Sandown and absolutely flogged the rear tyres on it and sort of really showed Craig how quickly he could go. And Craig's like, well, I'm the car owner. I can't go faster than the guy, or I can't be slower than the guy that's built the car for me, so I better put my foot down.
Well, that gives him the confidence that the car under him is going to do it. The other thing is that he's got to be very careful of is that is lining up those rear tyres. And
yes,
you've got to be able to bring these tyres to the end of the race. And the more horsepower you get, and we see it with the likes of Damien Milano and Troy Lloyd in the Shep City Bearings car and Gretsch Gumbo as well, start to look after those tyres. It's all good to burn them up off the first part of the track. Then you'll get these guys, Zorkus, the RX-7s, and some of the lesser powered V8 Commodores, the Civics come after you as we get along. And particularly at Phillip Island, which will be our next round, that's where you see it. Some of the bigger, heavier cars, those long-loaded corners, start to tear up the tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a great little battle between the VX Commodores. You've got Brad White in the Douglas Parade Motors 48, who's just managed to overtake Dallas Brooks in the Sign Pro entry. A couple of real noticeable differences you can see on those 2 cars, which sort of lends to what you can do in improved production. You can see that Brad White's got the Monaro front bar on the car and the bigger rear wing. Dallas Brooks has got the more standard sort of optional rear wing that came as a factory extra back in the day, and the standard front bar. So a little bit of development differences, but at a track like this, it's actually proving to be a null and void to, I guess, a degree. The pass was made quite easily, but by the same token, they quite well matched those 2 cars in certain parts of the circuit. Now Dallas Brooks has got a mirror-full of Paul Javots in the EG Civic.
The RX-7 giving a bit of that Testament-rich fuel overrun out the exhaust there, the black smoke out there, nothing to worry about. Boy, have a look at that Civic. Paul drives away the number 45. He wouldn't have thought he'd drive away from a V8 Commodore and 178 there as easily as what we've just seen then with Dallas Brooks. But, wow, that was some good drive out of turn 10.
Shane Williams tucked in behind here as well. And here's Jared Tonks. Now, Jared Tonks had a little bit of an issue yesterday early on, and I think it was mechanical gremlins, and he's fought his way from the back of the field through, and he's all the way up to what is now P8. He's just wrestled P8 away from Adrian Taranto in the Audi. The next
Jared Tonks started out of 30th. Yeah, good spot there, Steve. Absolutely. He started out of P3 yesterday, so qualified really well with the 131.2 and did have that issue yesterday. So a massive fight back. That's a big drive through this field, which is a tough gig at Winton.
Absolutely a tough gig, and he's got Danny Timewell's the next man up the road from him. Now, a little bit further behind them, a couple of cars behind them actually. Robert Baird, who we had that fantastic onboard footage from yesterday, courtesy of the Blendline TV crew downstairs. It's almost harking back to the days of race cam. Last night I was thinking all we need is the microphone to be mic'd up to cut to him live and then turn around and say, nah, too busy boys, got to go back to driving.
Jeez, I tell you what, you could half close your eyes and have a bit of a squint on here, and this could be Phil Morris, Ken Douglas or Andy Brown or any of those guys, Kane Fletcher or Joel Fletcher back in the 90s here with the Datsun and the RX-7. Of course, Rob Baird raced right through the early part of the 90s, and great return to the sport in an RX-7, but this is traditional fare, I guess you'd say, for improved production. Datsun 1600s and RX-7s and RX-3s, and either side were enveloping with the more technology, the all-wheel of the Audi, and then the great little VTEC power plant on board the Zorkas car there as well. So a good nod to some tradition and certainly the way forward as well on screen at the moment.
Absolutely. Young Tom Baird, who's the son of Rob in that car as well, he had an RX-7 he was potentially building for IP. They tried to run it up here at the Freedom 4 Hour, and it unfortunately fell over after a couple of laps. He's actually sold that car, got himself an FD RX-7 he's building up for a sports sedan. So the Baird name going to continue in motorsport in the Vic State Series, hopefully in the not too distant future.
Robert Baird was going for a position there as well, and there's positions at the front coming under fire also. A couple of cars running Pro Card stickers on board there. We haven't actually got the Pro Card car here today, but certainly the company being represented by some of the bigger V8s here as well. And this is for position here. Tonks has come out of 30th, and have a look at this. He's up to 7th, threatening for 6 and 5 on the road here.
Jared McLeod's managed to clear this little group as well. He's up to 4th place now. Mark Defanis has now done what he couldn't do yesterday, and that was get past was the battle between Augustine and Pierre Gross. And Augustine's now up the road in 3rd. So this is the battle that pack that was really rampaging on toward the end of the race yesterday afternoon has sort of split apart. It's actually found a new little battle here. Pierre Gross just looks a little bit vulnerable out of some of these slower 90-degree corners at the moment. It might not be too much longer before Tonks sends a pass up the inside at one of these chicanes.
I tell you what, it's not vulnerable, and I'm not sure what the number represents on the side, but that's horsepower, and the car is
Probably
number
is.
640. I reckon on a bad tune day, that car's got 640 horsepower.
Half-hearted look here at turn 3, just showing the nose, just realising, hey, I'm here, and on the second side of the equation. We're teammates, by the way. We're both at a ravage. We don't want to come together like the teammates did at Sandown a couple of weeks ago.
Look at this. Tonks looks to the inside, the rod and gun car, the B&M Boring. Number 640 of Pierre Gross. This has grabbed our attention. Look up the inside here for Tonks. He's got to make a move, and he does. Pierre Gross opens the corner up nicely. He'll flow the Falcon here, though. He'll certainly keep into it, keep the momentum going, but what he has done is he's just unlocked that for this magnificent drive by Jared Tonks. This is the drive of the weekend for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Had to come back after some adversity yesterday and have a look at this drive now. It's a measured drive, very measured in fact, that he's being able to keep the car all in one piece, stay out of trouble, which is often very difficult when you're charging through 30 cars in the field to try and get to the front. Jared McLeod's assault on the lead of this race is slowed marginally at this point in time. 6 laps done, so still only 3 laps to go, but Robert Braun is showing a clean set of heels to Paul Cruz, 2.6 seconds a rear, and then a further 10 seconds back is Jamie Augustine. But what a real change at the front of this field, and what a different track will throw up, and the advantages of some of the more smaller, nimble cars, and the cars that get all of their horsepower to the ground. That's what it's about here at Winton. It's about power down and drive off the corner.
In terms of the 3 circuits that we visit in the Vic State Series as well, I always like to call this one the joker in the pack, because we visit it only once throughout the course of the year, and it's a track, as you rightly pointed out just then. It's about getting power down out of the slow speed corners. It's about having a car that handles well, that sort of balances itself quite nicely through the course. Oh, and Mark Defanis looks like he's been caught on the outside at the very, very fast sweeper, the technical sweeper at turn 5, and has just put a foot off the road, and that has cost him dearly.
It was only just before that in the rundown between 3 to 4 that we saw Jared Tonks go through, so he'd already arrested that spot off Mark Defanis as he now heads off like something out of the Fast and Furious, with dust trailing him away down there. But at the moment, I'm wondering if Jared Tonks, with 2 laps still to go, has got Jared McLeod now on his side. So this is an absolute storming drive, and as I said, it's calculated, it's measured, it's not being aggressive. He is just driving very, very well. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets out of the car at the end of this and he's pretty much forgotten how the race transpired. There he is.
He's all over
him.
Absolutely.
Already.
Yep, and there's 2 laps to run here, so this is not over by any stretch of the imagination. This will be for 4th place in this race. So a spot on the second row of the grid's at stake here. Going to go the long way, going to go under brakes, and McLeod just hangs in there but allows enough racing room. That's really good racecraft from the pair of them. Very, very smart, very, very sensible. Made the pass, well, I wouldn't say overly difficult, but didn't make it easy for him either, and Tonks is equal to the task. Good job. Very, very, very good job. Here's a replay of the Defanis going off at, actually just lost the rear. A little bit too wide out of the groove, it just lost the rear.
Yeah, that, as I said, Jared Tonks had already got him on the run down to turn 3, so it was all by himself. Here we go. Now this is back, and this is the battle for 4th on the road. And we've seen Jared Tonks go through. There's Jared McLeod in the number 21, and Craig Piergross. Danny Timewell doing a nice drive here too into 7th. They're still getting used to this car. He started out of 10th place, so Danny and the Commodore doing a nice job. Here's number 13, Paul Cruz. Awesome to see this bright orange car back on track, doing a fantastic job of it as well as he runs down. Just up the road, you can just see the back of the BMW of Robert Braun, talking about doing a good job. That's where the Cruz boys want to be. Happens to be Paul racing here this weekend, and they want to take it up to the BMW. Great to see Bruce Henley back in the category as well here this weekend in his RX-8. A guy that's been around for well over 30 years in this category and does a fantastic job. So we're on our final lap now. It's Robert Braun leading from Paul Cruz, and it's a very slight 1.5 second lead. And I reckon Paul Cruz has actually got the bit between the teeth, because he is looking very, very aggressive at this point in time. There's Robert Braun in the 86. Beautiful looking BMW E30. There's nothing on that car that doesn't need to be there. Everything has an effect. Everything has a purpose. Here's the 13. This gap is slowly closing. Like I said, it's 1.8 seconds at the start of this lap.
Yeah, they've got some lap traffic to deal with in the same fashion they had in race 1 yesterday. A little bit of lap traffic within the last 2 laps of the race. Looking forward to see Robert Braun. He's going to be up at Bathurst in 3 weeks. They've actually got a BMW 135 that they've had bought from David Levy Motorsport. He's actually sharing that car with Tony Maloney. And I'll be looking forward to seeing what they do in a couple of weeks.
Goes off again.
And Defanis has been off again in the last couple of, in this last lap as well. But Braun, been a clean set of heels, great start from the front row of the grid, and has held sway, and he's going to come home with a similar margin to what he had yesterday. So 2 from 2 for Robert Braun.
In that last lap, it was 0.7 of a second that Paul Cruz took back off him as well. So the Nissan coming on strong. Here's the under 2 litre race. This is Zorkis, and they're punctuated by Robert Baird in the RX-7. So it's Zorkis back to Watts there as well. So they're currently sitting 10, 11, 12 on the road at the moment. And that's a great result. Paul Cruz just ranging up behind Robert Braun, just to give him a bit of an acknowledgement. Congratulations. The forlorn look on Luke Gretsch-Gumbo's face. He'll come from the rear of the grid. Hopefully he can fix the concern he has with the number 25 Gretsch-Gumbo electrical HSV Senator. And the field streaming across the line.
Absolutely. So very good win to Braun from Cruz. Jamie Augustine at the end of the day, 18.5 seconds behind in 3rd place. Jared Tonks, drive, as you pointed out, Darren, of the weekend so far. Rear of grid all the way through to 4th in a 30-plus deep car field. Craig Piergross benefited late there. Mark Defanis had got past him a bit earlier on in the piece. So too had Jared McLeod. He'd gotten past him as well. So in the last couple of laps, both Mark Defanis and Jared McLeod have had some sort of drama that's seen them fall out of the top 5.
Back to Danny Timewell, home in 7th place. Stephen Zorkis eventually home in 8th there. Great drive in car number 17, first of the under 2 litre cars. Robert Baird, then Adrian Taranto, David Bone, Wayne Allway. Then the 45 of Gus Watts gets across the line. White Defanis eventually home in 15th place. So that's not a great result for the car that started out of 6th there. So something went wrong with the number 33 for him to just disappear back through down the field. Then it's Williams, Wayne Twist, Dallas Brooks, Richard Opie in the RX-8 from Bendigo Mazda. Back to Lloyd, West, Blair Cool, Bruce Henley in 23, Rogers, Harris and Wayne Decker rounding out the 26. A massive field of 36 improved production cars started the race. Can't quite get to all of them on the timing screen in the time available. The field streaming back into the paddock now, and of course always a great run with improved production, And we will see them again this afternoon for a 10-lapper. And let's see if Luke Gumbo, champion in the category, can get his car back on track for that. 3:05, we'll see the 10-lapper for the improved production cars on track. They head for the pit and paddock area, and we wait for Formula V's to come out. We'll be back in just a few moments.
For your daily motorsports fix, say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back to the pit paddock. We've wandered over to the Formula V paddock where I'm joined by John Casamati, who's a recent competitor in Formula V. Thank you for joining us and having a bit of a chat. Could you tell us about how you came to be in Formula V?
Yeah, for sure. So my story is pretty much my old man used to do it back in the 70s. And we've, I guess, just a family that's passionate for motorsport. And then, yeah, pretty much one day we just decided, you know what? We came down to watch some V racing. I enjoyed the hell of it. The guys were amazing. And yeah, we just got into it, jumped into it, bought a car and started racing, and here we are. So we're learning along the way. We're learning all about the car and how to set it up. Every weekend, every race that we do is just a learning experience. But yeah, here we are. I can't say much more than that.
How do you find your development so far? Obviously, did you start in Formula V, or have you had previous racing experience before these?
I've had no racing experience before, so pretty much just a little bit of driving on a sim, and I did a bit of karting as a kid, but nothing like extreme. Just always had a passion for it, really, and that's it. Always watching the V8s or the Formula One and stuff like that, like every kid as they do that enjoys motorsport. And yeah, just jumped in, and no joke, every time I'm out on the track I learn something new and learn from the guys. The Formula V guys in the community is fantastic. It's amazing. They all jump in to help you if you're struggling with something like that. So yeah, every days that I'm in the car, there's a slight bit of development that we do. So yeah, so it's going well.
There you have it. That's John Casamati. Big smile, all-round happy guy. Look out, Daniel Ricciardo. Back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Callum, and always good to catch up with the Formula V crew down there. It is exceptionally close racing, and you do need to be a very clever, thinking race driver to be anywhere near successful in Formula V. It's all about really getting yourself to be in the straight line, heading towards the finish line, and Steve DeVries has remained right alongside me, a great proponent of the Formula V racing. Steve, you've always enjoyed Formula V racing. You've caught a lot of their racing, but certainly right throughout my life, I've always loved to get over to the wall. You can sort of watch with one eye, watch the first sort of 8 laps or so, but make sure you're watching that last lap, because that's when all the deals start to land on the table,
That's
isn't it?
exactly right. It's in terms of the entertainment factor, I think we look at all the categories in the Vic State Series, and Formula V is definitely right up there at the top of the tree. If it's not at the very top, it's very close to the top, because the entertainment factor is very, very good, and a very, very high level of skill required in such a small open wheel car. Compared to a Formula 4, they're not as wide, but they still are an open wheeler, so you have got to be aware of where all 4 corners of your car are, and it does take a lot of skill, because some drivers, they like to have a little bit of a slide through some of these cars. Some drivers like the car to be a little bit more neutral, a bit more planted, so it's a bit of a unique driving style from driver to driver, from car to car, and from setup to setup. And that's why the entertainment value is so good, because everybody's got a little bit of something different that just contributes to the overall spectacle.
It's been a long time since I drove a Formula V at Calder. And one thing that grabs your attention, and you can feel like you can just about reach out and touch them, is the way the wheels move around. They've got quite a propensity to move around up and down, and they're right in your vision. They're not like a Formula 4 where they're a fair bit more out in your peripheral vision. They're like in your target sights, if you like. You can see the wheels there, and you're best to keep your opposition sort of well and truly in the frame, and you can picture frame them up with the wheels. And a lot of the drivers these days, it was an old Elfin that I drove all those years ago, but a lot of the drivers these days sit a lot lower in the car, down in the chassis. The chassis development has never stopped in Formula V. It continues to this day to still be a developing chassis category. Let's have a quick look at the grid as the cars are making their way out on track. Michael Kinsella starting out of pole position in the number 35. Heath Collinson right next to him, a guy that knows the front row of the grid in Formula V racing. Daniel Reynolds, great drive yesterday, P3 in the number 78. Reith McCarthy in the 61. Hayden Crossland. Then we go to Ashley Clifford, second generation racer. I remember when his dad had a foray into Australian Formula 3, was certainly involved with Will Power's career to get him overseas as well. So great to see the Clifford family back at the racetrack. Adam Nicholson, Isaac Woodhouse, back to Brandon Taylor. Nick Kerr out of position number 10, an interesting starting spot there. We'll get to that throughout the race. Daniel Spinello in 11. Darren Power out of position number 12. Rob Vile in the number 7. Keep an eye on Rob. Sumek Radapanta in number 60. Then Claudia Lennox, Ryan Buttigieg in the number 85 out of 16th. Josh Munro next. Kelly Egan, April Welsh, Charles Tracy Rich, Ayrton Filippi out of 21. And down the back of the field is Andre Curtin, Lee Partridge, who's had a repair to do, John Casamati, who we caught up in the lane there, and Stephen Butcher. Was interesting comment earlier on to hear that a partridge repairing his Formula V.
Yes, it's not quite Christmas, but yes, I get the idea. No, it was a bit strange. We did see Lee Partridge go off yesterday afternoon. He did get the front and back of that car, so there's a little bit of damage. Thankfully, nothing that was a huge repair job. A little bit of suspension work, some exhaust, the gear shifter and things like that, primarily around the rear. So he's going to be off the back of the grid. Stephen Butcher, of course, the only 1200 class car here this weekend. That's why he's off the back of the grid. The two different categories, the 1600 and the 1200. Being a national round as well, there's a few extra competitors in the field, and the couple of them that are up the front row. One of them took a race win yesterday in Michael Kinsella, and Daniel Reynolds is one row further back. There was a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from both Reynolds and McCarthy yesterday afternoon, so keep an eye on those two men out of the second row of the grid.
I'm also going to keep an eye on Stephen Butcher, because even though he's in the 1200, he was well and truly inside the field yesterday before going off the track there. So we'll keep an eye on him as well, albeit right off the back of the grid and in a lesser capacity vehicle. Revs rise at the front. We're ready for a race start. There's the green flag letting race control know. 5 seconds is the call.
Right, lights will go on here. Great angle as well to see the lights go on and all the Vs line up. And away we go for 9 laps with thanks to VW, or Australian VW Performance Centre. And Heath Collinson gets the initial launch off the line. Good start for the man aboard the Collinson Black Angus, number 31. And into turn 1 he goes. McCarthy already looking down the inside of Michael Kinsella. Now switches to the outside. Just cuts away, so we can't quite see what the end result of that is. A bit further behind, here come the Acura cars. Damien Spinello. There's also the Beecham number 25, and Nick Kerr, who was out of 10th place mid-pack. Looks like they've lost touch with the first few cars in the group ahead of them. They're going to play a little bit of catch-up here as McCarthy already rounded up Michael Kinsella. Now he's rounded up Heath Collinson. McCarthy is a man in a hurry here on lap 1.
I was going to say at the start of this race with Heath Collinson getting away there, they don't want to see that, because if he does, he normally runs away with it. But have a look at Reef McCarthy. He's got something to prove here today. He wants to get a W, and he looks like he's trying to do it in this race. He's grabbed himself a good 3 or 4 car length lead over Heath Collinson, who is a very difficult racer to beat at the best of times. He goes out now after Reef McCarthy. They're all settled themselves down, and now we start this dance where we start to line up with each other. Third on the road there, doing a tremendous job there is the number 35, Michael Kinsella. A different type of chassis being used to the cars around.
It's the Checkmate chassis. It's prepared by Paul Corcoran and normally piloted by Wade McLean. A little bit of an unusual sort of clip on the curb. Just illustrated right then, Darren, what you were talking about a little bit earlier with the wheels getting a little bit of a up in the air, just seeing how everything goes up and down the suspension.
Brandon Taylor with a time penalty. And one of the interesting things here, which I've just seen there as well from Heath Collinson, so we've now seen it from Heath Collinson and Kinsella, and that's use of the ripple strips. And there it is, the move goes down the inside, the 35, and the 78 joins on through. So Heath Collinson loses 2 spots in one corner. I have never seen Heath give up those spots like that, but the corner was opened up. There was no point him trying to slam the door shut there. It would have just ended up in a big incident and taking 3 of the front runners out. So he'll join on in behind. There's 9 laps to go here. He's a vastly experienced Formula V racer, so he might have gone, you know what, I'm actually setting myself up. You guys have talked about it in the lead into the race. This is what I'm doing.
A little bit of strategy play there as well. You're right, there was nothing to be gained by trying to close down and keep Daniel Reynolds behind. Just let them go, because the 2 cars ahead of him, Daniel Reynolds in the 78 and Michael Kinsella in the 35, definitely a little bit quicker at the moment. And I think from Heathy's point of view, he'll hope that they can tow him along a little bit, especially down the front, the back straight here, and the front straight in a couple of corners' time, and that they'll eventually catch back up to Reef McCarthy with a half a second lead across the line. It's probably going to be something similar, just judging by where it looks at the moment when they get across the line to complete lap 2.
Notice how they all stayed off the entry ripple strip there, but they've run wide onto the exit ripple strip. That will affect their speed down the straight. So it's going to be a kilometre an hour or 2, but what it will do will fall into Reef McCarthy's hand. He'll grab an extra 100th of a second here or there as they dip it in. I'm wrong, because the 35 is ranged right up into the gearbox of the 61. Reef McCarthy now has his mirrors full of Kinsella and Reynolds. And this is the tail in 3. There's your podium right there at the moment. But Heath Collinson in the background is one that you always need to keep a good eye on.
Oh,
We've
off.
got someone off there. That's right where Lee Partridge went in yesterday.
Can't quite see who that is.
Lee Partridge, by the way, has made his way into position number 12. So he's driven out of 23 to P12. So a tremendous drive by the guy that likes his molecule products. And he is into position 12 right behind Nick Kerr. So that's a good drive there by the pilot of the number 28. And we've gone safety car, I would have thought. So there
John
is
Casamati, that's who it is. Sadly, that's the man we just had on the broadcast interview just before this race got underway. So the GMC products number 9, and he looks a little bit forlorn there. Here's the replay of what happened. Into turn 1, missed the apex by a little bit, got loose, went across the gravel, and he's whacked that wall too. So there'll be some nose cone damage. There'll probably be a H-beam that needs to be looked at there as well. And he, unfortunately, for the second race in a row, the tractor is going to come along and lift that car up onto the flatbed truck. Yesterday, it was down at between turns 3 and 4. Today, it's at turn 2, sadly.
I would suggest he'll be invited to jump into one of the course vehicles and make his way back to the medical centre for a bit of a check-up as we see the car going onto the flatbed. Well, what a rapid response. The Winton safety team here doing a massive effort. They've got the tractor with the forklift attachment on it with the sling over the top there, getting the number 9 up onto the flatbed. And at the end of the day, you'll see that tractor picking up hay bales in a property not too far away. No, it's a dedicated track response vehicle, but certainly farm implementation being used to great effect here at Winton. And the car goes on to the flatbed. We've got the ambulance there. That'll be just to bring the driver back for a checkup. If a driver or a car ever hits a wall, it is mandatory under the Motorsport Australia requirements that that driver get checked out by a doctor. And we have got doctors always at the Motorsport Australia events that will check out the drivers and will certainly be front and centre whenever required as far as the medical attention is concerned. The field stream around past the sweeper and come under control of the safety car for the first time here. And let's hope the final time. And I guess the other thing is we're looking for that number 28 for Lee Partridge. There's Lee, just cruising around right there and doing a tremendous job. There it is. There's our top 4 at the moment. Reith McCarthy, Heath Collinson on points. Reith McCarthy coming into this round 122. Heath Collinson 112. Jake Rowe 94. Jake won't score any points here this weekend because he's not here. Ash Clifford. Ash Clifford staying out of trouble in the number 17, currently in position number 6, so doing a good job. Started out of 6, hasn't lost a spot, but continues on in the race. And Lee Partridge with 73 points. So you can see why Lee wants to race and race fast in this race to get himself back up on the points after a DNF yesterday.
Oh, and that's April Welsh being dragged off as well. So the Norvo Nordisk and Medtronic number 10 being dragged behind some of the barriers. Just struggling to see where that is on the circuit at the moment. It's in the infield somewhere. It's been a fairly quick clean-up as well. So just the one lap of safety car. So really, really great response from the trackside recovery crews to get the stricken number 9 of John Casamati out of harm's way. That's going to reveal at least another 5 laps of racing. Now, importantly for Brandon Taylor, this amplifies his penalty that he got a little while ago for the, I think it was a blend line infringement, because he's now caught in a very, very close pack. He hasn't got enough time around him. He'll need to break away and try and make some time to avoid losing too many spots as a result of that. But we're now under restart orders, and McCarthy is doing his best to get going and resume that in a hurry mentality.
So Spinner there, almost coming into turn 2, almost had another incident there.
Ash Clifford had got a little bit loose through the first chicane, and he's lost at least 3 or 4 spots there, caught in a very awkward position going into turn 3 with the cars either side of him. Who's that's gone through? Damien Spinello's gone through. Isaac Woodhouse has gone through. Now Brandon Taylor, the man we're just talking about, the number 29 Spectrum Spectrum 01, is right on his gearbox at the moment as well.
There's Ash Clifford filling our screens there. Got the GPS car, the number 29 there of Taylor. Spinello in behind. Nick Kerr has got Lee Partridge all over him at the moment, but there's the 17 Clifford just grabbing a little bit of that ripple strip there, just about throwing the car halfway back across the track there. He wants to stay off those ripple strips. They're not very nice. They're quite aggressive around that part of the circuit there. It's designed to keep cars from going over there, so they're quite aggressive. And this is our running just outside the top 10 at the moment on track that we're giving a good look at. This isn't. This is inside the 5, 6, 7, 8. There's Partridge coming through in the 28.
Good drive out of the turn 10, slowest corner on the circuit. It's a bit more than a 90-degree right-hander, so stay well right, scrub off as much speed as you can, and he's really maximised the traction out of that traction zone and gets past Brown Taylor. Almost a change for the race lead there between Kinsella and McCarthy. McCarthy holds, but for how long?
Yep, how long indeed. We've got, we're on lap 6 of 9, so 3 laps continue in this race. The other thing is now where have we got Partridge, who's now 10th. Just a great shot coming onto the straight there where we see the drivers just adjusting their hands. You can almost see down inside the cowling over the steering wheel there, and the driver's hands up and about and getting very active. So fighting for it at the front. This is our race leader, Ruth McCarthy over Mike Kinsella, Daniel Reynolds, Heath Collinson. 3 filling our screen now. That's the 1, 2 and 3 in the race.
And the top 2 have got a little bit of history from last year as well. They came together on a Sunday afternoon, albeit accidentally, but it wiped them both out of the race. Kinsella was in his own car at that particular occasion this time last year, so you want to be careful in the car that he's got because it's not his, but they play for keeps sometimes, the national competitors. They are very, very feisty, and they definitely want that W as much as McCarthy wants it. Inside defensive line from McCarthy on approach to 11. Is the over and under maybe in order here? No, not quite close enough. Got to construct that pass, Michael Kinsella, and he's also got to be careful when he tries to construct that pass. He doesn't leave himself vulnerable to Daniel Reynolds behind, because one slight slip in these last 3 laps. And, whoa, Reynolds now thinks maybe I want to go a little bit early here. No, shows the nose. Almost a little bit of contact as they try and go for the over and under on each other. None of them making it work.
What he's done there is, though, he's been able to flow the car. He's just testing where he can put the car on the track there so he can flow it. And maybe to run up to turn 3 on the next lap around, he might be able to just zot off the inside there. So giving himself the best drive out of turn 2 by going wide there and looping it around. So giving himself lots of nice flowing run through the turn 1-2 complex and come up the hill and potentially have a good kilometre an hour or 2 faster than McCarthy and Kinsella.
I'm also wondering down the main straight, the toe is not as huge here as it is at places like Sandown and Phillip Island, but with 2 cars ahead, maybe the double toe might have been a little bit more beneficial to Daniel Reynolds behind, because he came past at quite a rate after having got a pretty good exit and then was almost alongside McCarthy prior to going into turn 1. So maybe, because it's a very still day here, maybe that might be a little deciding factor very, very late in this piece.
Certainly not dealing with any crosswinds, which we can have from time to time coming off the water at Phillip Island. So the cars are nice and stable. They're not going to buff it around here. I get the feeling that Reynolds is lining something up here. He's certainly the last one in the opportunity that can affect the front too, because the gap behind them to cross them, Collinson, Nicholson, Woodhouse, Clifford, Spinello, Partridge and Taylor is quite big, and it's not going to play into effect in the result of this one. But the 35 looks out this time. Reeve McCarthy holds on.
Under
Certainly
brakes.
3 different lines being taken here. Watch the drive from Kinsella and Reynolds as they come up the hill.
It'll be on at 3. It'll be on at 3. Kinsella will send it at 3 if he gets half a chance. Not on this occasion. McCarthy wide at the apex of 3, same as what he was around about this time yesterday afternoon. Hangs on just for the moment. McCarthy very, very deep under brakes going into turn 1. Kinsella threw the dice, tried to go the long way around. McCarthy said, no, you aren't, and was equally deft on the brakes into turn 1. And this is a fantastic scrap and really showcasing the skills of all 3 of these men out in front.
It's the ripping drive. We're on lap 8 of 9 here at the moment. Reeve McCarthy knows how to lead and win Formula V races. And at the moment, he's coming under immense pressure. Hasn't put a foot wrong. In fact, none of these 3 have really put a foot wrong yet. Heath Collinson could not go with them. There's a look down the inside. Kinsella gets it done. A really good move. They're going to be side by side off in the dirt. That's going to affect Reef McCarthy's speed at the end of the straight. He might find himself relegated back to 5th. And in fact, the leader, we thought, in the 35 might come out of this. He could be the 78 as he goes through, tucks in behind. Reef McCarthy made a mistake after being passed by the 35 there. And Kinsella will head off on the last lap in this race in the lead. As Reef McCarthy pulled the best move of all time by going back to P3.
I'm not 100% sure that he has now. Daniel Reynolds thinks, you know what, I want to in front of almost into the rear of Kinsella went McCarthy. That was mightily close on the approach to turn 1 and 2. How he got out of that, I will not know, but that's very, very lucky that he didn't run into the back of Kinsella there.
So Daniel Reynolds out of P3 leads the motor race. Down into 3 and 4. The 35 puts 2 wheels off into the dirt. Will affect his run. What's happened to
McCarthy? I think he did the same thing because he's pulling off to the infield at turn 5. So I'm wondering if he's gone and done the same thing that Kinsella did and he's come off worse.
Now it's a race in 2. The motor race just comes alive as it always does in the last lap with Formula V. And it is going to be Kinsella and Reynolds. Reef McCarthy not playing any further part in this battle. And I'm going to have to say that Kinsella at the moment has got a race-winning lead.
Oh, it's Reynolds, I think. Sorry, he's got the race-winning lead here at the moment.
Reynolds,
Darren,
sorry.
There he is, and holding station into turn 10. Last opportunity for Kinsella to keep the winning streak alive this weekend will be down here, under brakes, into turn 11. And I don't think he's quite close enough. Reynolds covers early, then moves across to the natural line, and I think he'll hold from here. Yep, Kinsella realises, nope, there's no point trying to challenge here. I'll come home for second. I'll be on the front row of the grid for the feature race this afternoon. So another one of the national competitors, Daniel Reynolds, race win in race 2 here on a lovely Sunday morning.
Great result there, and typical of Formula V racing. And by typical, I mean fantastic racing. Number 12.
That's Isaac Woodhouse. I think he's probably just clipped a curb on the inside at turn 12 and spun around. And now he's got to play this very sad waiting game. He's got to wait for the whole field to come through and find that gap where he can try and get going. That's, of course, provided the car hasn't stalled.
Doesn't look like, yes, he is getting going again. So car 12
good smart
losing
driving.
The best part of 12 or 13 places off the side of the road there. We'll just trickle it across the line. So at the end of that race, it is Reynolds, Daniel Reynolds in the number 78 that gets the win over Michael Kinsella. Heath Collinson, who we didn't think was going to show in that at the start of the last lap. There's the driver of the number 61, Reef McCarthy, on the side of the track. It's a sad and forlorn sight as he just bounds out of the car. Now that the field is nullified with the checkered flag appearing. So Collinson home in 3rd place.
Great result there for Heath Collinson. I think underestimated where he was at. Hayden Crossland in 4th. And also great result for Adam Nicholson. First top 5. He's been in the category a very short period of time aboard the Stinger number 95 for the Acura Motorsport team. And he'll be very, very happy. Only 12 seconds away from the race lead at the end of the day, but he'll be very, very impressed, and I'm sure the Acura team down there will be extremely happy. Lee Partridge, what a drive from Lee Partridge, essentially off the back of the grid and made his way up to 6th, beneficiary of a couple of drivers falling off the road, as you can see, one of them being Reef McCarthy there on screen, from Damien Spinello, Nick Kerr, Andre Curran, that's another good drive, another one of the cars that was off the track yesterday afternoon, and Ash Clifford after that restart, and having a little bit of a slide and losing several spots, recovers to finish 10th. Now, I noticed that Reef McCarthy was looking over his right shoulder as he was getting out of that Formula V. So he was looking over his right shoulder toward the rear suspension. I'm wondering whether what he did when Kinsella sort of dropped 2 wheels off the road, whether he'd done something similar and has come off worse. And we're now looking at another suspension drama that has to be fixed in time for the race this afternoon.
Race 2 done for the Formula Vs. We'll see them on track this afternoon at 3:55. So if you enjoyed that, make sure you are on track for that as we see the quick replay. This is what happened with the number 61.
So there goes Oh, no, that's
It
not
happened
at all.
before it went off the track.
I'm wondering if maybe as he's gone over the ripple strip on the inside at turn 4, something's maybe broken there, because we didn't get a really good look originally, but from that angle, he definitely didn't run off the circuit. So that's why he was looking over his right shoulder, because I think maybe the ripple strip, as you pointed out, Darren, they can be a little bit aggressive here. You don't necessarily always want to take the inside ripple strips, and maybe that's shattered something on the right rear of car 61.
So that's these Formula V's take off back into the pit and paddock area. Sports Sedans will be on track next. The big bangers. We'll take a quick break. Back soon.
Down here in the pit lane, and I'm joined alongside by Brett Dickey, who we normally see behind the wheel in the sports sedans in the Honda Prelude, but this weekend he's doing something a little bit different. Brett, can you tell us about why you're here?
Yeah, this weekend we're obviously down here helping Graham and Anne Gilliland. They've been long-time supporters of mine, and time to give back to the people that have helped me so much in the past. So yeah, it's cool to be here. It's a little bit different, not driving, but yeah, I get a kick out of helping as many people as I can.
And to that point, how is the Honda Prelude going? I understand there's a cart full of developments on the way.
Yeah, it's had a full rebuild since last time everyone saw it. I'd love to say it's going to be quicker, but we hope it's going to be quicker. So we'll see what time brings. But yeah, some exciting things going on in the future, and yeah, really excited to start releasing what I've been working on for so long.
And what's on the horizon immediately? I think you're going to Sydney Motorsport Park soon?
Yeah, 2 days, and we head off to Sydney Motorsport Park for World Time Attack. So hoping to have some good results there. We've had good results in the past. Testing hasn't gone well for us in the last couple of weeks, but that's why we go testing, don't we?
Lots of rain too. How much horsepower?
Yeah, 1,000 horsepower, and it looks like about 10 millimetres of rain. So I think we've missed the 8 ball on that one, but we'll get there.
And how about your racing exploits overseas? How's Pikes Peak in that sort of program coming along?
Yeah, so last year I spent 4 months overseas. Definitely a long time away from family and friends, but yeah, massive thing that I undertook, racing at Pikes Peak in Colorado, and really enjoyed it. We're going to sit out this year, but we'll be back there next year, and yeah, a few other things on the cards, and looking forward to doing some more travelling.
Awesome. We say a big thank you to Brett Dickey, all-around good guy, for joining us up here in the pit lane. Back to the central commentary box.
Thank you very much, Callum, down there in pit lane. A couple of great blokes just giving their insights into motorsport, and we wish Brett Dickey all the very best in Sydney next weekend for World Time Attack. He will represent himself and his sponsors, his family, and the whole Victorian motorsport scene very, very well, as he did at Pikes Peak last year under very, very trying COVID conditions over there. A brave effort heading over there under such uncertain times in the world, but did a tremendous job and represented everybody very, very well. Brett's a very talented race car driver and deserves every credit and every opportunity that comes his way. Really enjoy watching what Brett will do. Keep an eye on the Sports Sedans Facebook page, Victorian State Race Series Facebook page, and even look up Brett as well, because he does have some exciting announcements coming out in the not too distant future. The QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship is rolling out on track now, and these are the gods of thunder, the big bangers of Australian motorsport, and everybody loves to squash their face up against the window when the Sports Sedans come out. And we send our love down there to the Gilliland crew, as we just see Graham disappearing through the screen there as well. Great to be trackside when the Gillilands go racing. They've done so much racing from the Thunderdome right through the Victorian Sports Sedan series, and Anne has actually found her way to the fence down at turn 3, and looks like she's on the radio to Graham, just letting her know. And looking on the cars go through. It looks like the number 66, Dean Cam, he is having an issue getting going from the pit lanes, so was going to start out at P3. Let's have a look at the grid sheet as it stands. Tony Groves, after a massive drive yesterday, had a huge result out of the racing yesterday, so Tony got through in the number 80 for Valvoline and Mornington Mazda. Francois Habib in the 23 coming through there in the Tasman Motorsport X-Supercar. Dean Cam, as I mentioned, we had issues. There's another issue there for the 94 of David Shaw. Goes in behind the barriers there, so that won't slow us down at all as he's well and truly out of sight there. So John Iplotto, the 97, will be out of position number 4. Ben McLeod in the 72. Damien Gambold in the 37. Chas Talbot in the number 12, that Camaro. And there's the winner from yesterday and pole sitter for this morning on screen, Tony Groves. Graham Gilliland out of position number 10, right next to David Shaw. Craig Milvain and Greg Lynch in the red Commodore off the back of the grid. Actually, I didn't see Greg Lynch head out either in the tribute livery to the HRT. No, he's not on track either, so Greg Lynch not there. There's Chas Talbot. Watch for the wily veteran. Massive amounts of experience. Formula 5000 in the 70s. And someone said that one day we're going to have to cut him in half and count the rings to see how old Chaz is, but age does not weary him. He's an avid competitor and loves coming to the racetrack. Callum's made his way from pit lane and run up into the commentary booth. Welcome, Callum, for the start of the QP Loop Sports Sedans race.
Thank you, Darren. Fastest shirt changes in pit lane. Very happy to be here for the start of race 2 of the QP Loop Sports Sedans Championship. It sounds like the revs are hard against the rev cut, and that is Tony Groves who gets the start, and it's Dean Cam as well, who shoots past Francois Habib going into turn 1, but it's going to take something quite significant to knock off the Mazda 3, the Mark Carr's built vehicle, and it's been evolved and developed since it was initially built up on the Gold Coast. It's an endurance car, and it's certainly dialed in beautifully to the tight technical twisty circuit here at the Winton Motor Raceway. But Dean Cam is pressing on, it must be said. He's definitely pressing on a lot harder than we saw in yesterday afternoon's racing. On screen you can see Graham Gilliland in the number 21 car. That RX-7 laboured away from the grid in yesterday's race. They had a quick engine change between rounds 1 and 2, and it was obviously some teething issues with that 13B rotary. He's up the inside of McLeod in that beautifully presented Holden Commodore, the VY car. It's obviously looking, the livery looks a bit like a giant P plate.
Certainly does. It looks very strong, that Commodore. He drove it very well. Chas Talbot just off the back quarter there of Graham Gilliland, as well as Gilliland puts the rotary power down. Doesn't match the capacity of the 6-litre cars around him. Locks up the front there as Talbot goes through. There's contact between the two protagonists there, Chas Talbot and Graham Gilliland. Something's flew off there. Was it a dive plane off the front of the RX-7, the number 21, as he just runs it back up through the gearbox. Car looks $1 million on track there for Graham Gilliland, and he's now got a bit of work to do as Chas Talbot just applies the horsepower. That is what can happen in a sports sedan race. Such diverse opportunities to engineer the car you want to have underneath you, and we're seeing that with the Mark Mazda at the moment with Tony Groves. Dean Cam not really having an answer, but then again, it's not the ideal track for the Corvette. And the Mark car, with all of its wizardry and trickery, the newer built car, of course the Cam car is well out over 20 years old now. It relies on all the mechanical old school stuff, and that's like a big horsepower figure, a clutch with grip like you've never had before. And Dean Cam at the wheel, vastly experienced competitor, has been racing for such a long, long time. Francois Habib, nowhere near the amount of experience that Dean Cam has got, but gee, you get the feeling that the number 23 wants to get through on the 66. And Dean is certainly not experiencing the car at its absolute best, and it's still sporting that hole in the rear bumper that where Tony Groves ran into the back of him at Dandenong Road at round 1 at Sandown.
Habib had that corner squared off beautifully. He got a great exit, but it was the horsepower of Cam that you could see visibly. He just absolutely pulled away. That Habib is off. He's outbraked himself, and he's going to have to come across the pit entry apron, but he's back onto the circuit, so he'll be ruining that mistake. It was looking good to mount a challenge for second position, so we'll keep a keen eye on him to get back up to speed and claw back onto the back of the Camaro of Dean Cam. Tony Groves at the head of the field. He's nudging 205 kilometres per hour along the main straight here at Winton, which is absolutely shifting. That is a very neat top speed for that car around this tight circuit.
And when you consider that Dean Cam's only a 198 top, I would have thought that the Corvette would certainly get through there a bit faster, but it's certainly a lot slicker car. It's got a larger rear tyre on it to get the power down, but we'll see if Dean gets a good drive off the final corner. Here's a couple of cars with a different technical background. The car, the sports sedan there of Chaz Talbot, number 12, doing a brilliant job. The wild horsepower of the number 37 of Gambold. And Damien Gambold, clearly that's a Touring Car Masters car, the Painter Dixon window banner. Should really be QP Lubes running in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. QP Lube being the series sponsor, but the TCM car very much got a lot of horsepower, as that rule book allows it to do. Chaz Talbot ranges alongside. You'd have to suspect that the ground effects and the aero of the Talbot car in a straight line would acquit him very well. And the experienced veteran of Australian motorsport runs wide off the back of the ripple strip, and all the good he's just done has come unstuck.
That's unfortunate for Chaz. Saw him trying to make his way to the dummy grid, and that car looks incredibly difficult to idle and drive at incredibly slow speeds like you need to through the paddock. So I imagine it's not that easy to drive on the circuit, as you saw just then, steering wide coming out of turn 10. But luckily the circuit organisers have put an enormous amount of effort into the circuit and making the aprons on the drivers' corner exits a lot wider and a lot safer for them if they do have an off. It used to be quite a bit of a trench, and it was a bit of an effort to try and get them back onto the circuit if you did run wide. Graham Gilliland on our screen. He's ahead of Cameron McKee. McKee steering the red AU Falcon, the number 44 car behind him, but the RX-7 looks like he might have sorted out some of those issues that were hampering his race yesterday, and obviously the enormous brake lockup we saw before when he made contact at the back of Chaz Talbot. But that RX-7 sounding absolutely beautiful, the RX, the 13B rotary, and he is an old hand. He's from the Thunderdome days, back when they used to run at Calder Park, and him and obviously stepping over into the sports sedans. That was their next home to pursue his racing career. The number 21, as you said before, Darren, it's got slight alterations to its livery from year to year. He puts a lot of effort into the presentation of the car, and it looks absolutely beautiful. It certainly stands out from the pack, which is no mean feat in sports sedans.
Yeah, certainly the wing sports sedans, they're all different. The bespoke formula you can bring to the category with the rule set is fairly open. There are certainly rules that apply, and most of them around safety. But each and every car out there is different, and each and every car, pretty much the only thing you could change would be the background sticker for the number, because that's a CAM's regulated size and shape. So, or Motorsport Australia regulated size and shape. There goes Graham Gilliland charging down the front straight to complete lap number 5. The car sounding absolutely sweet. And as you said, Callum, they had an engine change between rounds, which is never ideal. You never want to cook an engine at round 1. It makes life very, very hard. McKee now all over the back of Graham Gilliland in the number 21. So two very different beasts out here on Winton Motor Raceway at the moment. The RX-7 down on horsepower, but up on braking capacity and nimble work. There's the MRC car of 97 bouncing across the infield.
John Ippolito. So he rejoins the circuit at turn 7. So we saw in Formula Ford earlier, someone speared off the circuit. That was Jared Farrell in the Geelong Performance Centre car, and he rejoined at turn 8, effectively cutting the corner, and he copped a drive-through penalty for that. So Ippolito very wisely joining back to the circuit as soon as he could. So I don't think Race Control will be looking too carefully at that one. Tony Groves is the fastest man on the circuit, 1 minute 24.8. Francois Habib on screen, making ground onto the back of Dean Cam. So he's closing that gap that was around 2 seconds the last time around, and it's just under 2 seconds now. So you can see Habib dances that Commodore beautifully over the high curbs at turns 1 and 2, running it nice and wide on the exit of turn 2 on the apron. He has that car beautifully flowing around here, and
that's really the strengths of the V8 supercars, especially in the high curb areas on Australian circuits. You can run them over. They can take a punishing. They're a big, heavy touring car, and they really can be run over the high curbs, and he does that absolutely beautiful, as you can see there. And once again, coming through turn 6, deep under brakes into 7, closing ever.
And this car was always run here as a replay coming on there, and there goes the 97. What confused me there is I didn't realise that this car had different sign writing on the right-hand side to the left-hand side, MRC on one side and Form on the other. So that'll throw you out if you're looking at the sponsors on the side of the cars. It's trickery there.
Darren, your attention to detail with that new set of glasses you're rocking at the start of this season never ceases to amaze me. So that's a good pick up there. Good eye for detail there.
With the new glasses, nothing. I can't miss any details now. I can't make any excuses, can I? But McKee's gone through on Gilliland, and that sees Gilliland now just back in 9th spot.
McKee easing through turns 8 and 9. This is an incredibly tight part of the circuit. It's a little bit frustrating for the drivers because they have to be so patient applying the throttle as they come out of turn 9. It's really easy to loop the car if you're a little bit too eager on the throttle, and these cars do have plenty of horsepower, so you have to be very patient. But it does reward drivers who carry an enormous amount of mid-corner speed and wait for the wheel to be straight before you absolutely nail the throttle down the old back straight going into turn 10.
Cars on screen now is Gambold and Chaz Talbot, the XD Falcon. Got a good set of speed on them there. Something I was just interested in trying to catch out of yesterday's sports sedan race was the lap time of Tony Grove. He did a 1:24.36, 1:24.7 is his fastest time, and it was certainly a lot hotter yesterday afternoon when the race started at 10 to 4. So at the moment, not matching the pace he did yesterday with only 2 laps to go in this journey. Here's a battle, and a couple of floor pan cars, like the ex-supercar. There's a couple of sports sedans battling it out as well. This is currently on the road. This is for position 6 and 7. Cam McKee's some distance behind these two battling it out. Here's a couple of like-minded race drivers in their Commodores heading down, and there's something in the background. It's Chaz Talbot's looped it. I would suggest all by himself. He wasn't even mixing it up, wasn't even close enough to Damien Gambold. The number 7 keeps the fire lit. He's now looking for some guidance from a flag marshal to say, yep, you can rejoin. Well, have a look at this now. The Tasman Motorsport car, that would have come with a whole handbook on how to go around Winton. It was certainly the test track for the team back in the day. So he would have reams and reams of setup data that this car could run for him. Whereas Dean Cam comes to the track with his own data. Raced here many times in the past in the Corvette. And at the moment, you get the feeling that Dean's getting the hurry on from Francois behind him, and Dean's just going through the motions to get round 2 out of the way and get down to Phillip Island. And there's a bit of flames out the side there. We love it when Dino turns on the rich mixture and gives a bit of flames out the side. Gives him a good mindset to go on with as well. He looks in the mirror and goes, yeah, I've got flames.
Look at it go. Heaps of flames pouring out that one. I think he's grabbed the... There might be an issue with the back of that car. I thought he grabbed the brake going into turn 9, but there's a little bit of smoke coming from the right rear of that car, so there might be something going on with that car. We sincerely hope not, but there was definitely something pouring out the back of the number 66. It's looking pretty good through turn 12, coming onto the main straight. It's opened up a little bit of a gap on Francois Habib, so you can definitely see the strengths of the Corvette on the long on the straights. No, not the long straights, they're very short straights here at Winton, but it's definitely the strengths of that Corvette. Yeah, it's coming from the inside of the hub of the Corvette, but with 1 lap left, he should be able to make his way. He should be able to negotiate the remaining turns of the Benalla Auto Club
circuit.
circuit.
If it is coming out of the hub, we'll see it going through the sweeper as it loads up, doing the left hand, and the right rear gets a lot more load. And we'll see if we can pick that up with Dean as he comes around the sweeper. There it is, yeah, coming out of the hub there. Is that a tyre rubbing or something on there? No, it's actually coming out of the middle of the wheel. You're right there, Callum. It looks down the inside. Goes Habib. 2 different lines there. Habib lights it up, puts a couple of number 11s on the track and presses on, and I would suggest that's probably the last opportunity unless this smoke that's pouring out of the hub of Dean Cam's car And we see the race win. There it is. To Tony Groves, it was 27 seconds last lap around. 28, or 2 laps ago, 28.5 seconds on the last lap. Let's see as they come to the line. Chas Talbot around again. Looks like he's gone off on the driver's right and finished off on driver's left there. So the veteran having a struggle here on Sunday morning. And there he is, the number 12, just clearing off the track there. Here comes Dean Cam. He will bring it to the line. Francois Habib was a lot closer a lap or so ago. There is the checkered flag, and that is the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Race number 2 for the weekend goes to Tony Groves as he starts to cement in place his championship lead. Can he go back-to-back with the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship? The QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. There's Dean Cam. He's won numerous of them himself in the past. Francois Habib ultimately home in 3rd place, and we wait for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th to get to the line. Graham Gilliland ultimately beats home Chas Talbot in 8th place, Chas in 9th, Milwain in 10th place, as the rest of the field cover off, and we see the recovery crew jetting over the track to bring that car that didn't quite make the start of the race. Pulled off over early on in the proceedings, and to the line is Lotto. We go to Ben McLeod, Damien Gambold and Cameron McKee will be home in the AU Falcon. Great race there for the QP Lubes Sports Sedans. They've got their 2nd race late today, and they will be on track at 4:20 for their race start. No, sorry, it'll be 3:55 for their race start for the Sports Sedans. There it is. Groves, Cam, Habib, Ippolito and McLeod home in 5th place. Plenty of racing still to come here at Winton Motor Raceway, and we have got the saloon cars on track next. Then, after that, the BMW E30s will be on track for their 10-lapper. Thank you very much to Callum McLeod for joining us here in Callum Brannigan. I'll get it right. He's got plenty to do. I've got plenty to do, trying to think about the next move for the day. We'll see Callum down in pit lane in the not-too-distant future as well. He's got to thank all of the commentators that join us right throughout the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. They all do such a tremendous job. And Callum's certainly stepping up this year, covering from pit lane and the paddock area as well. So we'll be back with saloon cars in just a couple of moments.
Back down here in the pit paddock, we've made our way to the saloon cars paddock, and we have found Peter Tonks, who is one of the competitors not only in saloon cars, but he's also in the subcategory of the Pensioners Cup, and believe me, that is an endearing term for the subclass that they're competing in. Peter, thank you so much for joining us. How's your qualifying been so far this weekend?
Yeah, well, the car's all right. It's just the driver, Callum. That's the problem, you know. But it is what it is, you know. No, the car's actually good. Qualified all right. I'm all right. I'm happy where I am. You know, I enjoy me racing and I'm happy where I am. So I'm happy with where I've finished up. Yeah.
I was just admiring your car before, and the closer you look at it, the more you admire and see the beautiful detail in it. Could you just tell us about how you came to acquire your VY Commodore?
I acquired it off Simon Tabner had it, and I was looking for just a track day car, and which then I acquired it for a track day car. Then Jared, my son, who runs IPRA, Nash Harris rang him up and said, your dad bought the car, do you want to run saloon cars? So that's how this got into saloon cars. So then when Jared went to IPRA, they talked me into getting a licence and come racing. So I've only been racing, I started last year, and this is my I've only been this track probably 4 times. So a handful of laps, but you know, it's good fun. I'm coming to terms with it.
So I've also, based on the livery, it's also a bit of a nod to, I suspect, a racing hero of yours, Peter Brock.
Yeah, well, you know, you're either Holden or Ford, you know, that's where, when I grew up, you're either Holden or Ford. And I went off his VL livery. That's why I put this one on the VL livery, yeah. Well, it actually had a mobile sticker at the back. So I went, Oh, well, I'll just put the VL livery on it. That'll do, you know. And because it was a white car, you don't want to have I didn't want a plain car because it's like a street car, so I wanted it to look like a race car. So, yeah, put that on. And, yeah. And the 5, I was actually racing 14, and then Simon come back to the group, and he wanted the 14 back, you know, and so he took 14, so I said, well, give me 3, 5, 15, I don't care, but I got 5, so it goes with the car there, you know. And someone's been trying to get the number off me again, so I go, I give up. I had favourite numbers when I played footy, but I'm not really superstitious about it all, yeah. So, yeah.
We say a big thank you to Peter for joining us down here in the pit paddock, even if he is an Essendon supporter.
Oh, hello.
Go the Bombers. Good on you, Peter Tonks. Great to have you there, and check out the Phillip Island cottages. We're going to need a place to stay in the next few weeks as we head back to the island for round number 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Of course, round 3 at the island on the 15th and 16th of May. Saloon cars already made their way around to the grid. Daniel Johnson will start on pole position. A great result out of yesterday for Daniel, a tireless worker for this category off pole. Mark Sutherland will have him right up to turn 1. It's going to be a good one to see who dukes it out. Angels Leoncini to Andrew McSwain, Nash Harris. Peter Tonks, who we saw, has only been here a couple of times in the car number 5 in the tribute livery there for old PB. Glenn Campbell, Jeff Thomas out of number 8. Great start for Jeff. Brett Tate, Scott Dornan, Cooper Camilleri, David Lyons, then Sean Jamieson, rear of the grid, and they are away. Daniel Johnson left standing, gets gazumped by half a dozen cars off the line there, misses the start completely in the number 35, and he'll be 4th or 5th as Peter Tonks gives him plenty of room in the number 5. Daniel will wash out into P4, so he's made it very, very hard for himself. Watch him, got the lights ablaze. He wants to make time up now into turn 3. Plenty of room being given for the drivers here this weekend. And there he is, off the track goes the 57. And that's Glenn Campbell, so he has got Sean Jamieson charging through. Tonks lets him go as well. Jamo, of course, in the Sedan Hotel outfit, the category being sponsored by the Sedan Hotel this weekend. And there you can see why, the number 15 being absolutely ragged all the way around the opening lap there. Tonks just goes, you want it more than me, buddy. I've only done this a couple of times. I'll tag onto the back of you. We've got fairly similar cars, and I'll get a lesson for free. As Jamieson just gets bottled up in his aggression towards the front. Nash Harris holds him wide there, and we've got Daniel Johnson just trying to recover after that start. A lot of things going on Daniel's mind. As I said, he works very hard for the category to keep it at the forefront. And I do like the fact that he's got the lights ablaze in the AU. Jamo looks up the outside now, goes side by side with the 23, which is Scott Dornan. And they've dragged each other through from the rear of the grid. So this is a race from the back of the grid for these two, the 15 and the 23. The 15 getting all over the back of the 35 now. Daniel just getting racy, wants to not let Jamieson through, and holds on to the line. Jamieson gets pushed out wide. He's going to take turn 1. He'll have it as Daniel Johnson, ever the fair racer. You cannot hold a candle up to him for anything wrong. Always allows the racing to continue on. A great competitor. The Cave Hill Engines donk on board did a great job for him yesterday. And just off the start line, in fact, the engine might have done so well that he broke into wheel spin and couldn't get away from the line there. I'm going to go with that as he gets right round the outside now. The number 3 of Angels Leoncini, he goes backwards 1. So Jamo's gone through, but Johnson goes through, and Angels Leoncini in the 23 of Scott Dornan is the next one to start pushing through. In the back is Nash Harris there as well. Equal lineup this weekend of Holdens and Fords in the Saloon cars. Nash Harris, of course, the AU instead of the VN, which he was in at Sandown. So stepping back into the newer car, and Nash is also one of the driving forces behind the success. Current secretary of the Victorian Saloon Car Association as well. So he puts in equal amount of effort as Daniel Johnson to making sure this category gets up and going. It's a Holden man, but loves racing the AU. So there's an interesting clash of interests on the for an Australian in motorsport. But certainly a foot in each cab, got the VN and got the AU. And doing a good job there. Daniel Johnson now into position number 4. Started off pole. Has to try and claw back the advantage that he had at the start of this race. Wow, have a look at the 23. Out over the ripple strip. Scott Dornan up into position 6. Started out of 10. Really getting on the ragged edge of things there. There's Peter Tonks, who we saw Callum talking with. And Stan Hotel stickers alive and well right across David Lyons' car. Had a rough run yesterday, David, in the 24. Started off the rear of the grid as well. He's up to 9th position in his VT Commodore. Another South Australian that has come over and supporting the Victorian numbers. And McSwain now trying to get through. Jamison trying to get through, on McSwain in the Falcon there. So a good mix of 2 Commodores now, 1 and 2, 2 Falcons, 3 and 4. And Jamison goes through. Car number 24 getting a time penalty is David Lyons. So his tough old weekend continues on. And certainly David Lyons had some massive lockups at Sandown. Very entertaining with what he did at Sandown. Sean Jamison, also based in South Australia, the Stan Hotel, car number 15 we're looking at as well. Been around saloon cars for a long, long time. And he's been coming over regularly to support the Victorian Saloon Car Championship for a while now. And a couple of South Australians like to head east and try and take the trophies, and in very generous effort, he's sponsoring the round this weekend with the Sedan Hotel as well. So the round sponsor for the series. Great to have Sean Jamison. A lot of success in this category over many, many years. Raced on the national stage. Here's the number 57 of Glenn Campbell and Peter Tonks racing alongside a number 5. 2 very, very nicely turned out cars. Phillip Island cottages emblazoned down the side of the number 5. A beautiful part of the world. Get down there and check out the Phillip Island cottages if you're looking for somewhere to stay. Of course, round 3 of the championship down there in May. Check them out and see if you can get a cottage to stay at. There it is at the 13th, 14th, 15th of May at Phillip Island. Number 5. Would love you to check out the Phillip Island cottages. A great place to stay at Phillip Island, and he is certainly doing a great job. Tonks only coming to circuit racing late in life, only just over a year or so ago. So terrific, and you can see the P plate on the back there. Still hasn't got off his racing Ps, which is a like the road, a program of events that you have to do successfully and do in a good fashion, not getting yourself in trouble. Here we have Sean Jamison now, who has gone into the lead of this race. Just takes Mark Sutherland. So this is a storming drive from Mark Sutherland. From Sean Jamison. Coming out of 13th, now leading the race, has charged his way through. And Mark Sutherland in the number 9 has no answer for him there. We'll try and stick with him, but you never know how much car Sean Jamison has used up to get through there. Starting out of 13th place, getting all the way to the front of this field is tough work. Daniel Johnson looks to have gone through on McSwain now as well in the yellow and black Falcon. There's the race leader, number 2 on the road. See if we can pick up who's third. It was McSwain. Andrew McSwain in there. But here we go back to this battle, which is raging between Campbell and Tonks. Jeffy Thomas in the background there as well. So, as Callum alluded to, the pensioner couple alive and well. Jeff Thomas ranging up in the AU. Great bloke to catch up with at the racetrack. Have a look at Tonks now, going up and down, up through the gearbox. You can see on the IRS on the Commodore allows the back of the car to bounce up and down a fair bit on the gear change. He goes up on the ripple strips, not sure why there. Maybe a momentary lapse of concentration because Jeff Thomas is ranging up behind him. 5 laps completed in this 9-lap journey. Straight after this race, we'll switch over to the 10-lap races. And it will be the BMW, garagistic BMW E30s for their first race. And of course, at the end of this race, we do have a switch over in the live stream with Facebook, so you can keep yourselves well and truly in touch with the event on blendline.tv/live. So there is just a technical process we have to go through with the social media providers. And if you want to not miss a second of this event, check it out at blendline.tv/live, or your category, your favourite category. A lot of the categories are streaming it as well, but we will lose it for just a moment on those social medias as we just watch Peter Tonks hanging on now for 10th place on the road. Started out of 6th, so it's had a bit of a battle here. Glenn Campbell out of Rouse Motors. Timmy Rouse looking after this car, preparing it well for Aussie pulls. And Tonks just looking wide there. He's going to put himself in a good spot for the run onto the back straight, although he just gets held out. There he is up the inside. Will sort of be sacrificed a little bit of exit speed on the corner there and just spins the wheels a little bit. We see the Falcon, the inline 6 versus the V6 of the Commodore. Just drive away a little bit there. And I'll tell you what, Peter Tonks wants to be aware that the guy behind him is coming at him. As we see the 34 of Andrew McSwain going to the infield there. So Andrew was just been overtaken by Daniel Johnson and has gone to the infield and right into the infield as well. So he'll stay out of harm's way. It'll be Sean Jamieson to Mark Sutherland, Daniel Johnson. But this is the battle. I didn't make the name up, but Alan Brannigan did, the Pensioners Cup. And Tonks is gone through on Glenn Campbell. So the Commodore just seeing a nice result there. Jeff Thomas is all over the ripple strips, all over the back of Glenn Campbell, and he ranges right into view now. Peter Tonks arrests that spot. He's now 8th. Glenn Campbell, Jeff Thomas on the 7th lap of this 9-lap journey. There's Jeff Thomas, the number 22. Sometimes commentator, when he's not racing these days, he likes to make sure he's racing as much as possible. There's the 24 of David Lyons as well, so he'll take no further part. Was due to have a post-race penalty dealt out. So the 24, after a great run at Sandown, albeit disappearing in his own lock-up smoke, got a good result. This weekend is definitely one to consign to the forget weekend. Tonks now just struggling to keep the front end of that Commodore pointed in the right direction as the 2 AUs behind him line up to have a go at him. Is it going to be Jeffy Thomas or is Glenn Campbell going to hang on to it? The 22 has got the bit between the teeth here. In fact, I like the fact that Jeff Thomas has gone the Fairmont trim on the boot lifter there. Nice chrome piece of rear boot lid. Got to be Fairmont. Why not? Air conditioning on, comfy seats. The 22 comes to the racetrack for all the right reasons. Great competitor. And brings some great camaraderie to the field as well in the number 22. On the 8th lap now, still being led by Sean Jamieson. He's done a ripping job coming from absolute rear of grid to lead this race on lap number 6. Daniel Johnson will be ruining his start, but certainly done a terrific drive to fight back to P3. Disappeared back to P5 in the early couple of corners. Now this is alive and well. Tonks in 8th, Campbell in 9th, Jeff Thomas in 10th. And these guys battling it out. Peter Tonks driving very nicely. It was a little bit ragged in the early laps of this race. And the temperature just starting to get up there a little bit. Will certainly be a lot warmer when these guys have got the last race of the day here at this at round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. As a big look up the inside there, Jeff Thomas is now within striking distance. The temperature at the track here locally now is 26 degrees, and the sun's been out all day, so the track will certainly be up in temperature. Tonks, a little bit of squirrel coming out of the cleavage there and onto the back straight. In fact, a lot of squirrel. He is really torturing those Bridgestones as our race leaders are on the final lap of the race. And they are all the way down into turn 3 and 4 already. Damien Johnson would dearly like to close the gap on Mark Sutherland, but is certainly faster. His fastest lap at 1:38.2 and Sutherland's fastest lap at 1:39.1. But it's Sean Jamieson on lap number 2 when he was buried in the pack, did a 1:37.63. So going well. The lap record is set by Anthony Bear back in 2019 at a 1:35.8. So they're a fair bit off the lap record. But being done in June, it would have been a fair bit cooler too, and I can just about guarantee you it wouldn't have been a clear blue sky. There would have been some breaking through sunshine. There's our race leader, Sean Jamieson. He's pretty much got the track all to himself. Rear of grid, leading this race with 2 corners to go. The number 15, Sedan Hotel, sponsoring this round. So if you're ever in South Australia, look them up, the Sedan Hotel. And pull yourself up a chair and say, loved watching your cars at Winton, as Sean Jamieson just smashing it up through the gearbox in his Commodore. Brings it down. There's the checkered flag. Wave to a great drive. And arguably the best drive of the weekend. There was certainly an improved production car that came out of 37th and up into the podium position as well. So I think from 37th up to podium is a tremendous drive. But Sean Jamieson out of 13th for the race win. Mark Sutherland brings the number 9 home in position 2. Daniel Johnson rescues his race into position number 3 for the number 35, and are coming together for the battle that has raged on, and Jeff Thomas is going to be the one that wins out of the back there. Glenn Campbell, and I would suggest in the dust there. Peter Tonks is just waiting for the dust to settle. His bumper has been torn off his car, but Jeffy Thomas in the 22 stood off the back of that battle, engaged in the last lap and a half or so, and they have taken each other out at the turn 10 at the left-hander. So the field making their way across the finish line. Daniel Johnson brings it home in 3rd place. A good save there. And we have Andrew McSwain, Endrels Lancini, Scott Dornan, Nash Harris home in 7th. Started out of 5th and end up back 2 spots. Jeff Thomas in the number 22 home in 8th spot. A good result there for Jeff. But these two ruining what just occurred at turn 10 on this last lap. Capelli, Glenn Campbell, who is stricken trackside, and Tonks as well. So not getting the 9 laps continued as Tate gets to the line and gets that done. These two, this Falcon and this Commodore, a much forlorn sight. The bumper off Peter Tonks' car sitting on the track there. Results confirmed. It'll be Jamieson, Sutherland and Daniel Johnson for uninterrupted coverage of today's racing. Make sure you tune in to blendline.tv/live, as we do have a technical point of the weekend with the social media platforms to reboot the system. So if you want to keep an eye on things, blendline.tv/live. We're going to have a bit of a clean up here, and I've just been informed we're going to possibly see a replay of that incident between these 2 cars currently being rescued. Jeff Thomas ultimately in the 22 was the victor out of these 3. They had a pretty much a second half of the race long battle between these 2 cars, and they've ended up on the infield there. Real shame there. Both those cars are beautifully turned out. Always look great. Well worth the look in pit lane. And here is the incident down into turn 10. Big lock up. Both drivers locked up there. Peter Tonks slid all the way into the side of Glenn Campbell. I'm not really sure as to how to apportion blame there, because Glenn Campbell had already broken sideways and was sliding. Something on the inside there locked up Peter Tonks. Had slid into the side of them there as well. So, yeah, I don't really know how to apportion blame on that one. That was an unfortunate incident. I'm going to take a quick break because the BMWs are ready to come out on track as we go into the afternoon program of racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. The E30s next on track.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
So we do still have a couple of saloon cars being picked up on the infield. The BMW E30s are duly lined up, ready to race as they always are. The pit exit is almost ready to open. In fact, we've got a fever of activity on the track at the moment. There's at least 6 service vehicles that I can see around the track just exiting like ants heading back to the nest after they've taken all your honey. And
taking cover before it rains.
Yeah, they do. That's the voice of Donovan Monhagen alongside me, Darren Smith for the BMW E30s. And, of course, this weekend for Garagistic and welcoming their new sponsor in Liquimolly to the fray and being brought on board. And we hope a technical alignment with Liquimolly will get the E30s onto the Bathurst 12-hour program at some stage.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? We will have to make the phone
call. Watch them come out of the woodwork then.
Rory's done a great job of bringing them on board as a new sponsor for the category. And as usual, with Grassroots Motorsport, it's not always easy to pay the bills. So we welcome every one of our sponsors, Garagistic, BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne, Liquimolly, as you said. We've got Budget Rent-A-Car as well on the in the category. So we're very happy to have all of the sponsors that come on board and support the club, as well as our individual members' sponsors on their cars. So it's great.
Well, let's look after Rory because he's looking after everyone. He's bought himself a new sponsor on this weekend, and that's what it is. Upflow. Full flavour, non-alcoholic beer. Classic pale ale. So a big g'day to everyone at Upflow.
We were having a few cold ones last night at the barbecue. So.
Well, this one's nice and cold in my hand there. So well done, Rory, and we'll see that on the side of the number 7 car as well. And that will, even though it is non-alcoholic, we'll leave that one just there and we'll use it at the next round as an example as well. And of course, Upflow, we're always thirsty in the commentary booth. So if you've got some frosty ones around at Phillip Island, doesn't matter. And of course, the OB bus, we'll have to look after them and all of our trackside people as well. There it is, the number 7, Upflow. A classic pale ale, full flavour, non-alcoholic beer, brewed and owned in Australia. And we've got to look after all of these sponsors, whether they're the category sponsors, the series sponsors, whatever they are. It's always great to welcome new names to the sides of cars or signs around the track, whatever it might be. So well done to Rory, because he does put the category before himself more often than not.
He puts a lot of himself into his work. He does a great job as our marketing manager, marketing committee member on the committee. I know that he spends a lot of time and gives 100% to the club. So as do the rest of the committee members, from Jess Bell right down as president down to me as the webmaster and sometimes commentator.
This category, your committee is active on the track as well, and everyone in their outside racing life brings their skill into the category and applies it very well. It's a very interesting makeup on how the BMW E30 category is run. Let's have a look at the grid sheet. It'll be Jeremy Payne off the front row with Alex Jory right alongside, as it has been all weekend long. This is the 10-lapper, the feature race of the weekend for the Garagistic Liquimolly BMW E30s. Brian Burke in the number 27 will be out of P3. Jeff Bowles out of P4. Cameron Hudson will be looking for a good clean drive in the number 15 out of position number 5. Jesse Bryant in the number 38 also looking for a good clean drive with Simon Schiff and Rory Plant in the number 7 that we just touched on. The Upflow 4-door. We've got a couple of 4-doors coming on, and we'll touch on that during the race and the reasoning behind that. The number 54 of Paul Schiff. Ashley Rogers, a big welcome to BMW E30 racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. Ryan Carter, Stuart Clark, Roderick Martin, and Alwyn Lim rounding out the back of the field. Our front row is set. Our second row is set. Watch the number 27. That's the green car on the inside of the shot there, one row back. I'm looking for big things out of Brian Burke. Hasn't really been able to take it up to the front runners, but did start from rear of grid in the first race. So looking for what he can do in this one.
In the Transrock E30 racing car. So that's Brian's sponsor, Transrock. He drives to them when he's not driving a fire truck.
So there you go.
Yep.
Big red truck down the road. Look out for them. And away we go. And it's a ripping start there for Jeremy Payne in the 43. Gets away nicely. Lim just gets left a little bit on the line there down the tail of the field. But Burke's gone to the outside, so he's moved across the track. Jesse Bryan is pushing hard. He's already into P4 out of 6. Brian Burke looks to the inside. He should try and hold on to that into 3. Jesse does have to give him the room to race cleanly. He does, although Brian did have to go up on the ripple strip to avoid contact there, which actually slingshots him wide. He keeps the boot into it. The number 24 ranges up there as well. So Jeff Bowles pushing early. There's Brian Burke.
Just holding Cameron out behind him there with Simon Schiff behind him in the number 55 Red Rocket Racing car, closely followed by Rory, who looks like he might be putting it up the inside of Simon there. No, it doesn't look like he's got that manoeuvre finished. And Simon's gone wide to try and get around the outside of Cameron.
So the number 24 there, Jeff Bowles, the all-white livery car. Obviously looking for a sponsor. It's just lacking the sponsor wanted sticker on the side there as they drive out of turn number 9. A couple of the leading cars head out onto the dirt. It would have been Jesse Bryan, in fact, has had Brian Burke go through on him.
Yep, so Brian's got that move done early in the race, and now he can put his head down and take off after Alex Jury to try and see if he can get further up the podium in the race.
Geez, haven't Payne and Jury just gone away with it at the moment? They have just
driven
have off into the distance on Brian Burke and Jesse Bryan in this one.
Well, looks like we've got Jeremy Payne there coming into the pit, so looks like
that's
maybe
why
a technical issue. Yes, it was. Yes, so that puts Alex Jury into the lead of this race. So Brian now, if he catches him, will be trying to take over the lead of the race. Moves Jesse Bryan up into third place with Jeff Bowles in fourth. Simon Schiff coming in fifth, and it looks like is that Cameron? That's Cameron Hudson. Oh, Simon has moved in behind, overtaken Jeff Bowles there, and it looks like Cameron Hudson has tried to follow him through. Simon's made the gap, and Cameron says, "Thank you very much. I'll have a go as well." But now he's on the outside for the sweeper. This will be interesting. There's been more people hanging it out on the sweeper today than... but I don't think that Cameron's going to be able to do that. He's gone a little bit wide and lost that position, or lost the opportunity to take that position.
I apologise to Jeff Bowles too. There is clearly Northern BMW written down the side of his car, so there is a little bit of space just on the boot lid there to fit some new sponsors. So big apologies to Northern BMW for throwing their support behind Jeff Bowles in the number 24, doing a great job at the moment. As is Cameron Hudson, really having to get on with it in the budget car. Here comes the four-door car, number 7 of the Upflow team. And we touched on earlier, this is one of the 4 doors in the field. Yep. But there's been a little nuance. This is such a stable rule set. But you guys have just added a little nuance into the category for this season.
We have, yes. We've increased the minimum weight for the vehicles this year by 20 kilos to try and make it, trying to encourage people to bring more 4 doors into the category. The 4-door is a slightly heavier car. And so to give them a little bit of a leg up, we've increased the minimum weight, where a lot of the 2 doors were able to run at the 1130 weight, which was the old weight. It was very hard to get a 4-door down to that level. You could do it, but it was a lot of hard work. So easier for us to just bump it up by 20 kilos. The lighter cars can stick some ballast in the car and they're okay to go. So it looks like Paul Schiff there moving through on Ryan Carter, another debutant to the category, and welcome aboard, Ryan. Another white car that we'll need to get help him get some signage on the side of.
I did notice a couple of the drivers were talking about fitting some sort of smart device so they could catch the live TV coverage on the dashboard of the BMW, like the X5 on the way home. You can watch the race that you're in.
Absolutely.
On the screen, a little bit of wiring, a little bit of a smart screen in the car. Probably not going to be 20 kilos worth. There's 55 slides.
Big slide out of the sweeper there.
Massive slide by Simon Schiff.
I know he's very keen to get through on Jesse earlier in this race, so he spent a lot of time racing Jesse Bryan this weekend. And here he goes, puts it up the inside, and Jesse gives him some racing room there on the inside. That's great teamwork by the both of them to make sure there's no contact. And Simon now going to probably try and hold his line on the outside, make some room, and maintain the outside line through 10, which is not an easy thing to do. But it does look like he's been able to hold that line, and now he's going to get up the inside for 11, and I think that job is probably done.
That will see the 55 up to the last spot on the podium into B number 3, Jory and Burke. Currently, 6 seconds up the road, essentially, from the number 55. And as long as he can keep his eyes forward, we've got plenty of laps still to go. 7 laps still to go in this race. So as long as Simon Schiff can keep his eyes forward and not worry about what's going on behind him, because Jesse Bryan now, I'm going to say he's used the best part of the tyre already this week. He's been quite aggressive at the wheel, and I would suggest that he's now starting to feel the tyre move away from him a little bit as the number 24 of Jeff Bowles starts to come into it, and he is bringing a rapidly coming on Cameron Hudson and Rory Plant in the number 7 also. So Simon Schiff just has to concentrate on his race now. Have a look at this, Bowles with a Cameron Hudson ranging up. right in behind the boot lid of the E30 in front.
There's no chance that Jeff does not know that he's there.
No, that's right. There's no excuse to know as the number 15 runs out wide. This is the nice looping line. So he's setting himself up here for a run out of turn number 9 to get the run down to turn number 10. So flowing the car nicely. Here it is. This is it. The little bit wider entry later. Well, actually, he arrived early on the corner then and run wide. So what he'd set himself up for all fell apart there.
A little bit of
In fact, it
underslew.
looks like the number 7, the upshift car, might have done that with Rory Plant.
Yep. Yeah, so it's a shame that Jeremy had to pull into the pitch there, because I know that Alex and Jeremy have a good competitive time on track with the two cars. Alex's car prepared by Bell Motorsport, another one of the great sponsors of this category and a long-term supporter of the category. Graham being one of the I suppose the founding members of the category way back when. So that's we're really grateful to have those guys helping prepare cars in the category and bringing new people to the category all the time. So.
In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say this is the first time I've called an E30 race without a bell in it.
It's been
Jess
a while,
Graham,
hasn't it? Yes, it has. It's been a little while. Jess said to me this morning that she heard on the coverage yesterday morning that she brought the race to an early end with hitting the wall at Sandown. That wasn't Jess. That was actually Ryan Carter. So I've corrected that for her. She did ask me to do that. So
that's good. We've got to keep Jess on side. She haunts the courts in the days away from the racetrack. You got to look after Jess. She's certainly doing a tremendous job, and as did everyone in the BMW. She currently sits 8th in the championship. Graham in 11th. At the moment, coming into this round, it was Alex Jory, and in fact, he's going to drag himself a good haul of points here this weekend on 100. Brian Burke on 92, and Brian's fighting back in this race to get as many points as he possibly can. Jeff Bowles on 81, Simon Leach in 80 points, and he's got a lot of work to do because he's not even here this weekend. So Simon in position number 4. Rory Plant with 65, Paul Schiff, Dean Coots, Jess Bell, Simon Schiff, Ryan Carter rounding out the 10. Coming into this weekend, Jesse Bryant now working very hard to keep Jeff Bowles charging in the Northern BMW car.
Looks like Jeff's going to try and hold a little bit of room on the inside through 11. Jesse giving him some room there and doing it again through 12. So I think that Jeff's going to try and get up alongside here, but I don't know that he's going to have the drive out of the corner to carry that on. So it looks like Cameron Hudson might try and make it 3 wide in here to 1. This could be an interesting corner if that's what happens, but we do know that that line closes off here at Winton, so it's going to be close. Oh, this could end up in disaster. No, Cameron has done a really good job there to keep that car away from Jesse's as he hopped the curb through 1.
Geez, I'm just about to blow the whistle and say out of bounds there for Cam Hudson. He did use every bit of available hard top there, including the painted green concrete. You can't trick us, that's not grass, that's painted concrete. But certainly got through there. There's Rory Plant, the number 7 upflow entry with the number 50 of Rogers. Great to see Ashley Rogers joining in with the E30s here this weekend.
Here goes Cameron on Jeff now, who's he's taken over from Jesse, and Cameron again, it looks like he's under attack here from Jesse, going around the outside to try and get the inside through round the tree, but that doesn't happen for him either. So
goes through Gumtree, a nice bit of relief there, a little bit of shade for those on that line. Starting to really warm up here trackside, 27 degrees now here at Winton Motor Raceway. Still plenty of time if you're a local in the area to come down to the track and see it live in 3D. That's what racing is all about. Get trackside and see it. We love the footage being put out by the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships these days if you can't make it to the track. But certainly, like us, we love to get to the track. You can check it all out at www.vsrs.com.au.
It looks like Ashley Rogers, better known as Goose, is starting to buy into this attack here from Rory. So he's ranging up on the back of Rory in the red. I think that's West Vic is his company. I think he also sponsors Robbie Braun from IP. So a familiar signage on the side of that car that people will see from another category.
Gee, Robbie Braun must be one of the poster boys of E30 competition, wouldn't he? A couple of wins here this weekend.
Indeed. He's doing so well that we don't see a lot in the coverage because he's so far out in front.
He
doesn't get the coverage
this weekend. Yeah, certainly has. And there's Jesse Bryant in the car he's borrowed for the weekend, the number 7 there. the Upflow entry. Of course, Upflow, the full flavoured, non-alcoholic beer. And great to have them on side with Rory helping him out in his championship this year. And he's paying them off very well by, look at that, darting around in the background there, dragging our attention to it. And the four-door. And we hope to see more four-doors come in there with the tweaking of the rules. And it's always interesting to see a tweak of rules in this sort of category because the rule set has been so stable for so long, which is, for mine anyway, a very attractive aspect to this racing. You don't want to, every time you come to the track, someone say, oh, you now got to have this, you got to do that, you got to change the other. Yeah. It just all ends up costing you. And really, the biggest cost involved in going racing is going away for the weekend.
That's right, yeah.
There's accommodation and meals and looking after your crew.
Although if you're lucky enough to have got one of those $200 regional Victoria vouchers from the government last week, you'd be okay for this round. So here we got Ryan
Where
Carter.
am I when they're doing those things?
I don't know.
I'm working for a living
That's
at that
right.
point.
That's right. Yeah, we've got Ryan Carter here trying to make a move on Paul Schiff. Looks like he's going to get that done into 11. Now there's not a lot of racing room left on the outside there, so I think that Paul might feel slightly aggrieved at that. We'll wait and see what happens. Ryan may or may not decide, maybe I should give that back. But there is no redress in our category, so it may not help him anyway.
No, that's right. And I don't think they even do it anymore.
No.
It's a dirty word.
It is, indeed. Don't make the mistake to start with.
And certainly don't ever take it to the steward's office with you because they will throw the book at you.
Indeed.
To do that. Alex Jory's got a handy lead now in this race, and this is something we don't see too often. And Alex is just under 10 seconds away from Brian Burke. Brian Burke will be happy at the moment. He really has clawed a result back from this weekend to add to his points haul for the series.
Started race one rear of grid and worked his way forward.
Simon Schiff is the next one. Jeff Bowles, Hudson, Jesse Bryant and Rory Plant, who we just saw on screen. There's the number 27 in position number 2. And I always find it a very brave number in Australia to put on your car with the world champion Alan Jones and having that number on his car, the Williams when he won the world championship, and Casey Stoner, of course, winning his world championship with that number. So with that number for mine anyway comes great expectations.
Indeed, and it looks like he's going to have to do a bit of defending soon because Simon Schiff is starting to close that gap rather quickly now to Brian Burke in the Transrock E30 racing car. So coming down the front straight, the two of them. Not a big long straight here at Winton, much more technical track. More of the twisties, really well suited to this car, very well balanced car, the E30 BMW, so it's a pleasure to drive.
It is interesting, two of our one-make categories, the 944s and E30s on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Both cars as road cars from the factory, renowned for their 50-50 weight split.
Absolutely.
So it really is a very interesting that those two categories in Victoria with that, I guess, that platform right from the word go, was always going to be a racing car.
Absolutely.
And I remember the era when these were being run in Super Tourers or Group A, and the noise coming from those four-cylinder versions.
That little S14 four-cylinder engine was an amazing screamer, wasn't it?
Weren't
Fantastic noise. Big wing on the back. It was a great race car to watch, the little M3 E30.
They were,
BMW.
and you can still catch them every now and again in like the German Hill Climb Championship. You can tune into some of their coverage, and that screaming noise coming from them. Beautiful racing machine. Very well balanced, and that's what we're seeing here with the E30s this weekend in the garagistic Liquimolly BMW E30 series.
We could end up with a last lap challenge here from Simon Schiff. We're coming into the second to last corner on the second to last lap of the race, and Simon, you'd have to say now, is probably within striking distance of Brian as he comes through that second to last corner. If he can get a good drive out of the corner and maybe make a move up the inside of one, or maybe start to construct his overtake and get there down into 10 on this last lap, we could see some action from Simon and Brian.
I don't reckon BB's going to give this up too easy.
It's going to be a wide BMW.
Yeah, and I think the new rule set doesn't allow for wide anythings anymore, but the number 27 being driven very well. He's going to drag a good result. Looks to the inside, covers the inside of the corner. Still allowed.
Yep, that's fair. There was no overlap.
Still allowed to do that. He wasn't alongside in any way, shape or form, but the number 55's got the better running here, flowing the car nicely. It could be on up at the water tank for these two, as Alex Jory now out over 10 seconds in front of this battling pair for second and third. This is pride on the line here in the 10-lap of the feature race for the Garagistic Liquimolli BMW E30s.
Brian's going to earn his money here today to hold Simon out. He's hungry after having to follow Jesse Bryant around for the first two races of the weekend, and I think you'll find Simon's going to be very keen to try and take that P2 position away from Brian.
If he's going to do it, it's this one, because he's taken the different line around the top end of the track, which give him a good couple of kilometres an hour speed up there, and he's closer than he's ever been now. Brian Burke is absolutely well aware.
Yeah, Brian wide on exit there, so Simon may get a run into 11, but Brian's keeping it very tight. He's going to try and keep that inside line, and no, it doesn't look like Simon's going to be able to take it. Can he flow 11, 12 better than Brian? Brian's gone very wide there out of 11.
Alex Jury takes the win out in front. We just get a quick look at him across the line.
It's a drag race to the finish line, but I don't think Simon's quite going to have the legs to get past him, but it is going to be only by about half a car length. So great race there between Brian and Simon Schiff.
In fact, it was 1/10 of a second between them on the line there.
There you go.
And we'll argue the contents of 100ths and 1000ths of a second after that. But wow, what a great race between those two. In fact, just thanking them each other as they acknowledging each other as they come past our vantage point here at Winton. Great race there, and Alex Jory rides off into the sunset with another win here this weekend.
And that was a fantastic way to bring our last race of the weekend to a close, I think. Demonstrated how close these cars are and how close some of the drivers' abilities are. It's a great category to be involved in, and anybody who wants to get involved in grassroots motorsport, by all means, come and have a chat to us, give us a call, shoot us an email, and we can certainly introduce you to the category. We've got a come and try day later in the year where you can probably jump into a car next to a driver and have a go around the track and see what it's all about and see how much fun it can be.
I believe there's a couple of new E30s going to be coming out next year as well. I was notified yesterday and was told that's all I can say. But there are a couple of people that have been known to the category, not necessarily race, but it'd be good to see some new cars come out. He's wrapped there, isn't he? Look at him waving to all the flaggies, giving them acknowledgement. It's been a great weekend for the number 22. He gets home brilliantly, Alex Jory over Brian Burke. Thank you very much, Donovan, for your help during the BMW E30 Garagistic Liquimolli racing here this weekend, and look forward to seeing you all at Phillip Island.
Thank you very much, Darren. It's been a pleasure, and thank you very much for holding my hand through the experience. Hopefully I'm getting better.
It's the kiss and the cuddle as you come in the commentary booth. We've got to tone down. We'll be back in just a minute. I've got to get my breath before we have the 944s. Back soon. Porsche 944s for 888 home loans make their way out on track now. This is what we like. One race after another, and before you know it, we're at the last race of the day. Some great action there in the BMWs, and now we've got the 944s. They always give us some great racing. 888 home loans bringing us the 944s here this weekend. Cameron Bella has had a tremendous run right throughout this weekend. He put it on pole position, and the pole position time was 1:34.84. He won the race yesterday, and he won the race this morning. So Cameron Bella is back. For all of those fans out there that know he has had some winning ways in this category. Having said that, Jamie Westaway in car number 1, obviously last year's champion. Don't get car number 1 on your car for not being the best in the previous season, and he is proudly displaying the number 1, and so he should too in the Ausfield Oil Distribution outfit. Did a terrific qualifying time of 1:35.51, And that is tremendous to see Jamie Westaway doing such a good job. Let's have a look at how they will line up for race 3 of the weekend. 10 laps for 888 Home Loans, the Porsche 944s. Cameron Bella on pole position and number 1 right next to him, Jamie Westaway. Mark Torbert's in the number 74, the big tall guy. Recoils himself up into his 944 and he's been driving very well here. Must enjoy the Winton Motor Raceway. Always enjoys Phillip Island, I know that. 2 vastly different tracks, but the next round will certainly see Mark Torbert's pushing very, very hard at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Tony Westaway in the number 3 yellow 944 will take up position number 4. Michael Westaway in the 45R5. Adam Brewer in the number 31. Now he'll be looking to impress. There's Adam now coming down in the black and orange AVI technology outfit. Andrew Jackman next with Carter Fox in the number 7. Carter Fox was spectacular at round 1. A number of offs and some lockups and bits and pieces. New to the game in Porsche 944s out of karting, so a very big welcome to Carter Fox and his family. Andy Tudor, Mark Verdino out of position number 12. Jack Atley out of 13 in the pit lane clothing entry. Keep an eye for the guy driving the car with the new category sponsor on the side. Pit lane clothing. John Bonoris next. Richard Howe rear of grid and Vlad Kennedy also rear of the grid. Vlad Kennedy taking his spot now. And we are all set for a race start. The final race for the weekend for the 888 Home Loans. Pit lane clothing, Porsche 944s. Set to go and lights out. Looks like Jamie Westaway getting the jump there on Bella. Bella grabs second gear, powers it on. Westaway goes side by side, sticks with it. Just has to yield at the end there. Torbert's through very nicely with Tony Westaway. Tony Westaway now has Adam Brewer to deal with as he looks to the inside at turn 3. And the number 3 just dips across in front. Wasn't alongside, so play on is the call there. And Mark Torbert's now just getting a little bit away from the number 3 of Westaway. And with Adam Brewer charging there, you get the feeling the number 31 is in a big hurry. The 41, Vlad Kennedy. Horrendous weekend continues there as it's getting very racy right up the front. The number 3 coming under massive pressure from Adam Brewer. Michael Westaway just off in the background of that battle. There's the orange car there as they start to bobble their way through that cleavage section or the Gumtree corner. And the number 74 for Mark Torbert's unfortunately a jump start. I think that's a 5-second penalty there. So that is not what Mark Torbert's wanted to see here this weekend. And gee, the judges of fact have been all over that here today. So Mark Torbert's unfortunately in the number 74, currently P3 on the road. He wants to get well clear of those around him and make sure he's got a bit of a muscle by the end of his 10 laps, which could easily happen. Tony Westaway is next in the lineup as we look down to Keith Mariner, Andy Tudor and Mark Verdino. Unfortunately, the 41 of Vlad Kennedy parked up. Not what we wanted to see. Of course, Parked Up, one of the great podcasts going around. Check it out. Motorsport podcast with Tony D'Alberto and Grant Rowley. The number 8 looks up the inside on the 64 there, Keith Mariner, and has to fall into line. So Richard Howe, starting out of 15th, has already made his way up a couple of spots. And at the moment, the timing system not giving me any sort of results out of this race. We've already done one lap, not being shown on the timing sheet. So Richard Howe there in the number 8, sitting just inside the top 10 now. Started out of 15, pushing very, very hard indeed. There's our race leader, Cameron Bella. Back to Jamie Westaway. Car number 1 had a great season last year, and we just a little bit at the moment flying a little bit blind. There is a timing issue, and we'll just keep an eye on this race. Cameron Bella has actually come back now. Cameron Bella has gone around with a 141 on the standing start for lap 1 in the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944 race, and leading the way in the 55 car 1 right behind Jamie Westerway. We cast our eyes back. It'll be Mark Torbitz, who does have that start line infringement hanging over him, and currently sitting in P3. It'll be Tony Westerway to Adam Brewer has now gone through on Michael Westerway, and car number 20, Andrew Jackman, has got clear of the battle behind him, which is Carter Fox, and back to Josh Brisbane there as well. There's our race leader, car number 55, multiple champion in this category, and always acquits himself very, very well. As the lovely Bella Motorsport truck, you'll see that heading off down the highway on the way home today, preparing a couple of cars and certainly offering up advice to the field. There's Carter Fox, car number 7, with Mark Verdino going through as well. Josh Brisbane. There's Dick Howe. Oh, and that's a massive one there. Not sure how that happened. In fact, car 7, I'm pretty sure that the green car there just went sideways all of his own, and Carter Fox arrived on the scene, the number 56. Didn't quite see that, but it's certainly done some damage to the front of Carter Fox's car, right underneath the Poolmaster sign. But, yeah, not sure. I'm pretty sure that Fox wasn't into that car until it broke sideways on him. And when you're following so closely, inevitably you end up coming together like that. So, not going to blow the whistle on that one just yet. We need to leave that to the officials trackside that would have had a close eye on that. We go back to the lead of this race. And it's Cameron Bella. Crests the hill on the old start-finish straight here at Winton Motor Raceway. The property looking very good, freshly mowed, and the safety crew or the recovery crew here have done a tremendous job right around the track. We'll see if we can get that replay just one more time. I'm not prepared to throw anyone under the bus just yet. There it is from the tail angle. Disappears behind the tree where the contact occurred, but certainly they were in close quarters with each other, and that's what we could see from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship cameras covering this event. The Blendline TV crew working a tremendous job here this weekend and bringing fantastic footage out there. And of course, if you're watching via any of the social media platforms and you want uninterrupted vision from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, you can catch it all live today on blendline.tv/live. And talking about live on screen now, we've got the number 3 of Anthony Westerway with Adam Brewer, who hasn't been able to get through on Tony at the moment. And Adam Brewer and the AVI Technology EJM 944 really trying to get through. The other interesting thing is that Michael Westerway is starting to range up on the 3 of them there as well. Mark Torbitz, just a slight gap out in front of those guys there. He needs to see at least 5 seconds between himself and Tony Westerway. So I guess he would be very happy to see these 3 engage in a battle, and ultimately the lap times start to suffer, and Michael and Mark Torbitz can just gather his thoughts and try and get away from this group to try and cover off that post-race penalty. At the moment, it will see him drop behind these 3 in results, and when you're trying to piece together a championship, that's not going to work out tremendously well for you. Brewer looks to the inside now. Ever the protagonist, he gets right up beside the number 3 there, and they're going on those alternative lines through the Gumtree part of the track around the top end, around turn 9. See who can flow the car the best here, and in fact at the moment each corner is just drawing the number 45 closer in to this battle. In fact, the gap between the 31 and the 45 of Brewer and Westerway is now closer than the battle to Tony Westerway. How would Adam Brewer feel? He's got 2 Westerways either side of him, battling away. And out in front at the moment, Cameron Bella is battling away with Jamie Westerway, and that hasn't. We haven't seen Bella drive off the distance. Jamie's actually staying right with him in this race in the lead. In the 888 Home Loans Porsche 944s. Their new clothing sponsor on board, Pit Lane Clothing. Emblazoned down the side of Jack Atlee's car. Jack Atlee currently down there in the number 35 in position number 12. Just in front of him is Andy Tudor and Keith Mariner. There's Richard Howe, just off the back of this battle here. This is for position 8, 7, 8 and 9 on the road. That's Andy Jackman with Mark Fedino and Richard Howe. Good drive there from Mark Fedino. Started out of 12th. Currently in 8th, so up some good spots there in this one. It's good to see some progress there. Jackman in the number 20 actually started out of 7th in this race and holding on to 7th. And there's the charging Richard Howe, the veteran of Porsche 944 racing. Numerous categories over the years. Had a great time for many years in Auscars on the Thunderdome. And Richard Howe just losing the back of Mark Fedino in the last couple of corners. We are on lap 6, so half race distance for the feature race for the weekend, and a big dive out of the last corner for the number 44 there. Sorry, no, turn 10 up into 11 and 12 now. So Mark Fedino is a massive move there on Jackman. So swaps it over that position as they head to the line to complete lap number 7. So a little bit of a timing glitch at the start of this race has just thrown a little bit of confusion around the completed laps in this race. So the 44 now in 7th place. Great number to have when you're racing in the 944s is 44. Blend into the environment very nicely indeed. The number 20 Poolmaster car of Andrew Jackman. Here we go, up with Brewer, who again still hasn't been able to get through on Tony Westaway, but Michael Westaway in the 45 ranging very strongly up behind. Some great shots here. The Blendline TV crew position their cameras in some really good spots here this weekend, giving us great coverage around the Winton layout. So the 51 now just trying to get back in this race here. There's Mark Torberts. Sorry, the 31, not the 51 of Adam Brewer. They've closed the gap up on Mark Torberts over the last 2 laps, the front of this race. So the cars come over the strike. They've now completed 7 laps, start up on their 8th journey around. So now is the time where if Adam Brewer wants to start to impress and get himself a better result, he really does have to apply the thumb screws to Tony Westaway and Mark Torberts, and he has to do it now if he's got anything left in the tank. Any little demon tweaks that he can think up. Throw something different at them. Think outside the square. Use a different line on a different corner. See if you can throw the guys in front off. At the moment, he's just a little bit too far away to throw one, to send it at the car number 3. Certainly all of them at the moment, they've just got to, I'm not going to say with 2 laps to go, work together, because we've left that thought pattern a couple of laps ago. Mark Torberts will now be working very hard. The number 3 just spears off. Didn't even make the turn into the corner. Same with Richard Howe. Didn't make it to the corner, albeit on a different part of the track. Richard Howe up at the water tank at turn 7. And the number 3 there of Tony Westaway, that was at turn 9. Didn't even make the corner. Tried to turn it, and it just went straight on in the West Bond Management 888 Home Loans Porsche Cars Australia race. And what that does is it gives Adam Brewer the opportunity to See if he can range up onto the back of Mark Torbert's, albeit with not a lot of race left to contend with. But we're just seeing Tony Westaway just disappearing off the timesheets. Brewer now into position number 4. He's got a fresh motivation to go out after the last spot on the podium after Mark Torbert's. And right behind him is the 45. So you get rid of one Westaway and there's another one that attacks you. Out in front at the moment, we're seeing, there's Richard Howe going off at the entry to turn 7. A real tricky part of Winton. In fact, that is one of the trickiest corners in Australian motorsport. You come out of the sweeper on camber, then it throws you off camber. Here it is again. Another replay. That's at turn 9, where we see Tony Westaway going off, and he hasn't actually managed to get going again. He is stricken out at the corner there. But certainly where Richard Howe went off, he's not the first one to do that. That grabs your attention, that corner. If you haven't quite put it through there, or if you've got your eyes further up the road than what they should be, and throw it all away. So we're looking now at the race leader, Cameron Bella in the number 55. Checkered flag up in the air. So Cameron Bella will take 3 from 3. Jamie Westaway will be scratching his head. 0.3 of a second behind, going, how am I going to take it up to Cam now? I had a great run at Sandown, and now Cam Bella is back and takes a victory in car number 55. A great result there. Mark Torberts hangs on to his P5. Some respect coming past my vantage point here at the track there with Cameron Bella and Jamie Westaway just acknowledging each other and thanking each other for a good, hard, clean race. And that's what we like to see with the Porsche 944s, the 888 home loans, their new clothing sponsor, Pit Lane Clothing. Cars coming to the line still. So Cameron Bella takes the W and rides off into the sunset. We'll see him at Phillip Island at the next round, round number 3. Jamie Westaway into P2. Got some work to do there, scratching of the head. I suggest it's about getting that car off the line, because they always qualify next to each other on the front row. But it's Bella that gets that first to second gear change and just starts to ease away already early in the race. Mark Torberts into P3, Adam Brewer, Michael Westaway, Mark Rodino, Adam Jackman, Richard Howe into position number 8, Keith Mariner, Carter Fox, Andy Tudor, Jack Atley in the Pit Lane Clothing Company car home in 13th. A couple of guys there with some thoughts that they don't want to harbour for too long. Get out of Winton and look to the next race at Phillip Island and try and drag a better result from that weekend. So they'll be looking to the 15th and 16th of May at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 3 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Check it all out at www.vicstateraceseries.com, and there it is on your screen. The next round at Phillip Island, 13th and 14th of May. Head to Sandown. It's always a great venue to head to, 12, 13, 14 of August, whilst we've still got it, because there is still rumours around about the redevelopment of that site. So make sure we use Sandown as much as we possibly can and respect what a gem we've got there in the suburbs of Melbourne. 23rd, 24th, 25th of September at Phillip Island. I'm going to catch my breath, and we'll be back with plenty more racing as we go into the feature races part of the afternoon for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. MG and invited British cars on track next. Back soon.
Back down here next to the control tower, and we're continuing the theme of covering all corners of motorsport, and the Victorian State Race Series really is the perfect starting ground for not just drivers but photographers and also officials as well. And David Thornberry's joined me to chat about his journey to become the Chief Flag Marshal for the Victorian Flag Marshalling team. David, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here.
So you originally hail from New Zealand. We won't hold that against you, but could you tell us about how you became involved in what you are today?
Oh, look, so yeah, started in New Zealand as a flag marshal at Pukekohe Raceway. Did the London OE thing. Then when I arrived in Australia, found the Victorian flag marshalling team about 11 years ago. Reached out to them to sort of get back into it, and yeah, now I've managed to sort of been appointed the Chief Flag Marshal of the club, so it's great.
This weekend, what are some of your responsibilities?
Oh, look, so yeah, we've got two of us here as the chief and assistant chief. Basically, we're sort of just looking after the welfare of all the trackside officials, making sure they get a bit of a break between races and that kind of thing. If there's any sort of rules that need clarifying, we'll sort of do that with them. Yeah, just looking after the team in general.
So what are some of the unique challenges that present themselves over the course of a weekend?
Oh, look, they're long days for the team, so we just sort of making sure that they're okay. The guys who've got trackside, if there's any sort of racing incidents, they're the ones who need to sort of fill in the reports to send those through to race control. You know, just making sure that they're okay after a big incident. That all the sort of right rules are being followed. Yeah, just looking after the team.
So we say a big thank you to David for taking time out of his busy schedule. He's literally flat out working today. But if you find yourself watching this and you really want to get involved and a little bit closer to motorsport, we encourage you to go to vsrs.com.au and follow the volunteer official links to find out more information about how you could wind up like David trackside here. Back down here in the...
Welcome back, trackside here, MG, and invited British sports cars brought to us this weekend by Hobson's. We thank them for their continued support of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and of course their favourite event, the MG and invited British sports cars. Right alongside me is Paul Vidal. Cars already on track, Paul. This is what we like about state level racing, from one to the next, and
diversity.
Jump away. Yeah, something different out there as well. The grid sheet looks like this. Gary Bulmer, what a great race win last time round in the number 91, will sit on pole position. And right beside him, Keith Ondiachi doing a tremendous job. There it is, the Stag. And in the next line behind him will be position number 3, Michael Tratham, Anthony Vollebrecht in there as well. Alana Ondiachi in the 5, actually, starting out of position 5 in car number 44. Gordon Bunyan. Great result there for the little Triumph to be in 6th spot there. Michael Wood next with Ed Ferguson, Darren Sutra, John Stevenson, Robin Bailey, who...
he is out there.
Yep, there he is. Did not finish the last race, which is very unusual for Robin. And I just, as always, commentator Kirsten talked about how reliable that particular race car, and it's a rapid piece of kit too, was going. Danny Siama and Jane Vollebrecht at the rear of the grid in the number 47. In fact, can't see...
Yeah, so Jane unfortunately not taking the start on this one, and Danny found a small engine gremlin and has decided to save the car for Phillip Island rather than have to do a full engine rebuild, so he's decided to take it easy and pack the car up. Robin, after the last race, small electrical gremlin kept him from finishing that one. It was.
No way.
It was, and he hopes to have sorted it. Again, same thing. He said, I probably could have kept going, but if I'd have done damage, I would have kicked myself. So decided to play it safe. Hopefully he has fixed it. They have been working on it feverishly. One of those 5-cent part scenarios in the end.
I find that hard to believe with all the engineering that goes into these vehicles. Is there such a thing as a 5-cent part?
Probably not.
In 1970, when they first got them, they were 5 cents. They're now $8.50.
Probably not in that monster, but No, great to see him back out there, and he'll be looking to get back to the front and pick up some points wherever he can here. Gary Bulmer was absolutely dancing on the rooftop after the last one. He was almost a Stephen Bradbury moment, but as he said, you've got to be in it to win it.
There would have been plenty of times that he didn't greet the checkered flag himself in racing. So Gary is there. There is the green flag. We were left with a pretty compact field of MGs and invited British cars. And we've got the first row representative of the title of the category. And away they go. It's a pretty even takeoff. In fact, have a look at Alana in the 44. But the 40 gets second gear change done well and drives away. Look at the open top stag there with the 43 right alongside of Ed Ferguson pushing on hard. And here comes Robin Bailey, the big V8 thumping the ground, looks to the inside of the stag, allows plenty of room. That's exactly what we're wanting to see. And Robin Bailey in the number 50, he's not urgently trying to push his way through. In fact, he's just seeing the opportunity and taking advantage of it. He knows he's got a technical advantage with the car he's got underneath him. There's no point having anyone off along the way.
And look, he's been around long enough to know that you don't win the race on the first lap. You've got to be there on the last one. So he'll be taking it easy, getting his way through the field nice and smooth. Good start by him, but up the front you can see a great battle. Plenty of Wolfchester product used on that Silver Stag between race one this morning and this afternoon. I saw a few Wolfchester products chucked in the bin from Keith. He'll be looking to try and get out in front. He knows that that big V8's coming for him. But Mike Trathen was saying that just trying to get up to speed a little bit still here. It's been a while since he's been here racing, and the tyre's probably a little bit old. So he's getting quicker every lap, he said.
Here's Robin Bailey in the number 50. Carved up a bit of the field already, and I've got to say he's done it in a very gentlemanly fashion. He hasn't put the nose in and bullied his way through. He's just seen the opportunity and pushing through in the number 50. There is 10 laps the journey, which is going to be a pretty tiring journey. We're nudging up in the high 20s. Oh, no! The pole sitter, Gary Bulmer, slowing, coming out of the final corner. And here he is, just trundling down, driver's left past the start line. And, well, I'm so glad he did a victory dance early on in the day, because that is motorsport, isn't it? Right there, the highs and the lows.
The highest of highs to the lowest of lows.
The lowest of the lows, and boy, aren't they ever. Have a look at this. Anthony Vollebrecht is weighing in on the result here this weekend in the 48. Numerous eras covered by decades of MG and invited British sports cars. Have a look at this. This would be a tricky operation, running two stags in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. But, oh, look at this. Sad, sad sight. Gary Bulmer will be scratching his head wondering what could have been here today.
I'm just going to put a little call out for also Asher Ondaatje, who's Alana's son. He's been sweeping the gravel out of the garage between races, and I reckon there's a chance we've got a third stag on the way.
Good to see. We saw actually in one of the packages earlier on today the interview with Alana and the family there. I've got to say, well, you and I, a testament to it, Paul. A family that goes racing together stays together.
That's right.
A little bit.
That's right.
Mostly.
That's why you'll notice Keith's got to cut much faster.
That's right.
They'll always stay together because Alana can't catch you.
Yet. Wait till the next generation swings in and
That's right.
gets thrown aside. They really love going racing. Here comes Robin Bailey now, though. He's going to appear big in the mirrors of the number 40. The number 50 right up behind now. And sits there. He's not going to be aggro about it. There's no aggression. We'll let the number 40 know, appearing in the mirrors.
Look, Keith won't make this easy, but he does have a little bit of a disadvantage to Robin. So Robin should make it pretty easy down into turn 3.
Does it well there. The number 40 just eases off the steering wheel just to make sure they both get through safely. I guess the other thing is that for the next half a lap or so is that Keith can start to learn a little bit more about how to get around this track when you've got a little bit more horsepower.
Absolutely, and look, Keith's probably pretty smart under that helmet. He'd be knowing that Gary's dropped off here, so with a DNF for Gary in this one, and obviously Robin having some misfortune in race 2, for him it's probably about bringing it home at this point and getting as many points in the bag as possible.
What is interesting is the speed trap on the main straight there, and the number 43 of Ed Ferguson is rapid across the line there, 176 in that car, and That's a terrific run there. Gordon Bunyan now with Alana. They're having their own triumph battle. And this battle also spanning a decade or so between both these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alana's just sort of gone back a couple of positions here, but she'll be getting herself into this race. She's really absolutely loving it, but she generally does pretty well at the end of the race, so she's probably playing the long game here. 10 laps around here is a long way in a stag, I would imagine. So
the gearbox in those cars, there'd be blisters all over
absolutely.
The gear changing hand. There we go, the 44 just showing the horsepower on board there, and the 78 now showing how nimble it can be under brakes and into the corner, giving each other plenty of room there as well. 44, nice power down. The difference is the 78 keeps the power down.
Absolutely.
What there is of it. And the Stag just drives away in a straight line. Here comes MGB GT as well, in behind Gordon, which is Michael Wood.
Yeah, Mike having a reasonably good weekend. He's slowly getting quicker and quicker. He's done plenty of miles, but it's a bit of a hard slog in one of those things. He was telling me that by about lap 6, the brakes are starting to get pretty faded. So he's got to play the long game in a 10-lap race, so he doesn't get sort of lap 8 or 9 and end up with a very small brake pedal. A little bit of pumping required, so he'll be playing the long game here, and probably also just trying to keep some clean air into those brakes, keep the brakes as cool as possible, even though it's a pretty hot day out here. Also good call out, Darren Sutra down at the moment in 9th. He's haven't seen much of him on the screen, but he's having a great weekend. Bit of a test and tune for him as he gears up for the rest of the year. See Gordon Bunyan under Alana again. These two having an absolutely amazing battle, and really good to see so much fair racing. The epitome of David and Goliath to a degree. Small car, much more nimble around the back here, and then the V8 starts using its legs. So Alana's got her work cut out to try and clear him. She almost needs to get by a bit earlier and clear him before they get back to that same part of the track, so she can come out in front next time.
One thing's for sure, if I know the camaraderie down in the pit area for this category, is that both of these protagonists will have a big smile on their faces. They pull off a sweaty old helmet at the end of this race. 27 degrees here at the track, so I bet these two will be absolutely rapt that they've got their roofs off here today, because let me tell you, Robin and Keith will be absolutely sweltering in their closed-top vehicles.
Don't forget, Robin's got to back it up with a 40-minute race in, half an hour after this, so he won't need the gym for the next 3 weeks after this.
What he'll need is some H2O. That's what he will need. He'll need to keep himself well and truly hydrated. It's a long old tow back to the suburbs of Melbourne in the sun blazing down on you. There's the 43 now coming 8th, which is Ed Ferguson, and that's the car we're saying is pretty quick in a straight line, 172 kilometres an hour. It's only eclipsed by Robin Bailey and Keith Ondiachi, but only just. They're 175 for Robin and 179 for the number 40 Stag.
Yeah, and this car of Ed's, it's a fairly new build, so he's still getting some teething issues out of it. It's got some good grunt, but just got to get it to stop and turn a little bit more. But this is only, I think, its second race meeting since he's built it, and he's got a bit of learning still. That car will get quicker and quicker. He built it with the idea of getting up to where Keith is, so that's his plan. A little bit of way to go, but he's getting there.
Certainly, at this point, it's just about getting some driving done. As
Absolutely.
We see this continues on.
Alana might have a little bit more of a head start here. If she can get onto the back straight ahead, she might have enough to clear by the time they get back here next lap. But this is great. I mean, this is 3 or 4 laps side by side. They haven't touched panels. This is what MG Racing and Invited British is all about. It's close, fair, even, and a whole lot of fun.
Certainly is, as the cars come around half race distance, well and truly completed now. And this really is the race actually within the race at the moment. We're seeing this is the battle for 5, 6, 7 on the road, and 8 in fact. We'll touch on Ed Ferguson again. He's developing this car, so it will start to push to the front. And I do like a 45-year-old car as a fresh build.
I know, absolutely. And it very much took the Group 44 cars out of States as a concept for him. So it's a little bit more modern and wild than that, but that was sort of the start of this. So good to see him making progress past Gordon Bunyan there. He'll set his sights on Alana.
you'd have to expect that this car, mechanically, the package he's got underneath him would be able to take this part of the field. And as I said, it's all about actually driving the car now and getting used to it and getting those finer tuned setup details, putting it on the scales and making sure that you've got the good weight distribution.
Absolutely. So
have a look at this Gordon now. He doesn't give up, does he?
He doesn't.
Shows the nose.
It's a bit like a little terrier there, just dancing around, nibbling at the back there.
I'm going to have to say he's obviously shown the nose before because it's in undercoat. He might have shown the nose a couple of times and he might have had it swiped out a couple of times too, like a prize fighter.
I'm not surprised because he throws it down there, and I mean, even around the outside here, getting escorted a bit wide there to say, hey, get out of there.
And a TR7 doesn't have good rear view either.
It doesn't.
It's difficult to see out. They're one of the hardest cars ever to back, because you cannot see out the back of them. Tiny little mirrors on the side doors.
And that's a wide TR7. There's some big flares on that one.
So Gordon Bunyan, just now the pursuit just getting a little bit more difficult as we see Anthony Vollebrecht well and truly up the road, but it was Alana Ondiaki who will probably start to see the 43 ranging up in her mirrors now, because he's now starting to push on pretty hard. And obviously that straight line speed is awesome. This time around, he's actually the fastest car on track, 177 down the straight, and ranges into the back of the 44. So we've got 44 and 43 line astern with each other. 6 laps completed now on our 7th journey.
Yeah, so Ed's really got the bit between his teeth here. He's ranged up on the back of Alana here, so by the end of this lap, he'll probably be looking for a pass. So Alana done really well until now, and she's going to have her work cut out for her for the last 4 laps of this one.
Great shots here from the Blendline TV crew. Check out their YouTube channel after this weekend, and I do know there are lots and ever-growing groundswell of support for watching the replays of these events on weekends as well. So gives a good opportunity for all the category sponsors and the potential for series sponsor for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships to get viewed and viewed and viewed, not just live. Oh, as Ed goes wide, and that is the tyres protesting. A big understeer off, and then a good set of, let's call it, Victorian Rally Championship fishtails as he rejoins the track.
I think he's been watching the drifters over on the skid pan a bit much there.
That can grab your attention, can't it?
Yeah, he might have got a bit distracted there. But just as you called that out, Darren, just a big thank you to all the officials out there trackside. It's pretty hot in the sun today. They've done a great job. All the volunteers and the Vic Flag team, they without them, we don't get to go racing. And all the categories, if you want to watch any of the racing back, you can. As Darren said on YouTube, give it a like. Don't forget our Instagram and Facebook for Vic State Race Series. We are pushing that pretty hard at the moment. And feel free to jump on Facebook, Instagram, Vic State Race Series. Give it a like. Follow what's going on. And look out for our next round at Phillip Island. Not far away. And who doesn't love Phillip Island?
Great place to visit. In fact, we're blessed in Victoria with 3 different racetracks which are vastly different to each other. This weekend's MG and Invited British Racing brought to us by Splats. We thank them for all of their support, and we've got to also make sure we push these sponsors that jump on board with us as well. And all of the people getting their eyes on this form of motorsport is just amazing. Some of the national level motorsport struggle to get the same sort of support as we do here at the State Series. Here's a replay again. Understeer. Showed at the wheel, but just protested all the way here. And here's a bit of opposite lock action. And that is handfuls and handfuls of left and right, and then settle down, deep breath. Bring the number 43 back on. Channel Alan Moffat in the Mazda of number 43. Bring it back on.
More Alan Moffat, less Ken Block.
That's right. I like it.
Robin
so
is
our race
controlling
leader.
this one out in front, isn't he? He's done a great job out in front, coming up to the lap, Darren Sutra, and this is going to put him in good stead for the sports car race. Hopefully, coming up, that he can give it a good shot. And so far, car's doing really well after those issues this morning. So great to see Robin back on form. Does a great job, runs it himself. Can't underestimate how big a work it is to run a car like that on your own.
Yeah, absolutely massive effort, because there is still a lot of original car left there. Yes, there's some heavily modified bits and pieces, as with the Stag, the number 40 we're looking at here as well. A Stag doesn't naturally go this fast around a racetrack. And they've
Well,
worked
dare
very
I
hard.
say it, look anywhere near that tough.
No, there's not a stag in the world that looks as tough as that. There was a Rover 3500 of Jim Smith that was sponsored by a cigarette company many years ago that looked equally as tough as that. And that could easily come back as an invited. No, it couldn't. It was a sports sedan. There's no way it would fit into this category. It could come back as a sports sedan. The 24 here, Michael, on screen. Again, wringing the neck of this little 1300cc car. It's a car that you cannot get a rest at. You've got to drive it every millimetre of the race.
And you've got to rev it hard, drive it hard. It's great to see him having a good run. And, even though he isn't able to match it with those front runners, consistency is key, and he's going to pick up 3 good results this weekend. Great to see the little midget fighting hard.
Yeah, it certainly is. Traditional fare for MG races in the midget. It's what they were designed to do. It's just a horsepower race now. And he's on a podium, so he's doing a tremendous job. It's always a great weekend if you can bring away a race win, but if you can be outpowered and still get yourself on a podium, it's a terrific result. This guy has to back it up. We've got a Hyundai XL race between now and when he has to be out there with the sports cars. And we're talking the best available in the world of GT3 are going to be out there. Audis, Porsches, Cup cars, all of those bits of kit. Of course, the Sin as well will be out there. So Robin's going to have to, as I said, hydrate.
His plan is he's driving in. They're putting as much fuel as they can get in it, and then he's going down a dummy grid. So that is going to be a great effort to see him in sports cars.
The biggest problem with hydrating and then doing a 40-minute race is that it comes out eventually, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
So sweats it out. Let's hope that that's the way it comes out as he points up to the finish line there, and Robin Bailey from rear of grid takes a race win. We've seen that a little bit today. Cars coming from rear of grid and being ever so classy in the way they've gone about it and pushing through for podium results. And at the moment, the race is still raging out there on track. Here comes Keith Onyachi. He's had a pretty lonely race, except for a bit of a battle in the first few corners with Robin Bailey, stamping his authority on, albeit second in this race, and driving car 40, the Energy Assist outfit, very nicely indeed. I love the vent windows off the side here, getting lots of fresh air into the Stag. And across the line he comes, ever so gingerly too. That's not wide open throttle.
He's probably at this point going, oh, well, I mean, energy assist, he's assisting his energy, not using as much fuel as he needed to, so.
I like it. Bringing a lifestyle to the racetrack right there.
Absolutely.
This is a drive, a ripping drive to bring this midget home for the last spot on the podium in the Splat MG and invited British cars to the line. Michael's driven that car very hard all weekend. A fantastic result for the number 24. Michael Trathen finishes the race in P3. The competition still goes on. Anthony Vollebrecht and Alana Ondaatje haven't made it to the line yet. Here comes the 43 with Michael Wood in behind. Now they've swapped spots in this last lap of the race. Vollebrecht gets home in the 48. Into position number 4, Alana Ondaatje finishes in the 5. So family members in the 5 with the Ondaatjes. And there it is, the confirmation of the top 5. Bunyan gets through in the Spitfire in 6. Ed Ferguson in the TRV8. Michael Wood in the MGB GT V8. And Darren Suter home there. Confirmation, number 50 of Robin Bailey takes the win for Splat this weekend in the MGs. Paul, thank you very much for all of your assistance during the MGs today, and of course all the work that's going on in the background with the telecast and the commercial aspect of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll see you at Phillip Island.
Thanks, Darren. Have a good rest of the weekend.
We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We've got Hyundai XLs on track. Let's see how many we can get to the finish line this afternoon. Back in a moment. Nothing like a good bit of whistling with Hyundai's out on track. I'll whistle down the freeway and the traffic on the way home from work every night as cars are on track now, and we're seeing very aggressive warm-ups for the cars running all on their controlled tyre. And Hugo Simpson will roll out on pole position in the 117. Ethan Grid-Galt in the 777, sitting right next to him on the front row of the grid. Bradley Vareca chipping away at it here this weekend, and will start out of P3. I wouldn't be surprised if something doesn't get a bit racy about the number 96 in this one, to take a first or a second away from the two out in front. Got to go with them. James Lodge also in there in number 39 in position number 4. Antonio Meloso for Burson, and then William Seal in the 995. David Musgrove in the 34 out of position number 7. Toby Waghorn, who drove a great race earlier on today to get through to position number 8. Ryan Phillips next in line. Ryan had been, of course, on the front row of the grid for race 2 this morning and has gone back to position number 9 to start this race. Rounding out the 10 will be Charlie Nash in the number 151. Harry Tompkins out of 11th, and Jason Kay out of 12. Royce Lynn out of 4 in the number 4 out of 13th. Preston Bruce next. Then it's the number 92 of Donovan Merjak in position 15. 16 we'll see Will Longmore. Then Lachlan Harvey, Matthew Blink, Gareth Hodgkiss, William Sala in the roadworthy Shop XL, red with the white sign writing, as has been the tradition with the roadworthy Shop, with the entrance they've had over the years in motorsport. Spiros Balakis looking for time on the track to get his AMG GT4 out and racing. Looking forward to seeing that car in sports cars in the not too distant future. Of course, the team down there at Custom Sports and Restoration working very hard here this weekend. They've had GT3s down at Phillip Island and practice on Friday. GT4s on track here this weekend. And Techstar McCoy and car number 13 out of 23. 24 we'll see Emma Clark. Scott Appledore in the number 32. Billy Hamilton and Carly Fleming in the 142, safely tucked away at the rear of the grid. Watch that car of Scott Appledore in a tribute livery, the old HDT livery. Looks great, done by Scarcella Design, as the cars all lined up, and we are in starters' hands. Hugo Simpson, Ethan Grid-Gold, watch the second row, the 96. Gets away nicely indeed, line astern with each other. It's right behind Antonio Meluso. For Bursons, gets a good start as well. The 117 leads them through. They're going to go side by side. Beautiful bit of racing there for Grid-Gold and Hugo Simpson, but it'll be Grid-Gold that gets the run onto the main straight. Let's keep it neat and tidy, boys and girls, as they plunge down into turn 3. The whole field make their way through, just giving each other plenty of room. There goes the number 4 of Royce Lynn. We'll get some good shots back here to the mid-pack. And there's the number 99. Got a fair bit of bruising down the side of that car of Jason Kay, the orange car there. And there goes Royce Lynn and Will Longmore just in that mid-pack. There's a big dive down there at turn 7, and just drives out of the corner there, the number 4 of Royce Lynn. Scott Appledore made up a couple of spots off the start there, and here comes the main part of the battle there. Caught up right in the middle there is Lachlan Harvey, and the number 25 looks to the outside. Not an ideal spot to coming up to turn 10, as they all start to flow their way through there. You want to be on the inside, and that's where the 38 there of Matt Bink, the Arrow line marking outfit, and ranging up behind there is also the number 13 of Techstar McCoy. Normally further up the field, but was starting rear of grid in this race. We're seeing a passing manoeuvre go through there, bit of understeer out onto the ribbon strip to number 25. Good driving there, allowing the faster car to come through. Across the line they go. Grid-Gold leading the way over Hugo Simpson. Then it's Lodge. Brad Vareca in the number 96. Molossu for Bursons, Waghorn, Seal, Phillips, Musgrove, Tompkins, Nash, Kay, Lynn, Bruce, Longmore. Lynn right in the battle here with Bruce and Longmore also. And we've got dust that's absolutely coating the track all the way around. Can't make out who's who in amongst all of that at the moment. There's our battery stop car of Phillips. In fact, no, it's not. That's Tompkins in the battery stop car. Then the number 35 of Musgrave. 34 of Musgrave. And the number 8 rolling around there of Ryan Phillips. So finding his way back up through the field is Ryan Phillips. Started out of 9. It's made a spot. The opening lap and a half in this race as they go down into turn number 10. A good reminder right now for the Tadong Good Friday appeal. You can catch it all at the Good Friday appeal, April the 15th at Tadong Recreation Reserve between 12 noon and 4 p.m. There's plenty of ways to raise money. Check it out at the Good Friday appeal. For more information, you can call on 0408 197 865. One of the more successful Good Friday appeals around the state every year with thousands of dollars, and a local community here to the Winton Motor Raceway put in a huge effort every year. The virtual tin shake online auction. There's plenty of ways you can contribute. Chuck it into your search engine, the Tadong Good Friday appeal. Support it. It's one of the most worthy causes you could ever find. The Royal Children's Hospital Good Friday appeal, and the local community here to the racetrack at Tadong doing a tremendous job year in, year out. We certainly want to throw some support behind that. So put it into your search engine, Tadong Good Friday appeal, and give them some support. Vote with your bank account and your dollars. Show them the support that they so richly deserve. It's a very, very worthy cause. I struggle to find a better one than the Royal Children's Hospital Good Friday appeal. The race continues on track here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Hyundais got their 10-lap up, the XLs, here at Winton Motor Raceway. And Greg Galt leading the way with Hugo Simpson in the 117. Greg Galt's got a very handy lead now, in fact, out over 2.5 seconds, and that's nearly unheard of in this sort of racing for the XLs. Plenty of racing for the XLs in season 2022, right across all rounds of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And of course, Asher Johnson, current Nationals champion out of South Australia, and they had their round last weekend, I think, at Malala, the state championship over there. Greg Galt now has a 2.7 second lead over Hugo Simpson. James Lodge in the number 39 in position 3. Brad Barreca in the number 96. There's the 84 of Toby Waghorn. Belosso for Bursons. The 995 of William Seal. Freewheeling it through the turn 3-4 complex down there. Puts all four wheels back on the ground and gets on with it. I heard from one particular very successful XL racer that the rear wheels on these cars, all they do is stop the back end of the car dragging on the ground. It's pretty mathematical, and they stop the sparks from flying out from underneath the back of the car, was the actual comment, because they keep the back of the car from dragging on the road. And I sit here in wonderment at the moment, wondering how Ethan Greg Gold got a 2.7 second lead in this race. It is absolutely massive for this sort of racing. There's Mike Sinclair in the 98, and Mike's got Polakis in front of him in the number 80, Southgate Automotive Group. And these guys down, currently fighting up for 23rd and 24th on the road. There was 27 cars that started here. A lot down on what started at Sandown in round 1, so not sure what that is. The Winton Motor Raceway ideally suited to the XL platform, and under 30 cars is interesting. That's Hope that's not some waning interest in the category. I hope it's just an anomaly, and we'll see plenty of them again join us at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 3. Triple 8 Home Loans Victorian Hyundai Excel Racing this weekend. We're just looking at the contenders currently fighting out to get inside the top 10 with Techstar McCoy there and Kay. Lynn Bruce as well in the mix there, but this is the number 99 pushing very hard of Jason Kay there. So that's the battle. They're just outside the top 10. This is the battle for the podium. This is Hugo Simpson, All-American driveline parts, and a very important message across the back of his car, thanking all the volunteers around the track as he goes past, written right across the back of the car. Thank you to the volunteers and a couple of love hearts. And we'll send a message out to all the volunteers at the TAD on Good Friday. I feel for their help as well, not just trackside officials, but the wider community for volunteering. Many things wouldn't happen around there, and we, like I said, we'll throw support behind the TAD on Good Friday appeal for the Royal Children's Hospital. Hugo Simpson now not being able to take it up. And in fact, Ethan Grigol's got a 3.7 second lead now in this race. And doing a tremendous job. There's the message to all watching at blendline.tv/live. Big thanks to all of our volunteers. You can check that out at motorsport.org.au/officials, the official channel through at Motorsport Australia to getting all the information you need. If you've thought about it, don't think anymore. Do it. Get involved. Come join us at the racetrack. Get trackside. Do something in race control. Work in the pit and paddock area. Meet all the teams and the drivers. It's a great rewarding volunteering role in motorsport. So check it out at the Motorsport Australia website. This battle for second and third in the race, I get the feeling it's not going to give up. But here comes Brad Vareca now weighing in on the number 96. In fact, he is starting to really move up on this. So this is going to be a race in 3 at half race distance. We've got 5 laps completed. There he is arriving there. Bit of a touch with Lodge on the back of Greg Galt, the 117. Sorry, not Greg Galt, Hugo Simpson. Greg Galt way out in front now. 5 seconds. So this battle is really holding up the second step on the podium. Have a look at this Vareca now. He's like, I'm watching this. I'm watching you too. And I'm going to come on through here. I've managed to fly my XL very, very nicely and try and set these two up because they're watching each other at the moment. You feel like Brad Vareca's just being ignored by these two. Hopefully he can take advantage of that in the 96 over from Kyneton. A huge motorsporting family. They love racing here at Winton. They've done lots of motorsport. The 96 now right up behind the 39 there of Lodge. And this is really starting to get racy with it. We've got 4 laps to complete this race. And across the line they go. What we can confirm out of this battle, which is for second, third and fourth, is that our leader, Ethan Greg Galt, has now just driven away. He's got a 7-second lead. He can basically wind the window down, P. Brock, Fat Armit style around for the rest of this race because this battle is going to rage all the way to the end. Let's hope there's no tears. We don't need that sort of racing. This is good. This is what we want to see. Good, hard competition. Keeping each other honest. If you make a mistake, you're going to go back a spot now. The 39. Got to realise the cameras are watching them. And if there is anything untoward, it's going to be there for all to see. So the 96 running wide there. He's going the alternative option through this part of the track. You can see what he's done now. Looping it wide into 7. Again in 8. And now we'll just try and flow the car and not get held up. There he goes again. Wide. Problem is this puts him on the driver's right. But if you can hang tough on the left and try and do a braking manoeuvre, should have a kilometre an hour or 2 on these guys the way he's just took through there. But that's what you need to do. Do something different. You can't just sit in behind and follow the leader. Do something different. And that's what Brad Vareca's doing. Look at this now. He's flowed it nicely through turn 10 up to 11. Opens up the outside run here. It's the long way around, but have a look at this. Gets an inside look. not being able to do it. They're so closely matched. Hugo Simpson, Lodge, Brad Vereca. Look out in the background. Here comes Toby Waghorn, Melosso, William Seal, Ryan Phillips was at the front of the field earlier on this weekend. Tompkins, Musgrave. Toby Waghorn now got the Burson's Valvoline car right in behind, covers off the line. The 84 of Waghorn, the Australis entry, and they've got this battle raging for second place just up in front of them as well. So this battle we're looking at now is for 5 and 6 on the road, and Waghorn just holding on in the 84 here. Also doesn't look as though it can apply that pressure, just throwing a leg up in the air and the over the ripple strip heading up into turn 7, out of 6 up into 7 there, so that won't do it. You need to keep all 4 wheels in the road there for the 103. Have a look at that in the foreground there. Bradley Vereca again trying a different line. Good on him. This is racecraft. Try something different. You can't just sit in the line and expect the race to come to you. He's looking left and right. He's throwing out a different line, seeing if he can get better drive off the corner this time around. That will set him up for an inside look at turn 11. We'll see if the Vereca entry can get through there as we see Phillips and Tompkins. Phillips pushing on through the field here, went backwards in the race earlier today. Tompkins trying also to push back into the field here. See if we can get a bit of a look at that battle between Lodge, Vereca and Waghorn. Simpson, Lodge, Vereca, Waghorn as they come to the line. No change in spot there, but Ethan Griggolt now has a 10.75 second lead. Yes, measure that, 10.75. That is massive in XL Racing, the 888 Home Loans XL Racing. Tompkins now looks up the inside. Good driving there by Tompkins. Stayed fat with it. Executed the pass on the number 8 of Ryan Phillips. Nice drive there, Tompkins. Found a good way around. Wow. Phillips just shows him a little bit of, you want to get racy, we'll give you a bit of a looking at. Fortunately, we didn't have the camera angle to see if there was any contact there, but the 33 and the 8, these two cars are racing it for 8th and 9th in this motor race. So just confirmation that the 8 did touch the 33, and that was on the exit of turn 3, right opposite the Coates Hire signs, the Glen Rowan Hotel there. So confirmation there was a little bit of a touch there, so they don't want to do too much of that. They're being watched very closely here this weekend. But Griggolt now has done the fastest lap of the race on lap 8. He's now on lap 9. Here is the Appledore entry with Bink. And this is for positions 19 and 20 on the road. The 32 goes through on Bink, and that's not for the first time in this race. The 32 gets past the 38. So Scott Appledore started out of 27th, is now into 20th place, so 7 spots up the road. Bink started out of 19th and holds 19th, just gone back 1 spot with Scott Appledore's charge inside the top 20. Our race leader, 12.02 seconds, Ethan Griggolt, the class of the field in this 10-lapper. As this battle rages to stay inside the top 20 as they cross the line and head off on their last journey around the Winton Motor Raceway. Griggolt, Simpson, Vereca now has gone through and gets himself onto the podium in the number 96. James Lodge, then we go to Waghorn, Melosso, Seal, Tompkins, Ryan Phillips, Musgrave, Nash, Texstar McCoy in the number 13. That's a ripping drive there from Tex, doing a good job. Just making spots up. Longmore to Jason Kay in the number 99. Started out of 11th and has gone back to 14th. Then it's Lynn, Mervac, Bruce, Sala, Appledore and Bink. Rounding out our 20. And this is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. Vereca has done the manoeuvre and got through into 3rd place. Let's see, with only a couple of corners left to complete. But Griggolt will drive his way all the way to the finish line. 12-second lead. Oh, the number 39 just about does the Hail Mary. But look at that, Ethan Griggold for Logitech takes race number 3, the 10-lapper. These three are fighting it out for second on the road. Hugo Simpson battling hard this weekend, will lead home, and a fantastic battle, gets home in second place. Bradley Vareca, welcome to the podium. A great result there for the crew from Kyneton. Then it's James Lodge, Melosso, Waghorn, Seal, Tompkins, Phillips, Musgrove rounds out the 10. Back to Nash, Textar, McCoy. Then it is Will Longmore, Jason Kay in 14. 15 is Royce Lyon, who started out at 10th, has gone back, Royce Lynn. 16 goes to the number 92. Of Donovan, there he gets through nicely, good drive. Bruce, Sala, Appledore, Bink, Hodges, Harvey, and that rounds out the top 22 cars. There's the result. Greg Galt over Simpson, Vareca, Lodge, and Melosso. We look forward to seeing the 888 Home Loans excels at our next round at Phillip Island, as we now have our sports cars warming up for their 40-minute race. We'll take a quick break and be back with more here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Welcome back. We've made our way to the exotic end of the paddock, and I'm joined alongside by Ben Schutz, hot off the victory from race 1 of the Production Sports Cars Victoria race earlier this afternoon. And as you can see behind us, we've got the Sin R1 GT, courtesy of Sin Cars Australia. Ben, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, not a bad win, so pretty happy with that, and hopefully tomorrow goes as well. So.
Can you tell us a little bit about this car? It's quite unique. It's from Bulgaria. A lot of people wouldn't have heard of a Sin.
No, yeah, Richard Bendel, the owner, started importing them, Sin Cars Australia, and this was the first one in the country. We have another one in the garage. That's a GT4 version, and this is actually a road-going version with a few bits and pieces on it. So it goes all right. Nice big engine, pretty mild, but it holds its own. It's taken us a little while to dial it in, but I don't know, every round, slowly but surely, we're getting a bit quicker, so it's been good.
For those unfamiliar with a Sin, what are some of the technical aspects of this car?
Basically, it's a GT4 type of platform, and it runs a 7-litre LS7, so the old Chev, and our Albans from Australia, transaxle with Motec ECU and dash, pretty much.
And so far this weekend's been successful, but it's been a successful few seasons for you. Who do you think's going to come from behind and absolutely challenge you?
Jamie's always keeping me honest. Jamie Lovett in the Porsche, and he's upgraded to a later spec now. Andrew Hall always goes all right, and Michael Kokonos in the Audi is slowly working up on that. So, and a newbie, Chris Fitzgerald as well. So in a 991-2. So. Yeah, I don't expect to have it all my own way, so but that's good. Good racing's always fun.
There we have Ben Schutz, an absolute stalwart of Victorian sports car racing. He's made a couple of starts in the Bathurst 12 Hour as well, and he's certainly one of the most handy steerers up and down pit lane. Big thank you to Ben for joining us down here in the pit lane. It's back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, guys. There, Ben Schutt's out on track now and a very successful racing career. He's, of course, started off with the family race team in improved production, and the fastest RX-7 improved production has ever seen. And that's an argument we can have off air at some point. There's been certainly plenty of them over the years, and of course the Ben Schutt's car, very famous for doing that as well. Cars out on track now for their 40-minute race. And we are live on blendline.tv/live. Here is how they will front up for this 40-minute race. Ben Schutt's on pole in the Sin. Jamie Lovett in the Porsche. Andrew Hall in a Porsche. Michael Kokonos in an Audi. Christian Fitzgerald in a Porsche. Jacob Lye in a Porsche. Manny Menazelma in a number 10 Porsche. Steve Kepper. Sven Burkhart's also in a Porsche there as well in number 90. Travis Knight. Richard Green in the red Porsche in the mix there. Stephen Sluger in his car there as well. We go back to Chris Batsios, Russell Butler, Robin Bailey, and I've got Dave Stillwell right alongside me for 40 minutes of Sports Car Glory.
As we see the yellow flag fly at the back of the grid, a car slow away at the rear. So again, we see Jamie Lovett getting a ripper start in that 991 Series 1 Porsche. 3.8 litres of Stuttgart's finest. Gets the jump. And then the Sin right down the inside, deploying all 7 litres of Chevrolet LS motor through the Auburn's transaxle to the rear wheels, back in front by the end of turn 3.
So this is going to be interesting in the heat here today. The Porsches certainly, you'd have to suggest, with the weight of numbers behind them, are going to feature in the results at some point. Awesome to see that GT4 AMG on track there as well. There is a big program coming out of that race team, and the AMG brand is starting to make a bit more of a presence in Australian motorsport. Obviously, 888 running the one for Prince Geoffrey and SVG, but keep your eyes peeled for a number more as the Grand Prix starts to edge closer in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, of course, 888 Race Engineering has taken on board the local agency for Mercedes-Benz AMG customer racing, so they're providing all of the customer support for both GT3 and GT4 customers, the same way we've seen MPC take on the distributorship for the Audi Sport program.
Doing a terrific job. This is one of the great things about what the SRO have managed to put together worldwide with GT3, a very fixed set of rules, and of course part of that rule set is the balance of performance. It doesn't affect anything we're doing here today in the broader scope of things, but certainly these cars run as the factories wanted them to in the trim here today. Some good cars throughout the field.
Well, speaking of cars that are running the way the factory intended, yellow headlights, of course, on the Sven Boykarts, the Kalis Kenny Intellects Lawyers. That's a 996 RSR, formerly of Le Mans running fame. Of course, one of the ACO, the Automobile Club L'Ouest regulations, requires that the headlights on the GT cars are in yellow, so they can be differentiated at night from the prototype cars, the LMP1s and LMP2s. So that car hailing from the early 2000s, back before there was the delineation in the Porsche range between the cars that went to Le Mans, the cars that became GT2 that became GTE, and of course the cars that took on the role in Cup cars and in the FIA GT3 category.
Really cool car, this one, as it's Sven Borkarts brings to the track here. It's a...
anything with flares.
Yeah, but I mean, this thing is just awesome. It's one of those cars that has had, steeped in history, a chassis with success. And I mean that right across the board of all of the cars, not just the one that Sven has lost a spot in this race in, but certainly doing a good job as Kepper just goes through in turn 10 that time around. But Sven Borkarts has spent a lifetime racing in his Porsches and was instrumental in now one of the most successful categories in Australian motorsport, formerly known as the GT3 Cup Challenge, now the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge.
Yes.
Got to get it right in the
TM,
brand names.
Yep, Richard Crail would beat you over the head otherwise.
And has come to the Victorian Championship as well, running this car, and it's really cool that he brings it. Gee, that raspy sound of that V10 in the Audi is really stands out amongst all the flat sixes, doesn't it?
Well, if you don't get your fill of flat six Porsche notes here, one of the cars that's running out there is, of course, Stephen Kepper aboard the number 58 997 Series 2 car. His sponsor is by Stuttfest. Of course, Stuttfest is the celebration of all things Porsche here at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track, August 26 through 28. So basically a probably a local version of what we might call Luftgekult, or a more local version of what we've seen with the Porsche Rennsport Revival. So a celebration of all things Porsche. And of course, we've got plenty of Porsches up and down the field. One car we don't have in the field today, of course, is Robin Bailey aboard the number 50 MGB GT-V8. I got a text message from him before the race. His alternator's died. He managed to get 10 laps out of his battery in the MG and invited British race. But unfortunately, while he's managed to make his fuel tank last 40 minutes, can't quite guarantee his battery's going to last 40 minutes.
Just touching on the Stuttfest, a great initiative from Porsche enthusiasts. I know I've been a part of a couple of Rennsports, which are just great festivals, great racing for Carrera Cup and the GT3 Cup Challenge, etc. But certainly a festival for Porsche enthusiasts, not just owners. I guess one thing we've got to watch out for at the Stuttfest is that we don't get a Weissach breakaway group. So that we have everyone here coming here to the track to enjoy Stuttfest, but some little GT3 breakaways in the Weissach category, start to all come together.
Absolutely.
A little bit of tongue-in-cheek there.
As we see update from Motorsport Australia Race Control down the bottom, we've seen quite a number of cars fall foul of this. Cars 130, 58, 68 and 77. So that's Andrew Hall, Stephen Kepper, Stephen Sluger and BTL number 77. That of course Russell Butler in the Arrow SE. Unfortunately, they've all fallen foul of crossing the blend line on pit exit on the way out to the circuit. Race Control has shown very little mercy for people infringing upon that.
Yeah, they started early and they've continued to ride throughout the weekend, so that will be a 5-second penalty added to the race. And at the moment, 10 seconds. Sorry, we'll rephrase that. So unfortunately, car 3 on the road, or car 130 in the lineup at the moment, will have a 10-second penalty. You'd want to get clear of those behind him.
Absolutely.
Michael Kokonos now goes up on Christian Fitzgerald.
So Kokonos in the number 8 Audi, and then Christian Fitzgerald aboard the number 74, a name synonymous with Porsche in this country for the last 20 or 30 years, Daz. Of course, his father, Peter Fitzgerald, well known aboard the Fitzgerald Racing Services Company, which has now become Evolve Technic, long-time supporters of Porsche Motorsport, both at the factory-esque level and, of course, at the customer level. It's rare that you'll be at a race meeting or a Porsche Club meeting and not find someone from Fitzgerald Racing Services or a car that spent some time in the workshop in Box Hill.
Certainly Fitzy won his fair share of races, and really cool in the RSCS era, and also in the 968s as well. They were massive.
Well, this battle we're seeing on screen, this is a really good indication of 3 very different Porsches. So in the lead, aboard the number 10, we've got Manny Metsasama. That's the just recently superseded Carrera Cup car. So 991 Series 2, 4-litre engine, paddle shift. In behind him, Stephen Kepper in the number 58 goes up the inside. That's a 997 Series 2, 3.8 litre, traditional sequential stick shift. Shorter wheelbase, still 12-inch wide wheels in the back, and then tucked in behind in the third car in this battle pack is Jacob Lee aboard the number 266, the Mars Performance, or the his Aquarian-sponsored vehicle. That's the 991 Series 1, so still a 3.8 litre, the carryover engine from the 997, but in the much larger 991 body shell. Interestingly, when they put those body shells together, it's not all a steel monocoque like the 997. It's actually an aluminium steel hybrid, so parts of it are actually glued together as opposed to being stamped and welded together.
The Mars Performance car there of Jacob Lee, just looking through, trying to suss out where the next move on the number 10 of Manny Metsasama comes into it. Interestingly enough, it is interesting that the earlier car, which we're just seeing driving in the front of shot there, the Christian Fitzgerald car. Sorry, it's not the Fitzgerald car I was talking about. Yes, no, it is. Sorry, the shorter wheelbase car.
So Christian Fitzgerald's driving the number 74 EMA Motorsport. That's one of the 991 Series 2 cars. So 4-litre, last of the cars before the current generation of Cup car, which we'll see debut in a few weeks' time at the Formula One Heineken Australian Grand Prix. I think I got all the sponsor names.
Yeah, you did. You've done well.
Yep, I've done well. So, interestingly, talking to Jamie Lovett, who, of course, this weekend is debuting in his 991. His big comment about switching up from the 997, we saw him in round one. As up the inside goes Travis Knight for favourite racing on Sven Boykarts. So that'll be a move that'll elevate Travis up into P9, Sven down to P10 as they come across the line.
No shortage of overtaking in this race so far, but no, I guess mystery to me that the earlier car with the shorter wheelbase is getting around here a lot quicker. The change of direction is key here. It's power down, of course, is priority number one, but also being able to change direction well, and the shorter wheelbase car would fit itself very nicely to that.
Unfortunately, Dads, the side effect of that is the 997 is a very pointy car. Like you turn in the corner, it will go where you point it. The problem for that is, in order to do that, it tends to use up the rear tyre, which is still on a 12-inch wide wheel. It's still a 300 or a 310 millimetre wide rear tyre. For whatever reason, it tends to use that up a bit quicker. So by the time you get to the end of your 30 or 40-minute stint, that rear tyre is looking pretty second-hand. I can tell you, having driven a 997 with my father, those 1-hour prod sports races we do in New South Wales, normally Michael would start and I would finish. By the time you get in a 997 Cup car that's been out for 25 to 35 minutes, and you've got to do another 25 to 35 minutes in it to bring it home, doesn't matter what brand of tyres it in, Pirelli, Yokohama, Michelin, whatever, it's pretty second-hand when you get in, and it's very second-hand by the time you see the wavy tablecloth.
Nothing like the outgoing driver handing you a bad set of rags on the back of a Porsche. It's a good weekend anytime you slide your backside into a Porsche, wherever it may be, as we watch Christian Fitzgerald now just getting around the tight confines here of the Winton Motor Raceway. Michael Kokonos just up the road. This is for fifth in the race at the moment. We've got 30 minutes remaining in this race.
So it's important to remember that the first of the cars in the field that will get that 10-second penalty is car 130 of Andrew Hall. So providing that Michael Kokonos and Christian Fitzgerald stay within 10 seconds of Andrew Hall, when those post-race penalties are applied, they'll be elevated up one spot. So whoever's in fourth, providing that nothing changes in P1 and P2, whoever's in fourth jumps up to P3, wins third outright for the race.
And that's exactly how it's going to play out. At the moment, the battle for fourth and fifth could be the battle for, at the moment, will be the battle for third in the race. So it is well worth applying every bit of pressure to stay with this. There's Andrew Hall on screen now, and he doesn't not being able to go with Jamie Lovett as he has been able to go. And we heard our race leader, Ben Schutz, just saying, Jamie Lovett's the one that I'm watching out for. At the moment, Ben Schutz has 5.835 seconds lead over Jamie Lovett. And the Sin has to do that. It's one of the cars that has to get away early and establish itself a lead. And then
manage
mid-race
the gap.
distance, manage that gap. Just bring it back in. And normally we'll see about 7 seconds that Ben, tremendous race car driver, can get with that car, and then by the end of the race that's just been chipped away at as the Porsches start to come into their own, and of course this Audi as well.
Well, you absolutely have to look after your tyres, because you can't just sprint away and sprint away and sprint away, because in 40 minutes anything could happen. Someone might even not have accident damage. They could have a mechanical issue, pull to one side, race control throws a safety car. You've done all that work building up a 10-15 second gap, but you've got toasted rear tyres as a result. At the safety car restart, Jamie Lovett, who's driving very consistently, keeping it between the white lines, he'll have fresh tyres, bang gets the restart, and then maybe we'll see a Porsche come out on top. But Ben's a very dab hand at looking after the Yokohama tyres on that Sin, around about the same size as what you find on the back of the Cup car, just subjected to a different level of punishment with a 7-litre LS engine firing through an Auburn's transaxle.
Interestingly enough, the fastest lap times for our lead group, it is actually Christian Fitzgerald out front. Ben Schutz at 123.65, and then it is a 124 of Christian Fitzgerald at 124.1, 124.2 for Michael Kokonos, and then the cars in second and third in this race no better than 124.6 at the moment. So obviously connecting with them as we see Jacob Lyle connecting with the outfield. Coming around turn 11 up to turn 12, so that's not nice. You don't want to be doing that in your Porsche, the 266. So Jacob Lee coming back on the track.
And that could have led into a safety car scenario that I was just talking about. Sorry about that, Jacob, commentator's curse. Sorry to all the team down at Mars Performance that helped put that car on track. But we definitely saw this towards the end of the 40-minute race after the safety car on the Sunday race at Sandown, Daz. Christian Fitzgerald worked his way through after having that awkward moment with the ABS lockup in the Saturday sprint race.
Andrew Hall just going off into the boonies there a little bit, comes back on. Michael Kokonos looks to the inside, not being able to make a strike.
No overlap there, and of course cut his apex speed through turn 10. That's going to leave him vulnerable to Christian Fitzgerald, who we did see put a number of late moves on the field at Sandown and ended up finishing on the podium outright.
I'd like to find out what happened with Andrew Hall there. He's up in his own there, and he's just obviously driven off the back of the track trying to bring it back on. It's a dangerous manoeuvre with the raw bitumen off the side of the track. Want to be very careful with that. Here up the inside now, doesn't go, but Christian Fitzgerald is certainly letting Michael Kokonos know, hey, that if the guy in front of you haunts you again, I am going to take that spot off you.
I think absolutely Christian and Michael would like to finish third or even second on merit, not just as a result of a 10-second penalty.
Some great battles out on track here. This is the current spot in the race, and Hall just runs wide. Let's Kokonos and Fitzgerald go through and take that spot. So Andrew Hall having issues there. Let's hope he didn't cut a tyre when he went off the track and joined back on. But he certainly just moved aside there to let Kokonos and Fitzgerald through, and he hasn't been able to go with them in this instance. So Hall losing 2 spots on lap number 10 with 24 minutes remaining. And let me tell you, Andrew Hall is an avid competitor. He doesn't just give up spots in a race quite like that. Been around for some time, done a lot of heavy work at the upper end of world motorsport.
But having a look at how far it is to the next car in the train, Daz, dropping to 5th, that's where he would have been at the end of this race if it was to finish right now anyway. He's got over 15 seconds to the car behind. So at the moment, that 10-second penalty won't drop him much further than 5th at the moment, unless Stephen Pepper can find a whole bunch more time by the end of this race.
Yeah, what I'm finding interesting, though, is that Andrew's not going with them. They're sort of just driving away from him. So he's obviously nursing some sort of concern there, and he's just letting them drive away from him. So Kokonos and Fitzgerald looking after positions number 3 and 4 on the road. Gee, Fitz, he wants to get along with it, doesn't he?
So Michael Kokonos will have in his ear, he'll have Troy or Lee from the Melbourne Performance Centre in his ears, coaching them along, coaxing him to get the best performance out of those Pirelli tyres. Again, as we were talking about yesterday, the Pirelli engineered to do a bit longer stints, Daz, to an hour or 2 hours, as opposed, Sven Boykart's in his Le Mans spec 996. That's a car that's designed to go 24 hours, sometimes 2 or even 3 stints on a set of tyres.
Yeah, we see that at the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 hour, where we see the Pirelli go 2 or 3 stints under certain cars, and they do it often. And talking about that, we've got Chris Batsios in this field, who has got his GT4 AMG, and his sights are certainly set on doing some more of that endurance type of racing. And it's coming here this weekend to get some more experience. Currently running in 14th place in the number 34 Harold's AMG GT4.
He's actually just been lapped by our leader, Ben Schutz, who's now ranging up on the number 97 of Rodney Gordon. So Batsios finding a lot of time in the course between practice, qualifying and the race. Now he's finding a bit more time, so he'll start dicing it up with Gordon. And he made the move up behind the clubman yesterday and then moved past them. Now he's set his sights on his next target. He'll have the guys from CSR and Sam Brabham helping him with the coaching from pit lane.
Great to see Nick Pole with a bit of support on this car as well. A great Australian manufacturer. Do a tremendous job, and they're throwing a bit of support around, of course, with their involvement with the Porsche Centre Brighton as well. But really cool to see them throwing some weight behind this AMG as well, with Chris Batsios, the Harold's entry. And I really like that livery. The urban camouflage type of livery on the AMG out on track.
It's not as if you can really camouflage an AMG GT, no. Daz. I mean, it's certainly a car that you definitely notice that's coming up behind you. Maybe not as much as something like an AMG GLE or a GLS, something that's basically
or a G-Wagon.
Or a G-Wagon. Those definitely have presence, both audibly and visibly, as we see Stephen Kepper. So he's actually doing a pretty good job maintaining that gap to Manny Metsasama. So this is a 3.8 litre car versus a 4 litre car, 450 odd horsepower, plays 490, 500 for the 991 Series 2 car behind. Rear tyre about the same width, a little bit bigger front tyre on Manny's car, but as we're talking about, that shorter wheelbase than 997, a little bit more agile, able to get round the short range corners. But I reckon towards the end of this 40-minute race, Stephen might have Manny chewing at his backside with some fresher rear tyres.
Oh, he just makes a mistake on the entry into turn 1 there. Manny Metsasama just about launched it off the ripple strip. Car number 10 there, just getting wild underneath Manny. Experienced State Series racer, new to this car. But certainly that was could have been a very wild ride for Manny. He used all of his skill and ability with his feet dancing on the pedals and his hands very busy to catch that car as he slid into turn 1 that time around. So, well, we found how quick we can go into turn 1, Manny. We'll just give it a little bit wider line next time around. So could be practicing for an overtaking manoeuvre that just went a little bit wrong there. But grab his attention in car number 10.
If he was falling asleep after 20 minutes on track, he won't be falling asleep now.
No, well and truly with us.
Yeah, unlike some of the cars that we see running around here at Winton, like the supercars or the TCRs that can smash a curb and pick up a wheel and get it in the air to turn. These cars really don't like using the curbs to turn. They like keeping a nice stable platform, keeping the splitter at an appropriate height off the ground, not upsetting the balance. They're often much higher sprung, particularly the Cup cars that come out with a suspension setup on them from Europe, where they tend to be sprung for very wide open Formula One style circuits, 9, 10, 12 metre wide circuits with billiard table smooth asphalt. Doesn't matter which circuit you're at in Australia, except for maybe Albert Park, which has just been freshly relayed. And Phillip Island. You're not really going to encounter asphalt like that, except maybe at the bend.
Yeah, that's it. So here's number 10 continuing on with it. Manny learning his new Porsche, loving his new Porsche, in fact. Waxes lyrical about all of his race cars. He really does. He comes to the racetrack for all the right reasons. Ben Shoots now just looking a little bit awkward coming through turn 9 that time around. Just wondering what might be going on there. His lead is now out to 7.7 seconds. There you go. There's the managed lead. Fastest lap of the race, lap number 6, 1:23.65. Last time around, a 1:24.5. So there we are. We're starting to manage these lap times. He'll have his dad on the headsets, and he'll certainly be massaging Ben through here, giving all the information he needs. Gap to next is 7.74 for Ben Shoots. Russell Butler right behind. He's just gone through on him. He's gone through on it 3 times, has he?
3 laps down now for Russell Butler. But great to have the car out in the field. So we go to the wall cam. So we've gone to position 2, Jamie Lovett, holding down second by 8.7 seconds. A little bit further behind, Michael Kokonos, now third on the road in the number 8 Launch Racing White Fox sponsored Audi R8 LMS Ultra. In position 4 just behind, again on the road, legitimate. The car number 74, the EMA Motorsport 991 Series 2, one of the 4-litre cars. Behind them on the road is the car 130 of Andy Hall. Of course, does have the sword of Damocles, the 10-second penalty for crossing the blend line at the start of the session. So he's tucked in behind this field. He's really dropped off quite a bit, just under 3 seconds further behind. He does have a very large cushion, just on 20 seconds to the car in position 6, which is Stephen Kepper, which we'll switch to now at the rear of the field. So that's Batsios catching up to Gordon. So the gap between those two now, unfortunately, there have been laps, so we don't see the gap time in seconds, but this is a really good incentive for Batsios, that AMG GT4, very different in the way that it'll drive compared to a 997 Series 1 Cup car. So there's Stephen Kepper in the number 58. So he's got Manny Metsasama for company in the number 10. Again, these two cars, both second-generation cars, but one generation apart. 997 Series 2 with the distinctive taillights, and the 991 Series 2 with the distinctive little ducktail spoiler on the back of the engine cover as well.
Just watching out of the corner of my eye, sorry Dave, we are looking through the field. We're just watching out of the corner of my eye, the blue flag being shown to Steven Sluger, and I was wondering why as we just watch around sweeping out. It is the leader of the race, so just digress there. This is Jacob Lee in the Mars Performance entered Porsche, and we go back, there's the race leader. We look back now to Steven Sluger. It does say Quinn on the car, and as you can see, it is a tribute livery to them. In fact, it is actually the car. So
it's one of the first.
Turns out.
It's one of the first of what we think we're going to be a succession of Cup car restorations as the early model Cup cars start to develop into collector models. We've certainly seen it with Group A and C touring cars. We've seen it with Super Tourers and 5-litre touring cars. Of course, the restoration bug was going to set in, particularly for cars with a lot of provenance and cars with great history in national level motorsport.
Porsche is an enthusiast car, so of course they're going to want to do that. Have a look at this now. Mrs. Alma is got iterations for the next spot in this race. The number 58 of Kepper is just getting in his way at the moment. Runs wide. He has to be very careful that he doesn't throw it all the way here, because at the moment Jacob Lee is ranging in the background there as well. So watching that and managing that is two different things. The lead now in the race, Ben Schutz, is from gone out to 10 seconds. Richard Butler goes around. Russell Butler.
Russell, he's got his hand up in the clubman there. He's struggling to get the thing started again. So he's facing exactly the wrong way. He's perpendicular to track direction. The good thing is the driver's got pretty good visibility, so he's managed to snag reverse and get it going again. So he's got it back underway, but that could have very easily, if he couldn't have got it started, that would have led us into that safety car scenario we talked about earlier.
That's a couple of deep breaths, isn't it, right there?
That is, well,
fire.
Particularly when you've got no roof, no windscreen, no windows, no window net for protection.
Some side intrusion.
Yeah, the side intrusion. Yes, that's the door skin, Daz.
Yeah, some side intrusion. Here we go. These guys starting to really bunch it up now. In Kokonos trying to chase down Lovett. Lovett doing a nice drive here in P2 at the moment, a 124.62. The interesting thing is that Kokonos on lap 12 was able to push out a 123. In fact, the only one to be able to match Ben Schutz in the lead of this race. Hasn't been able to match it exactly, but he's in the 23s, or was in the 23s. So the Audi, he's punching on pretty hard, the launch Audi. And he'll certainly have the crew in the background that are renowned for pushing their drivers hard.
We've had a change for P7 and 8. So Jacob Lee's got past Manny Messasama, who appears to be struggling to hold on the back of Stephen Kepper, running a little bit wide over just some of the dust and dirt on the edge of the track there. So Manny might have been struggling with, I think he might be struggling with tyre pressures. He may have gone a little bit high too early. He might be struggling with the performance of that car later in the race.
Christian Fitzgerald goes through on the Audi of Kokonos, that time through turn 3, and drives away up to the sweeper.
So we've got a battle for 7th, 8th and 9th at the moment. Sorry, 6th, 7th and 8th between Kepper, Messasama and Lee. Kepper, of course, in the 58, he's also got a 10-second penalty hanging over his head. But, of course, you always want to be in front of them on merit. Kepper shuts the door, as he's entitled to do. No overlap there on the entrance to the corner. They're all coming up behind Gordon in the early 997 car, who's actually fallen behind. We've managed to miss that. So Batsios got in front of Gordon there. So great to see Dicing all the way to the... And as I praise his work so far, I throw him under the bus. Stephen Kepper slides wide at the sweeper. He's got to be very careful he doesn't rip the splitter off the front of that car. But he's going to have plenty of grass clippings in there as well. He'll want to watch his temperatures. Still over 13 minutes left to go in this race, but that is not the way that Kepper wanted to get on circuit.
Certainly the infield has been recently slashed, but they've done it well. They've managed to hay bale it and get a lot of the loose grass out of it, so not blocked up in the front grille there, as we see Jacob Lee now just pushing on. This will be a nice result for Jacob as some cars are starting to fall off around him. Michael Kokonos now has gone back into P4 as we've got car 16. This is...
no, this is car 10. This is Manny Messasama. He's putting a lap on the number 97 of Rodney Gordon.
I might give these guys some stickers in their white Porsches to put them strategically around the car so we can tell who's who.
They're keeping it original. They're painted white from factory.
They are. Genuine. Ooh, this is getting racy, isn't it?
Oh, that's not exactly what I want to see.
Sure.
So Michael left a bit of space for Christian on the outside there, but didn't quite leave him space on the run through the corner. May not have known he was there. It is sometimes quite difficult to tell there's a car still beside you with their frontal head restraint and, of course, the wraparound sections of the seat.
Very difficult to see out the back of these cars. In fact, sometimes you'll see them with an LED screen in the middle of the what is a dashboard out the back of the car, so that they do have some rear view. But I'm going to pretty much say play on that one. there wasn't any intent of the car being spun off.
And
But,
if the car up the... so we're just getting confirmation we won't have a replay available for that one. Michael just, of course, getting more acclimatised to the restart procedure on the Audi. You've got to make sure you dip the clutch pedal at the right moment, keep the engine spinning, and he's away. I'm very grateful he's away at that point because, of course, he was up high on the bank. Might have had a bit of trouble getting the car launched if it was sitting on that flat bottom.
bellied out, absolutely. Agree with you there, Dave, as he continues on. That's a real shame because Michael had just got that spot back. Christian Fitzgerald will drive away. So it's been some good competition for P3 on the road at the moment. Our two lead cars in this race with 10.5 minutes remaining. Ben Schutz and Jamie Lovett are having a pretty lonely old run of their own fruition, that victims of their own success, I guess, is what's going on. There's a big gap from Ben Schutz to Jamie Lovett and also then back to Christian Fitzgerald.
So this has elevated Stephen Kepper up into P7, Sven Boykart's up into P8. So Michael Kokonos losing an absolute bunch of time at that time by. Travis Knight up into P9, so just waiting for Michael Kokonos to cross the line. So he dropped just over a minute on that lap. 2 minutes 29 versus his previous lap time was about 1:24.5. So about 65 seconds lost due to that contact and getting the car started and back on again. So Ben comes up behind Butler to put him, I think that'll be 4 laps down this time. Or possibly even 5 laps down this time.
Lap 65 is a menacing looking piece of kit. He drives up the inside there. Really nice afternoon to be in an open-top sports car in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we applaud Russell Butler for bringing his car to race here this weekend. Looks great on track, and can't wait to see it again at the next round as long as we can see him come along. But it's going to be difficult to stay with this bloke. Great race car driver, always a pleasure to watch Ben Schutz go about his business, of course, combining with Dean Lilly to run the Freedom 4 Hour, which was all to celebrate coming out of lockdowns, and Ben and Dean putting a lot of work into running that race meeting. Let's hope they can get that off the ground here at Winton Motor Raceway again later on in the year.
Well, the confusing thing I've got going on here is that it looks like we've got the number 63 of green going a lap down by the leaders. The problem is his car's red. And the green car is Travis Knight of Favourite Racing, so it does get very confusing. So if you could all, as you were saying, Daz, if you could put a different wrap and, you know, at least make it Porsche, if we could have a blue one and a yellow one and a red one and a purple one. I'm looking forward to the one that's brown with the tartan seats in it.
It's called the IROC series and run by Mark Donoghue.
Absolutely.
That's what it is. As we get good look here at the 130, starting to work around this race. Unfortunately, he's got as we see the 18 go around for Favourite Racing, and that's not what you want to see. Travis Knight, that's not a nice spot to spin there. In fact, an interesting spot to be off the track.
Didn't look like the most courteous of rejoins there. He had Ben Schutz coming up behind him at that point, so the officials will be onto that to check that the rejoin was okay. Travis, of course, aboard the 991 Series 2. This is another one of the recently evicted from Carrera Cup 991 Series 2s with the ducktail spoiler on the back. 4-litre engine under that engine cover.
Thanks for coming. There's the door.
There's the door.
If it served us well, we've got a new one.
Well, they did get quite a number of years out of that model. So
they did, didn't they? Yeah.
Normally, Carrera Cup, they hang around for 3 or 4 years. Obviously, with COVID and the extension to the homologation life for some of the cars, 5 years, of course, with the 991 Series 2 car.
One of the better classes in the upper echelon of Australian motorsport is the Carrera Cup. Always love watching that competition. Very, very strong races involved in that field.
Sorry, I should correct myself, Daz. It was 4 years for both the 991 Series 1 and the Series 2 cars. So it was the previous generation 997. With your Porsches, it does tend to get a bit confusing sometimes. That car,
of course, it does.
That car, the 997, only had 3 years in Carrera Cup in Australia. There was that intervening 2009-2010 period during the midst of the fallout of the global financial crisis, where we didn't have a Carrera Cup in the Australian marketplace. Of course, 2008 was the last year of the 997 Series 1. Of course, one car that didn't run in Carrera Cup is the 996 RSR on screen. As we go to the There we go. So Travis Knight, very
Ooh, that
lucky
could have
not
been
to be
nasty.
collected by Michael Kokonos going through at the same time.
Did it all of his own volition as well there. Wasn't helped. And came right on in front of race leader there. We didn't actually see how close that got to it. Here comes Michael Kokonos now. He is currently in position number 9, trying desperately to make up some positions on the road. Just watching the 911 GT3 RSR of Sven Boykarts. And here he is there. And a real muscle car of a Porsche. The almost like the bolt-on guards on the side. He must like
a Group C car.
Yeah, very much so.
Like almost like a Group C RX-7 does, particularly the shape of them as well.
Possibly. You could on a dark night draw a parallel there, that's for sure.
It doesn't quite have a Group C spoiler on the back of it. That wing does tend to throw off the proportions.
It does, as the Audi goes around and picks up one more spot. Ticks off position number 8 with Sven Boykarts. And the interesting thing about Sven was coming actually up under brakes into that corner just there. The car was all over. I would suggest he's got a fair old handful of a car underneath him, and might have probably been wiser to put a new set of tyres on that car for later on in this weekend. But he certainly had an absolute handful. And Ben Shoots about now will always be saying, "I wish I had a new set of tyres on this car."
Yeah, you could never have you could never have too much power, just not enough traction.
That's exactly right. And the power is always relative to the width of the driven wheels and tyres.
Absolutely. This, of course, is one of the unique selling points of production sports car racing in Victoria, is having that distinction between all the other categories, is that we combine our 2 Sunday events into one single on-track session, giving production sports car competitors the chance to run their cars for a longer session than would be available almost anywhere else in a state racing environment. You know, most of the state races are sort of 15 to 20 minutes long, other than the Island Magic 1-hour races and the Q Industry Clothing New South Wales Prod Sports Endurance Series. It's really the longest chance you'll get to race a car at this level in Victoria. So it gives drivers a great stepping stone to some of the more national series, like the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, like the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, powered by AWS, the Trophy class or the Invitational class, or even things like like Carrera Cup when they run their Jim Richards Endurance Trophy events, when they run their 35, 40-minute races. The number 65 Sin doing a great job in its Yokohama tyres, still punching in lap times in the mid-25s. So he's matching pace with Jamie Lovett, who's a further 13 seconds in arrears. But Jamie, just metronomic in his performance. You know, just tick, tick, tick.
So, just looking at the points coming into this round, this guy on screen now, the number 65 in the Sin on 100 points. Jamie Lovett into this round on 84. Christian Fitzgerald in championship contention in 82 points. 81 to Andrew Hall there. 72 to Jacob Lee. Stephen Kepper, 63. Michael Kokonos, 56. Richard Green, Hall, 52 out of round 1. Rodney Gordon on 40. Michael Stilwell on 35. Sven Burkhardt on 16. Stephen Sluger on 12 and Robin Bailey on 8. Unfortunately, Robin Bailey not taking place in this particular race, but he did win the race prior that he competed in the MG and invited British sports cars. And that car is certainly out-technology in every sense of the word. An MGB GT V8, albeit a wild version, is very different.
It's probably as close to what a GT3 version of an MGB GT would have been if it had been built back in the day.
It's just not going to hold up a mirror to something like the Sin R1 GT, being driven very well by Ben Shoots. The 1:23.65 is his fastest lap. All those laps ago, 20 laps ago, in fact, on lap number 6. The Yokohama tyres, you'd have to say, all but starting to give up here on Ben Shoots. Just starting to detect a little bit of understeer in the middle of turn 9 that time around, and he runs hard down to the right angle, turn number 10.
It's quite distracting having the burnout competition on the skid pad, isn't it, Darren? You're sure, oh my God, who's gone off? Oh, no, it's not someone falling off with the sweeper in a cloud of tyre smoke. It's just someone cutting some skids on the skid pan. A shout out to all of our motorsport brothers and sisters having fun on the skid pan today. Just goes to show that there's more than one way to shred tyres. Some of us do it for 40 minutes with slicks. Some of us do it 30 to 45 seconds at a time with stockies on the back of your VY Commodore.
I like the different way enthusiasts use up tyres. We talk about conserving them. These guys want to rip through them as fast as they possibly can and throw all the smoke up in the air. So entertaining to see the drift cars on track.
It's like, how long do your tyres last in your car? Oh, 5 to 8 heat cycles, maybe a sum total of about 100 minutes. How long do your tyres last? And they're gone.
What's a heat cycle?
What's a heat cycle? Oh, no, they caught on fire and then I drove through the flames.
So we've got 1 minute and 16 seconds left to go, and someone's called it with 2 laps to go as we just have a look at Andrew Hall. And he is now P3 on the road, and in fact he will end up going back to P4. He'll lose that to Christian Fitzgerald in that car on screen now, number 74.
So we must have missed a small mishap for Christian there, but he'll probably have radio comms from the pit lane just going, you don't need to stress about pushing past Andy Hall. That 10-second penalty will be take care of P3 for you. A further 30 seconds back to Jacob Lee in the 266, who's another 12 seconds ahead of Manny Mesasama. Stephen Kepper, of course, with another 10-second penalty hanging over his head. He's in P7. Michael Kokonos in P8. Still trying to recover from that spin around the front of Christian Fitzgerald's car. Actually, that's where it might have happened, as it might have been Christian slow through the through turn 7, 8, and 9. Of course, the colloquial name we can't use on a G-rated production. So we're watching Jamie Lovett here. He's had a really good debut. The 991 Series 1 Cup car as the clock starts to go count to 0. The final lap's been called by race control. The lead is going through turn 4 now. So we're
not sure whether you saw the subliminal messaging just come up on the screen then there.
One of us. watch motorsport television.
My 105.
Enjoy grassroots. Go to My 105. Buy race car. Join race series. Spend money.
Come
buy
to Phillip Island next round, 15th and 16th of May. These cars will all be there. I can guarantee you that.
Some of us might be at the Dubbo Hill Climb.
Maybe. Potentially. There is always opposing events. There we have it. Phillip Island, 13, 14, 15 of May. And that will see the midway of the season. Then we go to Sandown, 12, 13, 14 of August. And back down to Phillip Island, 23, 24, 25 of September. The best weekend of the year to get out of Melbourne and leave the aerial ping pong to everyone else.
I don't think Christian Fitzgerald's going to hang around for that 10-second penalty. No. I think he wants to finish ahead of Andy Hall on the road.
Wants to legitimately get that one. Here comes our race leader, car number 65. Yet another commanding victory to Ben Schutz, a rapid race car driver with a good tight-knit team behind him. They are all one purpose, and that is about winning races on board this sports car. Here we go for second and third in this race. Jamie Lovett just ahead of this pack, but Andrew Hall proving that he can drive and drive hard all the way to the line. Andy Hall gets it over Christian Fitzgerald, and it's going to come down to 100ths of a second between those two as they get to the line, but Andy Hall gets it. He'll have a penalty of 10 seconds added to his time, so he'll drop out of P3 and we'll find a happy home in P4 once that is applied. So big congratulations to Ben Schutz for another nice victory in the SIN, and we'll see all of these cars in the Victorian Sports Car Championship or the Production Sports Association at Phillip Island on the 15th and 16th of May. There it is, confirmation of race 2.
So 15-second gap at the end, so basically amounts to just under half a second a lap that he's put on him over the course of 29 laps for this event. And again, Hall and Fitzgerald fighting to the line, just under half a tenth of a second separating them across the line. Jacob Lee, great performance from the Mars Performance supported driver at Bright Blue car. Russell Butler, what 40 minutes behind the wheel of a clubber must be, finishing just 4.7 laps in arrears. He'll probably be a little bit sunburned after having been out in the sun there.
Or at least the driving suit will have faded off a little bit, that's
Absolutely.
For sure.
I reckon that'll have been the longest he spent in that car. I actually handed his logbook back to him in my official capacity. There's quite a bit of a gap in that logbook between now and the most recent meeting. So I think he's blown out all the cobwebs, shaken out all the rust. I think after he's had some fun, he might be back in the garage for some demon tweaks to try to make that car a bit faster. A huge thank you before I go to all of the volunteer Motorsport Australia, Bernardo Auto Club and Winton Motor Raceway officials. A huge thank you to everyone who makes this broadcast possible, and the competitors, and of course my fellow co-commentator and partner in life and crime, Darren Smith.
Partner in life and crime.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to have to let my wife know something's gone on at Winton.
Is it what happens in Winton stays at
Is
Winton?
that
Jazz?
right? Right, okay.
We've still got more racing to come here at round 2 of the VSCRC. Don't go away, folks. There's a lot more coming.
Formula Ford on track in just a couple of moments. We'll have Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy bring us all of the action. I'm going to take a break for a little while and be back with plenty more action in just a couple of moments.
Here in Formula Ford land, joined alongside by Carly Fleming. She drives the number 42 Miguel in the Duratec Formula Ford Championship, the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, if we are to be a bit more correct about that. But obviously, you do more than just drive the car, don't you, Carly?
Do indeed. Double as the lead mechanic and team owner, and a few other bits and bobs in there. So yeah.
You've got quite a long history in motorsport. You did some stuff in New Zealand, as I understand.
Yeah, so did some stuff overseas with the Toyota Racing Series. Have also worked with guys like Radicals and stuff like that over the years. So yeah, about 7 years, mainly dedicated to the open wheel stuff. So.
And the team's growing. You've got seats available, is that right?
Do indeed. Got a couple of seats, whether you're interested in the Hyundai side of things or obviously the Formula Ford. We've got the seat there if you're up for testing. More than happy to try and get you on the track.
And how was managing double duties, racing XLs and Formula Fords at round 1 Sandown?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a bit of hard work. Definitely put in perspective the fitness levels. But no, I think we held our own. Unfortunately, this weekend we've had a bit of a boo-boo and had to withdraw from the Sunday event. But, you know, Formula Ford, eyes forward, you know, keep racing on. So.
Absolutely, keep pressing on indeed. We'll go back to the central commentary box.
Formula Ford is about. It's about racing. Have a look at Harris there. What a catch in the number 55. Get that one, Blendline TV, and put it all over social media.
And we are back trackside. Race 3 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Live and free. Coming at you on YouTube and Facebook on the Blendline TV channels. Here at a very sunny Winton Motor Raceway, and it's definitely heating up out there. It's nudging 30 degrees at the moment after a predicted top of 27 degrees. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Paul Ziddy, who has stepped out of his usual spectrum this weekend to lend a hand in the commentary box. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, running in the National Series this year because that's kind of what fitted with the team, ball and racing team, and it's an opportunity to get around the country and see a few more racetracks, but can't keep me away from a race circuit. If there's racing happening, particularly if there's Formula Fords on, I'm going to be there, I'm going to be watching, and it's always great. You get the best view in the house sitting up here in the commentary box, and I get to have your excellent company as we call another fantastic race, the third and final for Formula Ford for this round. Matthew Hillier starting out of pole for this race by virtue of not only pole in qualifying yesterday, but he's backed that up with 2 race wins. He'll be looking to keep the clean sheet going and sweep the round. Jordan Sinney, Matt Holmes and Kobe Williams starting alongside, and directly behind him will be looking to see if they can topple him.
Santa Lucia starting in 5th position alongside Xavier Kokite in 6th position. Joe Fawcett starting at a 7th position. Jack Clifford, 17 years old, Melbourne Eastern Suburbs student. Starting behind him, Harrison Sellers up from Tasmania on his debut weekend as well, doing a fantastic job. He's been slowly making his way up through the field. He's followed by Kyle Evans, Radern, Peter Fitzgerald, and in what is his last weekend in that particular car before he sells it, Harrison Blanchard and Mendez. Carly Fleming starting in the number 42 car ahead of Jared Farrell. James Meaden is in pole position in the Kent class. We've got two classes of racing. You've got the Duratex at the front, Kent out the back. Meaden followed by Grant Walker, Lamrock, Phil Marinon and Richard Davison is not starting this race, unfortunately, after sustaining damage to the gearbox in race 2 this morning, and they are underway. Jordan City.
Another great start for Jordan City to take the lead as he did in race 2. He'll be seeing if he can go one better and hold on to keep that lead, and everyone filters through the first S's for lap 1 and gets through cleanly. So we'll see how they settle into racing for race 3.
Joe Fawcett all over the back of Jack Clifford and Xavier Kokai, getting a good start in the number 10 High Zero Spectrum. Having a look at the window, it is Jack Clifford defending beautifully from Joe Fawcett. The number 23 cars all over the back of the number 61 McGale. Privateer operation with Jack and his dad Andrew Clifford doing a brilliant job. Fawcett up the inside, the number 23 car through into position 7. That's a great battle there.
He's got it done, the job done very well. Joe Fawcett, a nice clean move. Said that if he got the opportunity and had a clean chance to make that pass, wanted to get it done early. He's done just that, and he can now set off, see if he can run down the guys in front of him.
Jordan City still leading the way at the head of the field. I just caught a glimpse also of Grant Walker driving that beautiful Titan, a historic car, running on the modern Yokohama tyre this weekend. He's currently leading the Kent Championship, and as we touched on before, Richard Davison, who is currently the Kent Championship leader, missing from this race after he came together or had a tangle with Brendan Jones at turn 10. Paul, yourself, you replaced one of the upper wishbones on Brendan Jones's car between sessions. Oh, and we've got City's fallen behind Matthew Hillier. So Hillier and the number 4 car through into the lead, but Jordan City's going to get a really nice exit coming out of turn 2. Matthew Holmes coming along as well. The number 94 car of Kobe Williams featuring as well. Very incredibly tight. Jordan City tucks back in behind.
Yeah, Jordan had the look there, couldn't get it done. Wisely chose discretion as the better part of valour. Unfortunately for him, it's compromised his run out. So we'll see now whether these 4 in the pack behind Matt can work together to ease up onto him again, or whether, as we saw in race 2, they get in that battle for second. It actually lets Matt build that lead and get away. So, yeah, you mentioned Brendan. Unfortunately for Brendan and Richard, they did come together. They shook hands afterwards. Brendan apologised. It was just a front upper wishbone on his car, so I was able to get that done for him, get the hands dirty, and keep the eye in for when I've got to work on my own car as well.
Well versed at working on Spectrums, having done so for a number of years now, Paul. So Brendan Jones very lucky to have someone like yourself to be able to lend a hand over a weekend. Brendan, relatively low maintenance on his car, the number 1 Spec OVHT Spectrum throughout a weekend, but very laid-back approach to his motorsport, and he certainly enjoys it, having a fantastic time, as he always aims to do. So Xavier Kokai on our screen flashing there. He's catching onto the back of Santa Lucia. That'll be a battle for P5, but Kobe Williams doing a great job in position 4 as well. Jordan Cini keeping touch with Matthew Hillier at the front. This is promising to be a good battle as it unfolds. This is a 10-lap race.
Doing a good job there, Jordan. He's pinned the ears back. He's gapped those the couple of cars behind him in Matt Holmes and Kobe Williams, and he's once again set off after Matt Hillier. He'll be keen to make a move if he can. It'll be managing those mixed emotions in the helmet, but he'll be a little mad that he had the crack and just lost that gap, but he'll reel him back in, and that'll give him the confidence that he's got the pace to do the job. And again, we're seeing some great dices all the way back through the field. I saw Harrison Sellers and Jack Clifford trading places as they came into the S's the last time around. I think they're over in the what we lovingly refer to as the cleavage here in Winton Motor Raceway, and those two young guys are having a great race.
Jared Farrell on screen, driving the plain white number 44 Spectrum. He's having a great battle with Harrison Sellers as well, as he aims to rebound from his drive-through penalty in race 2 after that glorious Mario Kart style shortcut, unfortunately spearing off the circuit. The safest way back on was cutting the circuit, and these cars are only 40 mil off the ground, so there's not much clearance when you are making a trip off the track there. So in the efforts to save the machinery underneath him. He did cop a penalty, unfortunately, but it's good to see him charging back through. So it's Hillier from Sydney, Matthew Holmes, the Tasmanian paediatrician, in a number 41 car in third position. Kobe Williams still sitting in fourth position. They've been locked in this battle all weekend. Santa Lucia in P5, Xavier Kokai in position 6, Joe Fawcett in 7th position, Jack Clifford in 8th position, Sellers 9th, and Jared Farrell making it into the top 10. James Meaden leading the way in the Kent class. He's got Brendan Jones, however, just behind him. He's certainly pressed on after his DNF in race 2. So it's good to see Brendan getting back up to speed nice and quickly. There's just a car length between those two. Now, I think someone might have just run slightly wide going into turn 3 as well. There's a bit of dust being thrown up at that part of the circuit, but looking to the front of the field, Hillier now with 3 car lengths between himself and the Dirty Diggers Spectrum in P2. He's getting some fantastic exits. He's absolutely nailing his apexes and braking markers around this 12-turn, 3-kilometre circuit. Beautifully presented by the Benalla Auto Racing Club, and we always love coming up to Winton for the Vic State Race Series.
Yeah, it's such an awesome venue to have, relatively close. It's a couple of hours drive north of Melbourne, and we're very fortunate to have this facility in our state and at our disposal to use and to enjoy. And a real challenge for the drivers. There's plenty of technical stuff. There's the sweeper, which is fast, requires commitment. You've then got that change of direction into a hairpin right-hander. So certainly for the young drivers in Formula Ford, it's a common test circuit for the Melbourne-based teams in particular. And we count ourselves lucky to have that, because if you can learn to be very fast and very consistent at Winton, the evidence we've seen over 20, 30 years is that is applicable across the country.
These cars definitely lend themselves to a tin top career, but some of these drivers have got aspirations for Formula One. Of course, all drivers dream of going overseas and racing in Formula One, but these cars have a similar technical makeup, or it's no accident that you see a lot of today's supercars and stars getting their start in Formula Ford. And one such example is Will Davison, who scored pole position down at Simmons Plains this afternoon. He got his circuit racing berth racing his father's Van Diemen RF95 in the Australian Formula Ford Series some years ago. That was in the late 90s, and his brother Alex Davison as well getting a start in that car. Grant Walker on screen in that Titan, the number 74 car. Isn't that an absolute peach?
Just beautiful, and so fantastically turned out. And anyone who knows Grant Walker, he's well known, particularly in the rally circles here as well, for some amazingly fast, well-driven, and as with his Formula Ford, beautifully presented Mark II Escort rally cars. So Grant is a long-term Ford fan and motorsport competitor, and his cars are always just immaculate. So we're very, very lucky to have that car on display and out there racing with us this weekend.
Not to be confused with Frank Walker, of course, the tile king. And shout out to all our friends and family watching on in Bendigo and all corners of Victoria, Australia, and abroad as well. We've got lots of people tuning in from overseas, a fantastic audience tuning into the Blendline TV coverage. Looking absolutely fantastic are the Formula Fords as they come through turn 4. Around the sweeping turn 5 left-hander, the number 29 car on screen at the moment, that's Radern. And he's got Peter Fitzgerald, and he's also got Mendez ahead of him. So Peter Fitzgerald is certainly pressing on in that spectrum. He's going to step back to a Kent-powered car in the coming races. This is his very last race in the number 17 car, as you can see him defending well going into turn 9. That's the number 17 car. And he's just behind Harrison Blanchard, and that surname needs zero introduction in Formula Ford racing, of course. We've got John Blanchard, who came so close to winning the Driver to Europe series, as it was then known so many years ago. Mendez getting a good exit coming out of turn 10. He'll have the outside line going into turn 11. Peter Fitzgerald braking, doing a fantastic job defending. Incredibly close between these two, but a lot of respect being shown. Lots of room. Plenty of respect. It's fantastic racing between these two, but Mendez is going to have the inside line going into turn 1. This is a great battle between Mendez and Peter Fitzgerald.
Yeah, good job by Fitzy to one, give him the room, and 2, to just hold his line. But as you say, it set Mendez up with the run for turn 1, so that position is now lost, and Peter will get the eyes back on and eyes forward and press on again. And once again now straight back under pressure again, so he's back into defensive mode.
And Peter Fitzgerald himself competed in the Formula 4 Driver to Europe Series all the way back in 1991, so that's about 30 years ago. And obviously Formula 4 runs in his blood, so it's good to see him back in competition. But we'll look forward to seeing him back in a Kent-powered car in the not-too-distant future. Matthew Hillier at the head of the field is definitely starting to break away, but sorry to cut you off there, Paul.
No, you're right, mate. I was just going to say that it's coming up to be quite a interesting little battle starting to form here at the front of the Formula Ford 1600 field, with Brendan's closed up on James Meaden, and it's now just circulating and looking for where he may or may not be able to make a move. So that could be quite interesting to watch over the closing laps to see if Brendan can get the job done.
1.3 seconds, I stand to be corrected, between Hillier, 1.6 seconds between Hillier and Jordan Sinney in the battle for the lead. I'm thoroughly impressed by Matthew Hillier and the Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared Miguel. Jared Farrell has it completely locked up going into turn one. Sorry.
You're right.
As I'm distracted from the battle at the head of the field. There we are, the number 44 car. That is the newest Spectrum to be delivered in Australia currently in the hands of Jared Farrell, but locking a front left brake going into turn one there in his battle against Jack Clifford. That's for P8. Jordan Sinney still doing a fantastic job. He's very consistent, but I was just saying Matthew Hillier, so early in his Formula Ford racing career, to be so consistent and holding off the pressure and keeping a cool head. We've got local yellows down at turn 10.
We've had Phil Marinon in that spectacularly presented Galloway, has wanted to give the fans a good look at all angles of it, and has very nicely done a pirouette on the exit of turn 9 so that all the fans could see exactly how beautiful his car is from every angle. He's gathered it all up and he's on his way and out of the way of the leaders. And
it's a lead change in the Kent class as well. So that is Brendan Jones into the lead of that one. That was a good move around the outside of James Meaden. They've got Meaden on screen there in the number 86 yellow Van Diemen. Grant Walker just behind in the number 74 Titan. Phil Marinon flashing in the background there as well. So Phil Marinon is setting some PBs this weekend. He's had plenty of pace since landing here on Friday. One of the category administrators for Formula Ford, and he's working very hard behind the scenes to ensure that the category runs smoothly. Of course, there's a lot of Formula Ford racing all across Australia. It's not just the state championship here in Victoria. He's also got the Australian National Formula Ford Series to look after, and they had a fantastic round 2 as part of the Speed Series support bill at Phillip Island last weekend, and that was an outstanding weekend of racing for Formula Ford. Matthew Holmes having a good look. He's pretty close. It's not the ideal line going into turn 7. Jordan Sinney parking the car exactly where he needs to in the Dirty Diggers Spectrum. Coming through turn 8. It's a long left-hander.
Just filtering their way through, getting past Phil after that spin of his and lapping them. I think it's played very much into Matthew Hillier's hands. He managed to get the pass done on the straight with zero impediment, and then the 4 chasing cars were all a little bit balked having to make that pass on the exit of the sweeper, which is not the easiest place to be making unplanned changes of direction. But they've done it well. They've all got through unscathed. It's, as I say, played into Matt's hands. Good luck to him on this one around. Other days it bites you when you're in the lead, but it's worked out okay for him this time.
Matthew Hillier, the fastest man on the circuit, a 1 minute 25.5, and this is the start of the final lap of the race. These tyres are starting to look a little bit ordinary. They are incredibly resilient, the Yokohama AO48 Control semi-slick tyres, but being their 4th heat cycle of the weekend, they have to use the same set of tyres from the start to the finish. They are not in as good a shape as they were at the start, that's for sure, so you can expect to lose about a second in terms of pace, but these tyres will definitely be parked, put into the trailer, and they'll be dug out again for a future a future test session or even a practice day for round 3 of the Vic State Racing Series, which will be coming up at Phillip Island.
Yeah, absolutely. The Yokohama AO48 has proven to be a fantastic tyre for our category to be running on. The return performance, the life of them, you're not having to throw new tyres at the car all the time, particularly at a circuit like Phillip Island, which we can literally come up here for the young guys to extend their budgets and stretch that budget. They can test on them up here until they're almost slicks, and it's still relevant to the car and it's still relevant to performance. So it's been a great tyre for us to have, and we're very appreciative of the support of Yokohama Tyre.
Matthew Hillier coming around turn 12 for the last time this weekend, the number 4 Miguel. He will take 3 wins from as many starts. That's a fantastic round 2. Congratulations to Matthew Hillier. Jordan Sinney, that's his third second place finish of the weekend ahead of Matthew Holmes. He's also had all podiums this weekend as well. So
in fact, I think our top 4, maybe our top 5 have been status quo for the 3, and we've got now got the Formula Ford 1600s on screen. You've got Brendan Jones leading James Meaden. They have about a half a lap left to run before they'll greet the checkered flag.
The Speco VHT, the number 1 car. Brendan Jones, a 6-time champion in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Beautifully presented VHT car, but I'm also thoroughly impressed by the Meaden Van Diemen as well. It's a great little battle between these two. It was very unfortunate that Richard Davison wasn't able to take part in this race. The Ellery Motorsport team, led by Luke Ellery, assessed the Van Diemen between races and found a small issue with the gearbox, so that's parked up the car for the weekend. But here comes Brendan Jones in the number 1 car. He'll come down the main straight and take the checkered flag. That is victory in the Formula Ford 1600 class. Congratulations to Brendan Jones, James Meaden home in P2, and we expect Grant Walker home in P3 in that beautiful Titan.
Superb effort in that historic car, and so congratulations to Matt Hillier, Jordan Sinney and Matt Holmes in our Formula Ford Championship race, and also to Brendan, to James and to Grant Walker in the Formula Ford 1600s. Awesome racing by all the competitors this weekend, and congrats to our winners.
So we say big thank you to Paul Ziddy for joining us up here in the Central Commentary Box.
My pleasure, always a pleasure to be here. Hopefully I'll get an opportunity to do this again at some other rounds through the season.
We'll have you back any time to step into the hot seat. He's literally sitting in Daz's hot seat, so that's no mean feat to step into that one. You can, of course, catch the 3rd round of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship at round 3 of the VSRS at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. That is the 15th and 16th of May. On your screen there, we've got round 4 at Sandown, the 12th to the 14th of August, and Phillip Island, the final round at the 23rd to the 25th of September. And we have to share some love for our commercial partners in Speco VHT for assisting and tipping into the broadcast this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you to them. Long-term supporters of motor racing in general and Formula Ford in particular, so we very much appreciate their support.
Coming up next are improved production cars. We're here in improved production land, and I'm joined alongside by Adrian Taranto, who drives this beautifully presented Audi S3 to quite some success as well. But he's got some brake issues, as I understand. You've been fiddling with that this morning.
Yeah, have been. Just during the 9-lapper yesterday, probably lap 6, the pedal went to the firewall, which is never a good feeling. But I was running about in a battle for 10th and 11th at the time, but sort of slipped back to 12th. So not bad to get a car around here with no brakes for 3 laps. So it was good fun. But yeah, it's always a challenge with motorsport, isn't it?
Brakes are a fantastic thing, and they're seriously underrated on a car, really. Tell us a bit about the technical aspects of your car. It's good to see an all-wheel drive, turbocharged car take it up to the V8 muscle.
Yeah, it's thanks for that. But it's obviously a late model car with a 2-litre turbo motor. So with that, we have to run the turbo restrictor, and with the restrictor, that tries to balance up the horsepower ratio back to the V8 cars. So it works for some tracks like here, it works out all right, but when we get to Sandown, especially Sandown, it doesn't really help the car too much, and we lose a lot of straight line speed.
And you've got a wedding later on today. Yeah. You're going to leave from here to go to Essendon. Now, if that doesn't show commitment to motorsport, I don't know what does.
Yeah, you got to back the state round. I've been doing this since 2011. It's a great series to be a part of. So it's your release from your 9 to 5, and yeah, with all the headaches that we've had so far the last couple of years with COVID related stuff and all the racing we missed, everyone's itchy to get out in the track. So, yeah, you've got to make the most of it, and hopefully I'll make the ceremony by 2:30.
There you have it. Adrian Taranto, we thank you for joining us here.
Thanks very much to Callum Brannigan. With Adrian Taranto, there's, as you see, one of the stalwarts of improved production here in Victoria for many, many years. Steve DeVries in the hot seat for this one. Alongside me, filling in for Darren Smith, club president in the improved production ranks in Victoria, is one David Cox. Good to have you aboard, Coxie.
G'day, how you going? Yeah, great to be here. What an awesome weekend of racing. How good has it been? The weather has just been unbelievably good. Normally Winton is either freezing cold or stinking hot, and we've got it right in the middle. Perfect this weekend.
2 years in a row, the weather has been absolutely sensational, save for that little brief rain shower last year on the Saturday, which shook up the race a little bit, forming the Fords, but improved production as well. And race 3 for IP about to get underway with thanks to Prestige Hino, Australia's most awarded Hino dealer. And the man you need to see if you're looking for a good deal on a Hino truck is one Danny Timewell. He is in this IP field in the Timewell Spent Racing VF Commodore, and he's going to be starting out of position number, looks like number 7 or 8 on the grid. He's going to be on the 4th row here as they all start to roll towards their grid boxes. Robert Braun and Paul Cruz off the front row from Jamie Augustine in the S14 Sylvia. Jared Tonks is going to be a bit of a handful for Augustine in this one, having driven from rear of grid all the way through to P4. Craig Piergros, Jared McLeod, Danny Timewell, Steve Zorkas. Here we go.
The pin.
He's pulled the pin on that one in the number 21 Monaro. Timewell, Zorkas and Robert Baird rounding out the top 10. And away we go. Pretty early getaway and pretty very short hold, I should say. Braun's had the best of the starts over the course of the race here. Augustine slow away. Looks like he must have stalled it, and he's gone right to the back.
At the smoke screen.
Big smoke screen. Out the front, though, Robert Braun gets the whole shot. Disappears towards turn 3. Here comes the 91 of Jared Tonks, firmly down the inside at turn 3.
Yeah, he's right in the tight thing, and then Paul Cruz has followed right up behind him, and then Danny Timewell's also got a great start. He's up before, and look at the under 2 litre car. That is an absolutely fantastic start from Stevenson. He's got the big Falcon of Craig Piergros right up his clacker.
He just had a back shot here as they come through. There is Timewell, and there is Steve Zorkas glued to the rear bumper of the VF Commodore. Here they come. There's number 11. There's the number 17 of Zorkas, followed by Piergros. Wayne always had a really good start too. He's actually made his way into the top 10 in the Mazda, one of about 4 in the Mazda brigade, finally here this weekend.
A little bit of in-car footage there from Craig's car as Danny Timewell's managed to get past Steven Zorkas, and now watch the power of the Falcon just zoom away from that little Honda down the back straight there. There we go.
There it is. There it kicks in, but Steve Zorkas under brakes. Is he going to be brave enough to resend it? Nope, thinks better of it. Pulls back into line and just going to reattach himself to the rear bumper of car 640. So that'll put Piergros back into, we started in 5th place. It now puts him back into 5th place. And Danny Timewell having picked up a couple of spots at the beginning of this one. There he goes, the Prestige Hino, number 11 VF Commodore, leaving a nice big long train onto the main straight.
Be interesting to see how the stalled car of Jamie Augustine makes his way through the field. That'll be very interesting to see how he goes.
Well, can't see him on the backside of the circuit there, so I think he's attached somewhere to the rear of the group.
He's right up behind Brad White, just coming through turn 2, I believe. That was him coming through.
Yep, he's up to 15th place. Here he comes now. It's about to make that 14th place for car 155. One of the very, very nice handling packages to have at a place like this.
Craig's trying to go up the inside of Danny Timewell going through the sweeper, but Danny just moves over and puts the car in the right position, and there's no way through there for Craig.
Good job for Wayne Twist as well, just stepping aside, letting the faster Augustine go through. The little BMW with all the M3 running gear underneath it.
Great to see a couple of XLs that have double entered this weekend. They're having a run with us as well. They're having a great old battle out there.
Yeah, right down the back of the field as we catch up onto the back of it. Looks like Bryce Peter Budge in the BMW is the car that they're behind. Is Wayne Twist and Bryson Lloyd just sort of attached to his rear bumper. There's a change of position there. Paul Cruz having ceded second spot to Jared Tonks on the beginning of the last lap. So he's doing his best to stay pretty close to that pedal there. And here's a good little scrap. You couldn't get three cars that are any more different to each other. little rotary powered Mazda. Then you got the Datsun behind of David Bone, and then a big V8 Commodore behind in number 33 of Mark Defanis, who had a few off-track excursions in that second race this morning.
And right in amongst that mix is an under 2 litre car as well, the Honda.
Absolutely, and then there's the Honda that brought in for good measure as well. Here's Augustine picking up another place, ahead of Shane Williams, and Dallas Brooks in the Sign Pro VX Commodore just behind him.
I was talking to Dallas earlier today. He's got a new engine on the way for that car in the next couple of rounds, so he's really looking forward to that.
He certainly is. He's had been in the category for a couple of years now. It's pretty much a stock Commodore, and got a little bit of things going on for that one. Hopefully after the Island he will be able to get that in. There's actually quite a big break between the third and fourth rounds of this year's State Series. So Phillip Island, middle of May, and then we don't see the field again until we get to Sandown in August. Usually the round happens in July, and this year it's been pushed back a little bit further.
How good does that RX-7 of Rob Baird's look? It looks like it's dropped out of 1987, but geez, does it look good.
Tribute livery, I guess, to one of the ones he ran on his RX-3
back
in the day as well,
yes.
back in the 90s, and has carried that theme through. He, of course, carried the onboard camera in race 1 yesterday, which is almost memories of race cam back in the old day. Actually, speaking of race cam, there used to be one mounted into the back of Mario Caligari's roll cage that I'd seen a couple of years ago, and then about a day later he cut it out. So it was just bringing back all those memories when we were down at Island Magic a couple of years ago.
Yeah, here we go, Jamie. Always seeing the power of that turbo car, just straight past the RX-7.
Turbo power versus rotary power, and a little bit further ahead, V8 power versus Datsun power.
Datsun
turbo. Yeah, Datsun turbo power, your little SR20 power, and through goes Mark Defanis.
So at the front, Rob Braun's still got a little bit of a lead there from Tonks. Doesn't seem to be able to make too much of an impression, but he's also got Paul Cruz right behind him that's hanging on for dear life at this stage. Might be interesting to see how the tyres go in a lap or two.
Brauny's driven a sensational round so far. I actually remarked to him earlier, it's been a long, long time between wins for him.
Absolutely.
Let alone round wins, race wins. I think even his last race win prior to this weekend was before I even came on the scene in IP.
Probably would have been back in
about right.
Yeah, back in 2014 or something like that.
It's been a long, long time, and he's driving the car really well and holding court quite comfortably at the moment in the BMW E30.
A couple of really good battles going on down here with the two BMWs. We've got James West and Peter Bryce Budge, both in the BMWs, and they're nose to tail going into the sweeper.
Same with these guys on screen, nose to tail going up into the top end of the circuit, around the gum tree.
Marco Timperio slowing down as he's going to the sweeper. He's had a weekend he'd probably rather forget as well.
Yeah, there's been a few gremlins for that BF Falcon in its first 2 rounds of operation. He's coming around the sweeper just as we're keeping an eye on what's happening. Heading down into turn 10, Defanis with a look down the inside of Allway, and now Augustine's going to try and buy into this as well. Splits the middle.
There's a bit of smoke coming out of there of Jamie's car. That's just a tyre rub with a bit of luck.
Look at that, down the inside, that's authoritative, that's decisive, but he pulled out late. Mark left him the room, and now a little bit of overlap again. Augustine's going to clear him out of the final corner. That was really
great driving, guys, really nicely done. Left each other some room, a bit of respect, that's really good to see.
Very, very sensible driving, and actually good awareness from both of them to leave each other the room. Zero contact going through that part of the course, so that puts Augustine back up into 7th. And pretty much the length of this straightaway that they've just gotten onto now is the difference between Augustine's S14 and Stephen Zorkas's Civic.
It's great to see that we've got a number of RX-7s back in the field after the first time in probably 2 decades of not having an RX-7 in the field at Sandown. Having 3 or 4 or 5 of them out there today has been really quite good.
Well, they go all right at this circuit. Of course, the RX-7 of Ben Schutz, which is a very, very quick car in any sort of trim, was at the pointy end of the Freedom 4 Hour here last year, and to think that they did so many laps on one set of tyres is absolutely bewildering, but speaks volumes of the Yokohama AO50 product that all the category has to run on nationally, we should say. It's not just a Victorian thing, it's a national supply deal for Yokohama, and the guys at Traction Tyres do a fantastic job of supplying the Victorian field. And at a place like this, you need the tyres underneath, you need to have some good rubber, especially coming into the last race, because very much several traction zones that you've got to get this right, and Jared Tonks is doing that quite well at the moment.
And the Yokohama AO50 tyre is probably one of the best tyres, control category tyres we've ever had in this category, and we've been running it now for a decade. you can get your best lap time out of them down to the wire.
Well, that's exactly what happened on a few cases last year where we saw them getting pretty much down to the camps. Augustine coming into the pit lane, so possibly may have been black flagged for that smoke exiting the rear of the S14.
It's unfortunate for Jamie because he's had a really good positive weekend. It's the quickest that car has ever been in IP trim around this track, so he was really excited when I spoke to him this morning of how good the car actually was. So it's a real shame that he's had to come into the pits, and that's probably him over for the day.
Yeah, it's only done a handful of metres as well.
Have a look at this. Paul Cruz is now right up behind Jared Tonks. It looks like the tyres and the Tonks mobile may be starting to go away a little bit, and that will allow the much lighter and nimbler S13 Turbo to crawl right up behind him again.
This is sort of reminiscent of the battle that Paul Cruz and Adam Poole had last year at this particular location. There was always the different strengths and weaknesses for the larger, heavier Monaro versus the lighter, more nimbler S13 behind. You can get a run if you can stay close enough and stick your nose into a particular spot where your opponent's not expecting, then you can actually make that pass stick without making contact, I should add. That's the most important thing. But then on the straights, you can see the Commodore just marches away, insulates himself from any threat behind. So if there's any real spot that Cruz is going to make this stick, probably needs to be sticking close as he can through the sweeper at turn 5 and then up toward the gum tree at round turn 7.
How good is it to see an under 2 litre car in the top 6? That is fantastic around here. It's a real testament to the way Stephen's driving that little Honda. And also, Paul Griswold's is also in 10th. So there's at least two under 2 litre cars in the top 10.
It is very, very good to see. Steve qualified extremely well yesterday, but unfortunately fell back through the field. I think there was a spark plug issue. I think there was also some gearbox issues that they've had to solve in between yesterday and today, and they seem to have smartened that car up really well, and he's driving much better. Look at getting the rear wheel off the deck through turn 4.
Drive 3 wheels, here we go. And I dare say that Danny Timewell in a lap or two might be having the rear window full of Honda at this stage, because he's catching him hand over fist at this stage. And then just ahead of him is Craig Piergross. So there's a fair chance that if Stephen keeps going the way he is, he could have a top four finish, and that would be absolutely outstanding.
Be almost unheard of at a place like here, considering the quality of the drivers that are ahead of him, but he really is gaining in a big way over the Timewell machine at the moment.
And it is absolutely got its left rear wheel off the deck every time it goes through the turn.
Yep, keep an eye on it right here. He'll wrench that wheel to the left, and you can just see it just kicks up just a little bit, unloads the unloaded side of the car right at the rear, because of course it's a front wheel drive car. Not too much weight over the back apart from the fuel tank and a rear wing that I don't know if it does very much or not, but he'll claim it does a little bit.
I would have thought 4 wheels on the ground would have been the fastest way, but hey, I don't drive a front wheel drive, I don't know.
I still do drive a front wheel drive car, but I can guarantee you the rear wheels don't come off the deck like that.
Oh, you'd need to have a crack then, mate. Come on, what are you doing? Down Stud Road, sure it could happen.
Oh, it's a bit too of a straight road, Stud Road, I think, these days.
We've got
Metro Melbourne.
That's it. Brawny's car coming through a bit of lap traffic now. He's having to navigate that, and he's carving through quite well. So he's having a nice, gentle drive out there this afternoon.
There we go on the screen. You've got Paul Javots and Wayne Orway. Now that's a trade for position on the last lap as well. So that puts Paul Javots up to 9th. Very, very good return for Javots.
And then Wayne's had a big dive under brakes into turn 3 and has got him.
And over and under happening here as well. Not quite. No. Not able to get the power down early enough for Javots to wrestle that one back. But this will be, again, the strengths and weaknesses of rotary power versus 2-cylinder. Very, very nimble EG Civic. Through turn 5. Catching. Does he throw it down the inside? No. Wayne covers.
Covers nicely in the battle of the 2 BMWs that were out the back there. Peter Bryce Budge and James West. It looks like Bryce Budge has got the chocolates on that one. James has fallen back significantly at this stage, so I'm not sure if he's had a problem.
Certainly has. Just also noticed in that little exchange between Paul Javots and Wayne Orway that Orway actually went a little bit too wide, and Javots did manage to execute the over and under treatment through the top part of the circuit. But yet again, I fear it'll be down here towards the back end of this lap, and Orway must have his go. No, a little bit of smoke from the back of car number 9, and that's under braking. It's smoking again too, so I'm not sure, is there a tyre rub or something happening on the back of that? That's not normal for what is normally a very well-prepared machine. Back to third, or the battle for second and third place, and the lap traffic starting to play a bit of havoc. That's Brett Harris in the AU Falcon, and Tonks and Cruz have done pretty well to navigate the lap traffic and not really lose a lot of time.
So Wayne always has had a terminal problem. He's now just cruising nice and slowly into turn 3, and there's a fair bit of smoke billowing out the back of that car now, so it's really unfortunate for Wayne.
Try and limp it back to pit lane, try and keep the green flag flying out there.
Oh, Bryson Lloyd's just had a big off there at turn 1. He's overshot the mark, but he's managed to keep it back on the grass and keep on going. So well done there, Bryson.
Pretty well down from New South Wales as start the final two up. Lap traffic still playing a little bit of a factor here. The race leader about 3.5 seconds ahead of this battle. Tonks a little bit awkward over the curves there. And here is the lap traffic that's starting to encounter Marco Temperio, the BA Falcon. Tonks calmly, firmly down the inside. Cruz not close enough to make it stick.
I think that might be about it for Paul Cruz. I don't think he's close enough to, unless Jared Tonks has a massive lose somewhere, I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to give it much of a go. But then again, you never know.
Going to be a little bit interesting for the race leader here, Robert Braun too, coming up on fellow BMW E30 driver of Ash Rogers.
And Steve Zorkis is only now a couple of car lengths behind Danny Timewell, and Mark DeFanis goes up inside one of the XLs into turn 3. And clears yes, quite nicely.
All right, so there's the gap. So almost the top 3, almost in the same shot. Well, they're in the same shot right about now. There's Braun coming through turn 10. There's Tonks and there's Cruz behind. So comfortable win. Looks like it's going to be for Rob Braun. We were remarking off air, remarking yesterday as well. Been a very, very long time for wins in a race for Robert Braun, let alone a round win, and he's going to clean sweep the weekend aboard the Westvic earth-moving BMW E30. Checkered flag for Robert Braun.
Well done, Rob Braun. That's an absolutely beautiful drive. He kept his nose clean the whole weekend. No one got near him. He was actually the star of the show this weekend. There was just daylight between him and everybody else.
Yeah, sensational for Rob Braun. So Tonks home for second, Paul Cruz home for third. So Tonks salvages a pretty good result after a pretty disastrous race one yesterday. Craig Piergross home for fourth. Danny Timewell, good result for Danny, home in fifth. And then this man on screen, Steve Zorkis, is tucked onto Danny Timewell all the way home. And the lead under 2 litre car here this weekend will get home for 6th overall in the pecking order. Great drive for Zorkis.
Absolutely beautiful. That's real credit to Steve and the Zorkis team to get that car. They've had a number of problems with it. Engines over the off-season, and they've got a lower spec engine in it at the moment, but Paul Cruz has come to a stop out on field. But no, it's great to see that the Zorkis mobile's going so well this weekend and reliable.
Top 10 rounded out by Mark DeFanis, Rob Baird. Paul Javots actually makes it 2 of the under 2 litre cars, both ironically the EG Civic home in 9th place. David Bone brings
top 10.
That SR20 Turbo Datsun home in position 10. He had a great run at Sandown as well, David Bone. Probably one of the best results he's had at Sandown in some time. A little bit of a wave there from Craig Piergross. He knows he's on the camera. I don't know how he knows he's on the camera, but he's waving anyway. But he's there, and he's been great carrying the onboard camera. Same too with Robert Baird carrying the onboard camera yesterday as well. Great initiative, I must say, from Blendline TV to come up with an idea that not normally happens in the local state racing scene, but it's really great just to illustrate the amount of work that some of the drivers have to go through around a very, very demanding course like this.
Dallas Brooks, a fantastic result for him, 11th place in the signage.
Sign Pro entry.
Entry.
Signpro.com.au entry.
In that basically standard road going Commodore, that's a really good result. Shane Williams hasn't been out for a while. It's great to see he's actually come home in 11th. He'd be very happy with that result.
Yeah, good result for Shane Williams. It's been at least about a year and a half since we saw him out there as well from Bryce Peter Budge. Richard Opie's been a little while between drinks for him as well.
He's made up 7 places on that last race, so he's had a good run there.
He's had a very good run, especially starting a bit further down the order yesterday. Yep. Bryson Lloyd, Jim West, Ash Rogers, Marco Temperio, Brett Harris, and then Wayne Decker was the last of the cars into the top 20 there. There's your Victorian State Circuit racing calendar, and another 5 or 6 weeks from now, the whole circus packs up and it moves to Phillip Island. And then look at that big gap there, big 2-month gap from Phillip Island to Sandown, which is the round put on by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Normally have that round in July or late July, so it's a bit unusual to have it in August. Maybe the weather will be a little bit nicer, we don't know. It's the same as what they did when they moved Phillip Island and swapped Phillip Island and Winton around last year. That's the idea behind it, and it's proven to be a success, so we can only hope we get the same sort of success moving forward. Short break, and Formula V will be up next, but very, very quickly, a big thank you to Prestige Hino, Australia's most awarded Hino dealer. A big thank you as well to 888 Home Loans, ProCut Tree Services, DLL Photography and Design, and, of course, Yokohama Motorsport and Traction Tyre Centre for the improved production cars. Formula V, not too far away.
Formula V making their way out on track now as we enter the last part of the weekend. Formula V, sports sedans and saloon cars, the last 3 races for this weekend's racing as we watch the cars just leaving the back of the pit and paddock area, make their way out into pit lane. Formula V have been a proving ground for many drivers over many seasons now, and the rules still apply, and that is if you can learn how to race, go learn how to race in a Formula V. They're ultra competitive, gives you the best grounding in racecraft that you can possibly find, and once you've done a bit of racing in a Formula V, really the motorsport world is your oyster at that point, so certainly well worth jumping on board a Formula V and learning how to do it. The learning isn't just confined between the racing walls. It's all about preparing a car and getting a car to and from a racetrack and funding that car and all of those bits and pieces, because they are absolutely integral in racing, and you're always chasing the dollar, and if you can get yourself $1 to go Formula V racing, then it's a really good start into a career. Big thanks to all of our officials around the track, and you can check it all out at Motorsport Australia. motorsport.org.au/officials is where you will find all of your requirements there. We do applaud all of our officials around the track, whether it be in the pit and paddock area or at any given racetrack. Our trackside officials, whether they be for recovery or flagging. Our scrutineers are often overlooked as well. The stewards, the race control tower, our race secretary's office and administration, always many roles to be filled, and it takes a lot of people to keep this series running, and they do a tremendous job in doing so. Formula V's on their warm-up lap. Let's have a look at how the grid will look for race number 3. Daniel Reynolds, after a really strong run this morning, will start on pole position with Michael Kinsella right alongside Heath Collinson, then Hayden Crossland. Adam Nicholson and Lee Partridge, who came from rear of the grid, raced hard all the way up to position number 6, and he is smelling great along the way too, squirting the molecule product around, keeping himself nice and fresh in the car. Damien Spinello, then Nicholas Kerr in the number 25, Andre Curtin in the 32, and then Ash Clifford rounds out our top 10, a second generation driver, and good to see the Cliffords back at the track. Then we have Rudra Rapana, and then we have Brandon Taylor, Rob Vile, Brian Buttigieg, Claudia Lennox out of 15. 16 we'll see Darren Power, Josh Munro out of 17, Sharice Tracy Rich out of 18. Kelly Egan out of 19. Then Isaac Woodhouse, Filippi, Stephen Butcher, Reef McCarthy from the back of the grid, one to watch, as is John Casamati and April Welsh, rear of grid. So cars just making their way slowly down to the grid. In fact, there's a big gap to where the rest of the field is coming.
Yeah, there's a massive gap there at the moment. So a few drivers a little bit tardy on the outlap. Look at them all here. They all come clustered together. You have to sort themselves out. You mentioned Reef McCarthy starting off the back of the grid. He's definitely going to be one to watch. Probably a position he's not been accustomed to starting for quite some time. Probably even going back to, because his early days when he was in the Formula V back in the Elliott for the first time, he probably would have been down this end of the grid. But this is a very, very much uncharted territory for him. How he gets his way through this field will be extremely interesting. I don't think he's probably going to have enough time to catch the two men off the front row, though. That's going to be the real question, is who's going to take round honours out of Kinsella and Reynolds? Well, let's find out as away we go.
Keep an eye on the second row of the grid there. A young 16-year-old Hayden Crossland starting out of P4 from Sydney. His first time here at Winton in the number 6. The black car there slots himself into P3. It's his third race ever in a Formula V. It's comes straight out of go-karts. It's a Jacer, and it's on loan from the weekend for Jacer Racing. So good to see New South Welshman coming south to get some experience in a Formula V, 16 years of age. So anyone can do it. The 16-year-old is putting it all together. It's great to see. Currently sitting in P3.
Yeah, very good start for him as well against a very seasoned campaigner in Heath Collinson. Now tacking onto the back of Michael Kinsella. That's the black machine behind in Crossland. Number 6 ahead of him in the Show Systems Australia car. Number 35 of Kinsella. And then ahead of him, Daniel Reynolds in the number 78, the orange machine, leading the way. And they're just starting to edge away a little bit slowly here, just starting to leave Collinson behind. Then comes Lee Partridge and Adam Nicholson, who are on the third row of the grid. Those positions have been reversed at the start. So really measured and mature drive from Adam Nicholson. His best result in his very short time in Formula V so far. And he was smiling like a Cheshire cat down there. And, well, being up in the top 6, I'm sure you'll be smiling still right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The third row of the grid has been, I guess, the battlers in this event. Adam Nicholson and Lee Partridge right alongside there. Lee ended up in the wall yesterday, exiting, or I guess, about 80% of the way through turn 2. And those two shared the third row of the grid. And let's hope they can share in some accolades before today is out. Just getting some shots. Car number 85, smack bang in the middle of the screen there as well. So
Ryan Buttigieg sort of caught in the middle of a bit of a battle pack there as well. That's sort of headed by, it looks like it was Rob Vile, I think was heading that battle pack, heading down toward turn 1. It's all started to break apart here. Everybody sort of started to find their dance partner for the opening going.
Ash Clifford's got himself a couple of spots. Started out of 10th, already up to 8th, so a bit of a push there from the young man.
Yeah, he was off at turn 11 and 12 late at the end of race 2 this morning. The rumour was there was a little bit of oil that had been dropped by somebody, and it did catch a few people out, some worse than others. Unfortunately, it caught him out. That was why he ended up down the order in 10th place. Good move down there at turn 7 by Nicholson. Stepped out of the wheel tracks of Partridge's Sabre 02 very, very smartly, very decisively down the inside.
That's the kind of move you need to make in Formula V. You can't just dilly-dally. If there's an opportunity, you've got to be an opportunistic race driver and take that, because the opportunity won't present itself for very long, because the driver in front will cover off the line there. But Lee Partridge clearly was on a different line for that corner and did open it up and allowed the overtaking manoeuvre to take place. So Lee will fight another day, and we'll see him come back. There's no harm, no foul at the moment. In fact, they're sitting there in 5th and 6th on the road, still basically exactly where they started the race. And battling at the wheel there, the number 17.
Ash Clifford very, very loose off the final corner. Very lucky not to end up in a spin there. Did really well to control that. Both himself and Damien Spinello behind in the Acura Motorsports number 49 had just picked up a place each, having dispatched of Nick Kerr, who's just fallen a couple of spots further back. Actually, he's gone a bit further behind Brandon Taylor now as well. So not a good lap for Nick Kerr in the Beecham number 25, and he's now got Andre Curran right on his tail. Where is the teammate for Nick Kerr in Reef McCarthy? He's up to 11th.
So that's a pretty good run. 2 laps down, came from a rear of grid, which happened to be position number 23. So Ruth McCarthy up to 11th now.
Here he comes now, down the inside of Brandon Taylor. So he's actually gone past Nick Kurt. He's now gone past the number 29 of Taylor. And little hands in the air, just acknowledging there. Taylor just said, you know what, you're faster than me, go through. And then McCarthy acknowledged it on the return, saying thank you very much.
Nice one there to see the hand go up, just acknowledgement. There is a bit of time between corners there just to give the fellow competitor, he's remembered when next time you need a dance partner in qualifying for a bit of the toe or something like that. So it does pay to have friends out there on the racetrack. Lee Partridge now with the 17 of Clifford in his mirrors. So Lee returning to Formula V after some years off racing under 2-litre sports sedans, because he heads up the workshop at MPC in Croydon as well. So racing is his life, from pillar to post, from dusk till dawn and the other way around. And great to see him jump back behind the wheel of a V. Had some success, and now back in the Sabre 02. I think he calls it Sophie.
Sophie, correct.
Sophie.
There's a few. It's no different to when Jamie Whincup called his chassis Kate in the V8 supercars. Everybody sort of has their names for their cars. As I don't think this man's got a name for his car. I think he just calls it Fast. Reef McCarthy. There he goes through on Ash Clifford, and opportunistic for Damien Spinello. Not quite there on Ash Clifford. Ash very, very wisely defends that spot going through the sweeper. I think coming back to the topic of car names, I think there's another couple out there. I think Rob Vile in the number 7 car, he calls his car Heidi, I think is what springs to mind. I don't think there's very many others up and down the paddock, but there you're right. They're the two that spring to mind, Sophie and Heidi. Why is it always females named? I have no idea.
It is interesting, isn't it? Because ships pretty much follow the same thing, isn't it? It's always a lady, a mistress in the garage.
It's like the old thing, they always name them after a lady, and then they break the champagne bottle and say,
this is not what we wanted to see.
Nope, and that's young Ayrton Filippi, I think, as well, and that's done some significant damage to that car.
It is Filippi, the 46 there.
That is down on the exit of turn 3.
That's going to see a safety car, I would suggest. He's hit the car, he's hit the wall hard there. Good to see him, albeit hobbling away from the scene there, being helped up by Phil, the photographer.
Yep, Phil Weiswald's down there. Good to see him there, and checking on him as well. But yeah, getting very ginger there. And it's a local yellow for the minute. Safety car will definitely be called. I can see the recovery vehicles getting ready to move out from the old pits paddock area out to turn 3, and that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign with the crosses in the air, crossed arms in the air. That means medical attention is needed. And we're definitely going to get a safety car intervention here, I would suggest.
So Phil has been around a very, very long time in motorsport photography. There's his number 998. He is definitely assisting young Filippi there. It's a shame his weekend comes to a halt so dramatically. That team will certainly be getting ready to fix that car over the next 5 weeks or so as we lead into Phillip Island as a recovery vehicle makes its way around to there, and our safety car joins the field. Emergency response vehicles on their way down to young Filippi.
It's going to be a big thrash to get that car ready in 5 to 6 weeks. It'll definitely be a big task. I've had a little bit of a hand in sort of helping to get bits and pieces done with that car. It's been a very, very difficult process to get it up and running ever since Sandown when he was in the Elliott Mark II, and it's now about to become an even bigger task. There is a safety car ready to pick up Daniel Reynolds. Here he comes down the main straight, so pretty much right on the half distance mark here. The race leader is collected. So I dare say we're going to probably have at least maybe 2 or 3 laps behind the safety car, which would probably set up a really big sprint finish here. And I don't know who this benefits. I'm not quite sure who this benefits. There's McCarthy in 6th place coming across the road. So he's become a huge beneficiary of this safety car. This has closed the field right up. So it's very much a free kick for him.
So if young Felipe wants to get to the next round, he's had a bit of a career in karts and been pretty good at that too. 13th and 14th and 15th of May will be at Phillip Island. So some work to do. I dare say our sponsors for this round, the Australian VW Performance Centre, will be able to lend a hand. Sandown will be there 12, 13, 14 of August. A great race meeting held every year by the Sports Sedan Association. Nice and close for all of those in Melbourne. It's on a very big highway, Dandenong Road, or Princes Highway, whichever way you want to look at it. Runs straight past the bottom end of the track, the Eastlink Freeway, very nearby, so it's very easy to get to Sandown. And then we round out the year, 23, 24, 25 of September. One of my favourite weekends to go motor racing. It's deep into the football final season. Get clear of all the guff going around the aerial ping pong games and come racing in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series at Phillip Island, because that weekend, 23, 24, 25 of September, will be a fantastic weekend. Of course, all races live and free on Blendline TV, and you can get that on most of the categories' Facebook pages, or if you want it streaming ad-free and live into your lounge room, check it out at blendline.tv/live for all of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Very, very good amount of work going into producing the Blendline TV content for the Vic State Series. Should also point out that about 3 weeks after that last round at Phillip Island on the 23rd to the 25th of September, Formula Vs that are out there right now, they'll be back here at Winton for the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula V National Challenge. So expecting to see plenty of Formula Vs come from all corners of the country and take place here for, there's about 180 minutes worth of racing on each day. So there's a better part of 6 hours worth of Formula V racing across the entire weekend. So
that's going to wear out your V.
That's going to wear out a lot of drivers. It's going to be a phenomenally good weekend. Expressions of interest, I believe, are going to come up in the next couple of weeks. So for all of you Formula V drivers watching this around the country, please keep an eye out for that on the Formula V Australia and the Formula V Victoria Facebook pages. They will be coming out very, very soon.
Of course, you can keep up with everything going on with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at vsrs.com.au for all of your news in the State Series here in Victoria. And, of course, we're going to finish off this whole year being live on television and stepping up the production, stepping up the process. Gradually, baby steps, I guess. If you build it, they will come, and we're starting to see that with some really good fields across the board, albeit that the XLs are down in numbers a little bit this weekend. Pretty much everyone else is really starting to enjoy being on the screens around the country, and the advantages that can possibly bring to commercial partnerships for not only the series overall, which we're gradually ticking away, trying to build a commercial product there that we can bring on a naming rights sponsor. So if you're at all interested, please make contact via vsrs.com.au. We'd love to talk to you and get involved and emblazon your name or your product over the fantastic Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We're certainly looking for partnerships and looking for partnerships that are relevant and willing to grow in the right direction that the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships are heading in. And of course, we've expanded our commentary team over the last couple of years, taking in Steve DeVries right alongside me for this race. And of course, Callum Brannigan, we've pushed him well and truly out of his comfort zone over the last couple of race meetings, fronting up the camera all weekend long. And he's slowly starting to get his head around the fact that you need the same colour shirt on Saturday as you do on Sunday, just in case you're pre-recording bits and pieces that go out onto the TV. We don't care, mate. It's all right. We love to see your smiling face, no matter what shirt it is that you're wearing. Of course, we've had David Stillwell. We've had Paul
Action,
and Dan McCarthy, and sort of trying to get Heath McAlpine back to the track as well. But these guys professional in motorsport. So this weekend, obviously, there's racing on in Tasmania with the supercars. And I guess, Steve, from you and I, our background in motorsport comes from Pyack, and they're celebrating their 70th anniversary at Phillip Island this weekend with a bit of a presentation and a race weekend.
They certainly are down there celebrating the 70th anniversary of the club, formed almost to the day in 1952. So it's been a very, very long time for a very well-established club. They present most of the rounds down there, or most of the major events down there at Phillip Island. Couple at Bryant Park with the hill climb as well. They've got an event coming up with that in the next month or so. They're going to be hosting the third round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in May. And there's also the usual Pyac Super Sprints. There'll be, I'm sure, the Endurance Access will make an appearance later this year. And, of course, Island Magic right at the very end of the year. One of the classic Pyac events to resume in the end of November.
So a very happy anniversary to all of those at Phillip Island celebrating this weekend. We're having a ripping weekend here at Winton. Wish you could have been here with us. We've got Formula V just about to get on with a race start. 3 flying laps. Can Daniel Reynolds remain the class of the field in Formula V? He has got Kinsella. He's got the charging 16-year-old out of Sydney, Hayden Crossland, behind him as well. Heath Collinson, the wise old head. Nicholson, Reef McCarthy, the guy in a big move in his racing career. Lee Partridge just wants to get a great result out of his weekend. Ash Clifford, and away we go. Green flag waving.
Green flag waving, but the field hasn't quite jumped just yet. Reynolds is leaving it right until the last possible opportunity. There he goes, literally about 2 metres before the start-finish line. Set sail for turn 1, dragging Kinsella with him. Crossland trying desperately to hang on to the back of Kinsella. McCarthy through at turn 1 on Adam Nicholson. Now sets his sights on the back of Heath Collinson in the 31.
Geez, I don't want to cast too many aspersions out of that, but there were some cars that were certainly out of the line there. The officials will let us know very quickly. They've been right across. Any infringements here this weekend have been plucked out. It's a very strong message that the officialdom are sending to all of these categories this weekend. You step out of line, we're going to knock you on the head for it. It's not going to be a hard knock, but you're certainly going to know that you've done the wrong thing, and you'll think twice about it in the future when you're racing as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's something that has to be done. The umpire does have to blow the whistle every now and again, as they do in all sports, and whether it be a code violation or whatever it may be, or a breach of the regulations, you get a little penalty for it. It might be a 5-second added to your race, might be 10 seconds, might be a drive-through. There's plenty of different ways that the judiciary system works, and you just want to be careful with that when you're out racing.
You certainly do. And be careful in the close confines of Formula V as well when you want to make a pass, as Kinsella and Reynolds just slowly edge away from Hayden Crossland. They're just putting a couple of millimetres and a couple more millimetres every corner. And now Crossland is going to fall into the clutches of McCarthy, who has dispatched Heath Collinson. And now setting sail towards turn 1. Look up on the outside from Kinsella. Crossland behind, defending from McCarthy. So this is a really good scrap for all positions on the podium. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's down into turn 3. They plunge. McCarthy right now on the rear gearbox of Crossland in the black number 6. I dare say a move might be likely up toward the Gumtree section at turn 7 as they head into 5. Sweep through the first part of the apex, pick up the second apex on the other side, stays close to the curb as you dare, now throwing it down the inside at 7.
And he gets it. Crossland learning a bit of a lesson there. This guy has done it before. Reef McCarthy stepping into his V here this weekend for Beecham, and just wobbling a little bit around the Gumtree, but he's now got his sights set with still 2 laps to go on the next step on the podium. So Michael Kinsella is going to be very difficult to get in the next, lap and a half anyway.
Lap and a half, yes, correct. So top 5 cars all in a line, but it is starting to stretch out a little bit. Reynolds has held sway since the opening green flag, and he's going to have to do a little bit of defending, I think, in the next 3.2 kilometres as they come out of the final corner for the penultimate time. How close can McCarthy get? Can he get one more? I think it might be a bridge too far possibly to get the race win, but I think he'd be happy to settle for 3rd, but he'd probably love 2nd more than 3rd.
Because I just saw Kinsella having a double take in the mirror. It was like a kid when they see something they like. It was the double switch around. It was almost like an Easter egg was on the horizon there.
Yeah, it's almost like, what? He's up to our back already?
There he is. Is that the 61? It is.
Now, Heath Collinson through. Heath Collinson goes through now on Hayden Crossland for 4th place overall. That's a good move as well from the seasoned veteran of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in the Collinson Black Angus number 31. As they head up to turn 5-4 the last time. Crossland's not going to give up on that spot, though. He's right there. Oh, nose cone goes flying from McCarthy, and off he goes through the gravel, through the grass, and out of business.
Wow, he watched that go up in the air, and all that did was take his mind off the road in front of him. Where's he going to rejoin?
Behind Andre.
There was a bit of a gap there. Yeah, he's now going to stick back into the mid-pack.
He's down in 11th, so he's rejoined in 11th spot, leaving Kinsella and Reynolds pretty much to cruise home as they were. They're not going to do anything silly, these two. I don't think they'll just be happy to come home where they are, but it looked fairly innocuous then. It didn't look like there was any sort of
Didn't look like any contact. It looked like it just came off and got air under it and blew right up into the air. I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from saying Black Angus. I haven't had lunch yet, and I'd really like a piece of steak at some point
we'll go
between now and bedtime.
We'll go and see the butcher of Heath Collinson down there, and we'll get you something.
So, this is it. To the checkered flag, and Daniel Reynolds, have to stop making that mistake, takes the W in race 3, the feature race for the weekend.
Who got third there? That was very close between
Heath.
Collinson and Crossland. It goes to Crossland,
Hayden,
actually, by a
was it?
10th.
It is too.
Fantastic.
Heath Collinson. Nicholson Partridge home in 6th, where he started, held on. Clifford, Spinelli, Reith McCarthy eventually home in the number 61 in 9th place there. So that nose cone went up, and it was literally his eyes followed it up, and it just his eyes left the road for a millisecond too long, and around he went.
It's no different to being on the road. Distractions can be very costly. Oh, there was a spin for Brian Buttigieg at the same part of the track a bit later as well. Oh, geez, look at the avoiding action from everybody. They went left, they went right, and they all avoided each other. That's very, very lucky.
The BCR 85 entry will rejoin the track and gets through. There he is, has finished this race and gets back to the pits under his own steam. Great weekend for Formula V in the National Series, and I hope they've enjoyed the journey wherever they've come from to join us here this weekend. Steve DeVries, thank you very much for hanging on, mate, with the voice there. You need to take a few hours off, and, well, we've all got a few hours to get home tonight, so a little bit of silence and some relaxing music.
Here's the replay of McCarthy and Kinsella.
Oh, no, it was a hit.
Yeah, it was a hit on the exhaust. It was on the exhaust muffler, and that could have very well been a bit worse compared to what is lucky. There's plenty of runoff there. From that angle, looks like it was very high speed, but very lucky that there's plenty of runoff on that part of the circuit, and didn't do much more damage.
So the Formula V's making their way back to the garage. Thank you very much, Steve DeVries. We'll see you at Phillip Island in about 5 weeks' time. Sports sedans are up next. We're saving some big banger action close to the end of the day. The Saloon cars will round out our program today. Still 2 races to go, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back. Sports sedans making their way out on track, and a nice little bit of classical music to take us out to this, the final race of the weekend. The 10-lapper for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. And these cars always look resplendent out on track. People taking up their vantage positions around the fence, around the track, finding their favourite bit of the Winton Motor Raceway to watch on from. And certainly looking forward to this. Does anybody anybody at all have an answer for Tony Groves' domination of this championship so far this year? Dean Cam hasn't taken the track as of yet, so what was ailing the Corvette has obviously continued its course, as Dean Cam is not making his way out on track, not in position anyway. The whole field hasn't cleared the marshalling area yet, but Tony Groves won the race this morning with a best time of 1:24.7553. It's a fair way off Jack Perkins' lap record in the Audi A3 of John Gourlay at a 1:19.877, but nevertheless, in State Series trim, Tony Groves is sweeping all before him in the mark car, and he'll start off pole position. Dean Cam is still being shown to take up the second spot on the front row of the grid, but he hasn't made his way out on track, which is a real shame at this point in time. Dino is not taking up his spot on the track. Francois Habib will line up on the second row of the grid, and he will have the back of the mark car right in front of him. And John Pilato in the All-Class Promotions HSV Club Sport did a 1:30.55 in the race earlier today. He'll have clear track in front of him with Dean Cam missing there. Ben McLeod will be the next car on track, the number 72. Damien Gambold in the Ford Falcon XD, the car taking up position number 6. And then we have the Truck Ride Ozfleet rental car of Cameron McKee, the Ford AU XR6 on the grid. The G&G Engineering P&L mechanical car of Graham Gilliland, who we learned earlier on in the telecast today that he's got Brett Dickey helping him out on the radio and feeding him all the good information in the RX-7 right throughout the racing today. Chaz Talbot had a torrid old affair this morning, a couple of spins, got home eventually in position number 9. Then the tax balance car of Craig Milbane in the HQ Holden rounding out the back of the field. There is our pole position car. Callum Brannigan has jumped in the booth right next to me. I'm Darren Smith for this final sports sedan race for the weekend. Do you reckon anyone's got going to be able to take it up to the number 80?
It'll take something extraordinary for somebody to knock Tony Groves off the top position in that number 80 Valvoline Mornington Mazda 3, the Mark Cars built endurance racer. Plenty of development, evolution in that car. A lot of time and effort being put in by the team supporting Tony Groves, and Groves himself putting a lot of time and effort into himself. He's looking fit, isn't he? He's
very much so. Yeah, he's really taking this very, very seriously. He's going to give it a real red hot tilt in 2022. And at the moment, it's all the angels are clearing the path for him to do a tremendous job. But it's not as simple as the angels clearing the path. You've got to do hard work. And Liam Dunn from Mildun Motorsport does a tremendous job in the background for this team as well.
And it looks like Shaw's made the start of this race. You can see the AU Falcon at the back of the grid. He unfortunately was unable to take to the start of race 2, so the team working hard behind the scenes to get that car turned around. Green flag being shown at the back of the field. 5-second board shown to the cars. Oh, it's a bit of a... Is that a stall for Tony Groves?
Tony Groves had a little bit of a dip at the clutch and slipped there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's pinged for a jump start there. The clutch came out. He jumped. He checked it. But whether the green lights had come on or not in that time, we'll leave that up to the officials there. But certainly he was keen to get away. A bit of clutch creep there. I wouldn't have said it was a long hold there on the grid. It's a compact field. We've had a bit of attrition here this weekend in sports sedans, which can actually be a feature of sports sedans. It's nothing to be super alarmed about. You just want to get to the feature race at the end of the weekend and get 10 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway. As we see the number 97 round mid-corner. Don't be confused, it's the same car. It says Form on one side and MRC on the other, designed specifically to trick commentators.
Yeah, and if I've ever got a copy of Where's Wally in my hand, Darren, I'm certainly going to get you to point him out for me, because that's incredible attention to detail there. Impressed by that one. Cameron McKee, getting incredibly close there with Gambold there in the older model Falcon. We've also got, it's McLeod, who's lost out at the start there as well. He's dropped a couple of places in the red Commodore, the VY Commodore, around the outside there. Immediately, we can see there, a bit of a mistake there on quarter exit as well, but a time penalty for car number 80. 5 seconds, false start on the graphic on the screen there. So timing, race control, handing that one down very quickly. But based on the performance so far this weekend we've seen from Tony Groves in that Mazda, that might not dent his performance too much. So he'll press ahead.
In fact, it's going to be interesting to see if he's got that 5 seconds covered now. He hasn't. Francois Habib is 2.8, but he had the best part of 27 seconds in the last race. So 5 seconds will be like water off a duck's back. Here comes Graham Gilliland in the number 21. They're looking for a good run in this race. Graham's looking very racy. Another veteran of sports sedans, looks after himself, a fit race driver. McKee now coming under great pressure by McLeod.
Oh, he's run
72 looks through there, gets through. McKee just going off in almost in surrender there in the truck right, number 44. Chaz Talbot looking to go through in the blue and yellow Camaro. And Cam McKee just coming back on there very gingerly. Gee, have a look at the RX-7 all over the back of Damien Gambold. Looks to the inside. Now that's the Graham Gilliland we know and love. Stuffs it up the inside there. Beautiful bit of driving at the turn 7 there for Graham Gilliland. Biggest problem Graham's got is we're going to get in a straight line, and these two V8s behind him, particularly that one of Gambold, the 37, that is an absolute jet in a straight line. You only have to talk to Marcus Akanovic or Stephen Johnson and know how fast the Touring Car Masters XD goes in a straight line.
It's got the aerodynamics of a wheelie bin, but it's certainly got the power to make up the deficit, whereas the Gilliland RX-7 just ahead is a lot more svelte, a lot more aerodynamic, and it cuts through the air a lot more nicely. Plenty of aerodynamics provided, or lots of downforce from that massive rear wing and the front air dam as well. Graham Gilliland, well versed at engine changes. He comes from Speedway, from the Thunderdome days at Calder Park, when I was sort of surprised by how quickly or how they were able to get that car turned around in less than 3 weeks from round 1 at Sandown to this weekend. He sort of laughed at me and said, "Come on, Junior, I come from Thunderdome days." That was sort of all part of it.
You only had 2 weeks to do it in. Yeah, that's right. Back in the Thunderdome days, it was all a summer series.
Incredible
and he's just getting that. There it is. There's the horsepower race. And it really is a David versus Goliath. This is a swept volume of about 2.3 litres in the normally aspirated 13V rotary. The two cars that he's fighting against, 6 litres each. So he's handing more than half of the engine capacity to these other cars. So he has to be good at the wheel. He has to dance on the pedals like a ballroom dancer. And this is what he does. Does he look to the inside again? These big cars, big heavy cars in front will get on the brakes. And more than likely, Gilliland will jump out to the side and have a good look now. But Chas Talbot is ranging up on this group as well as Tony Groves is driving away with it at the moment. Francois Habib and Iplotto as well there. They're mixing it up. And this is the next battle on the road for 4th, 5th and 6th with McLeod in there as well. So McLeod's gone through on Gilliland, and here comes Chas Talbot ranging up on Gilliland, and that's where we see the power down here at Winton play a part. You can say, yeah, it's good to have a car that will be nimble and all that sort of thing. You need to get power down, and you need to be able to change direction. And I'm going to say this wheelie bin that you referred to earlier, Callum is doing a really good job of all of those things.
I said I had plenty of power, Darren. Come on, give me a break.
He's actually changing direction really well too, as well, rolling on the axis there. So Graham Gilliland coming under fire. It's a drag race with the big V8.
But Gilliland under brakes, fantastic. That's a good example of light and nimble versus brute force V8 power. Groves has 8.7 seconds over Habib at the moment. So that's 3.7 seconds up his sleeve when you take into account the 5-second penalty that will be applied or slapped down on him, unfortunately. So assuming nothing goes wrong with the remainder of his race, with 6 laps left to run in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship here at Winton Motor Raceway. The QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship.
There's a Formula Ford in the paddock there, just over there. I had a great weekend with the Formula Fords, but certainly this is the big bangers. And there's one of the biggest of the bangers there, Chas Talbot. And the screaming RX-7 of Graham Gilliland in front. In fact, this is going to be a good race as we see McLeod and Gambold going side by side just up the road from these two. And McLeod goes round the outside. It's a long, long way around. Let's see the XD put the power to the ground and have a look at it open up. He looks to the inside. Graham Gilliland's gone off, and he has gone to the infield there. So that's a shame. Chas Talbot will go through, and the orange car rejoins and gets back on. So Chas Talbot has just driven away a little bit there. So Graham Gilliland now will have his eyes out for Cam McKee coming at him as the Ford and the Holden. Here we go. Under brakes into turn 9. Something flapping underneath the front of Graham's car, actually. I don't wonder if the splitter underneath the front of the car has come loose there, but he goes off at turn 10. Comes back on, will get to play the rest of the game out, but he's going to have to work very hard if he wants to get up onto the back of Chaz Talbot. Although Chaz Talbot in the last race over 8 laps this morning fell off a couple of times late in the race, so not wishing that upon Chaz at all, but he wants to be very careful because Graham will pounce and will be all over him. Cam McKee in the background. Here is McLeod doing a good run there. Is Ben McLeod in the number 72. Car looks magnificent, all red. P-plate on the back there, obviously going to be looking for some sponsors to help his QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship assault. And here is our number 80 from Mornington Mazda. Get down to Mornington if you're looking for a Mazda and tell them that the boss sent you. Tony Groves, he may not be there. He might be off working out, getting ready for the next round of the Sports Sedan Championship at Phillip Island for QP Lubes. But get down there and say, hey, I saw your Mazda 3 racing on the weekend. You got any of those lying around? I dare say the answer is no. But certainly they'll help you out with some of Mazda's finest in their yard down at Mornington there.
Francois Habib doing a fantastic job settling back into the Commodore after spending a couple of weekends racing the ex-Bob Gill Falcon Sports Sedan. That car is wildly different in specification from the supercar spec, the Dodo Tasman Motorsport machine. John Ippolito on screen now in the number 97 car as well. This is another example of just a slightly different technical aspect or technical approach. This is a road car that has been converted into a race car. Plenty of horsepower, but an enormous amount of effort, time has been put into the car. And you can see it looks absolutely fantastic as it comes around turn 7. Different sponsors on either side as well. Now, I've noticed with this car in particular, the Ben McLeod, the number 72 VY Commodore, there's a significant amount of brake duct blanking at the front there. So the team has elected to completely block off the air ducts that allow air in to cool the brakes. And that's aimed at trying to gain as much downforce as possible, especially around this tight, twisty circuit as he negotiates turn 9. As you'll notice, there's no rear wing as well. So at the moment, with the downforce balance, you would look at this car, it's probably turning on its nose quite a fair bit. So it's a little bit twitchy, but obviously it's well suited to him at the moment because he's doing a brilliant job circulating in P4 at the moment.
I reckon he should keep on, press on with the development without the wing. If you can get the car with mechanical grip, you don't have any drag in a straight line. And when you come to Sandown, when you want one of these V8s to work well for you, get up that hill and along the front straight with minimal drag as possible. And he might actually be on an absolute winning formula. Maybe the big game in Australian motorsport have had it wrong for all these years with the massive rear wings that they've put on there to give drag. But we'll see this car develop, and Ben McLeod, the number 72, and really looking forward to seeing where that car goes. Interesting to see where this car goes as well. Take it up to the field in the Paynter-Dixon Touring Car Masters scene there. Of course, great friend of Victorian motorsport is Marcus Zakanovic, and he did a lot of racing in Commodore Cup, etc. over the years, as Chas Talbot just showing us what understeer is, as he tips the Camaro in, the number 12, looking like a real big handful here this weekend, and the veteran working very, very hard to get any sort of result out of it. He's currently sitting in 6th place, and the car doesn't look to be all that awesome to drive here this weekend. Just a bit of a struggle, as Chas is using all of his experience and knowledge of how to set up a race car to try and get that car to work for him. And here comes Graham Gilliland. You got to say, with still a lap and a half to go, that Graham could certainly at least get onto the back of Chas and force an issue.
Yeah, the balance of that Gilliland RX-7 is absolutely perfect, although he's had a few issues getting the temperatures up to operational performance, optimal performance, I should say, so far this weekend. A mistake there from Talbot, or is that something going on with the car? A perfect example of horsepower comparison here from the Camaro. Just drags it at turn 10, but Gilliland straight under brakes the number 21 car through into position 6, but there might be something going on with the Chas Talbot Camaro, and he's pulled into pit lane, so that's an unfortunate way to finish his weekend with just 2 laps remaining in this race.
Graham Gilliland will have really enjoyed that, getting through on Chas before he retired for the race. So here comes the Gilliland car, number 21. Arguably one of the best looking sports sedans in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship I'm going to say the competition is with another Mazda, and it's the one out in front at the moment. Also a beautifully turned out car as the Gilliland car fills our screens there. And Chaz Talbot has not managed to turn right in the pit return road there, and he's gone off there as well. So it is just issue after issue for Chaz here this weekend, and he's looking very frustrated trying to grab a gear and trying to get that car back up running. Here comes the Gilliland car again for Bollard's Direct, P&L Mechanical, G&G Engineering, and here comes our race leader. Will he put his fellow Mazda contender down a lap before the completion of this race? The number 80 European Auto car doing a tremendous job, hailing out of Mornington Mazda. As I said before, you want a deal. Very prominently placed on the corner of Nepean Highway there in Mornington. Get down and see the Mornington Mazda crew. And he is right up the back of Graham Gilliland now, goes through. Graham just saying, yep, you've got me on it this weekend. We'll fight another day, and Phillip Island, the fast-flowing outlay at the Grand Prix circuit, will certainly suit the Mazda of Graham Gilliland, and we know it suits this car as he fronts up to run down to the checkered flag, and there it is. Maybe not. We've still got a lap to go. I was pretty keen to call that win there for the car of Tony Groves. We've got another lap to go around. Sorry about that. I'm pretty sure Tony was going to enjoy this last lap of the race too. He doesn't want to call it short. Doing a ripping job. 5-second penalty coming his way at the end of this race. Could be a 10-second penalty. It's not going to affect the race outcome. He's driving very, very well. The orange RX-7 of Graham Gilliland, now a distant memory in his race weekend. And I've got to say, I think that's probably the first time I've ever seen Graham Gilliland go down a lap in a sports sedan race. But they're bringing that RX-7 back, and certainly all the attention between rounds went on an engine renewal, and this car will go into the back of the Mildun Racing Transporter and go back to Melbourne, back to its home in Pakenham at Mildun Racing, and we'll see it fight in 5 weeks' time. It's going to be maintenance that they do to this car, and the marked cars come with a handbook. This is what you do at this amount of Ks, this is what you do at that amount of Ks, you do this, you do that. And there's certainly cars that are being built to run in, like the VLN and different longer format racing, and these guys have really adapted it brilliantly to the shorter course of racing in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. QP Lubes, it's going to be Tony Groves who takes the victory in his black Mark Mazda 3, and Francois Habib will in 2 corners time point it up to receive the checkered flag. The number 80 just winding down after a sweet 3 from 3 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Francois Habib comes to the line.
Here comes the number 23, the Dodo Commodore, across the line. That is another podium for Habib. Hasn't been able to match Groves for pace this weekend, but he's been very consistent nonetheless, and it's great to see Habib enjoying his time out there in the Commodore once again. John Ippolito on screen right now in the number 97 Commodore. Perfect example of the variety we see in sports sedans. This is a floor pan car based on a road vehicle converted into a race car. Plenty of horsepower under the bonnet, no doubt about that. QP Lubes on the banner on the windshield as well. Just 2 more turns for him to negotiate, and he'll be home in what has been an outstanding weekend for the QP Lubes Sports Sedans Victorian Championship.
MRC Constructions, form on the other side of the car, trying to trick us here in commentary booth. We're on to you. I see you.
Almost collects Shaw as they come across the line there as well. So it's good to see Shaw finishing that race after the mechanical mishaps, preventing him from taking part in race 2. There comes McLeod home in 4th position as well in that number 72 VY Commodore. We're very much looking forward to seeing this entire field show up for round 3 at Phillip Island. And there's Chaz Talbot looking rather circumspect about his weekend. Just waving to Tony Groves, showing his appreciation for his success this weekend. So it's a little bit of work for Talbot between Winton Motor Raceway and the next round at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
So Chaz Talbot not getting to the line, and DNF for the number 12 there. He won't like that. That's not why he goes racing. Tony Groves takes the win in the number 80. Francois Ippolito then McLeod and Gambold rounding out our top 5. Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan, for your assistance with the sports sedans and all of your hard work down there in the pit and paddock area right throughout this weekend. Some brilliant stuff that you brought to the broadcast here today, and really appreciate your help with the sports sedans.
Thank you, Darren. Always a pleasure.
So we go to our last race for the weekend. The saloon cars will be on track in just a couple of moments. We do have a couple of recoveries and some housekeeping to do before the saloon cars get on track, but we'll be back in just a couple of moments live with the last race for the weekend here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Back down here. Down with the saloon cars competitors, and I'm joined alongside by Glenn Campbell, who's the driver of the number 57 Aussie Pools Falcon we can see behind us. And he's one of the illustrious competitors in the Pensioners Cup. Glenn, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, and I'm definitely old enough for that Pensioners Cup.
Doesn't look it. How we spoke to Peter Tonks yesterday, and he was sort of saying you were his main rival. Do you feel the same?
He's too quick for me. I'm hoping he's going to slow up a bit today for me.
How did you come to be involved in saloon cars in Victoria?
A few years ago, I've been racing different categories, so I've done 944s and MGs, historics in an Alpha I owned, and then, I don't know, Falcon sounded good to me.
So what initially drew you to saloon cars? Was it the fact that they were a similar spec, it's not a spec racing category, but all the cars are fairly similar in technical layout?
I think it's close competition. I think they're all similar spec and they're all cost competitive. So, you know, probably the lowest cost racing there is, yeah.
So who's the sure bet to take out the Pensioners Cup in season 2022?
I don't think there's any favourite at the moment. It all depends on whether Tonksy stays for the rest of the season. He's on a one-race invitation at the moment.
He barracks for Essendon. Who do you barrack for?
Collingwood. Definitely not Essendon.
That's controversial. Thank you very much, Glenn Campbell, for joining us down here in the pit paddock.
I have no idea what football team he barracks for is controversial at all, just because Callum Brannigan's taken up his new role at the Geelong Football Club, making football controversial in motorsport. Nah. Come on, the Bombers. Let's see how that works out for us at the end of the season. So we're not too far away from seeing the saloon cars on track. There they are already. We've got numerous bits and pieces to pick up around the track. Certainly the very low-riding Camaro of Chas Talbot is going to take us some time. We're going to go to a quick break before we see the saloon cars come out on track. We'll be back after a quick break here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment.
Daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Live pictures coming out of Winton Raceway for saloon cars there. Final race for the weekend due to start about now, but we do have some sports sedans that we're cleaning up around the track to get ready for it. And we've got course vehicles just making sure that the track is all clear and we can get back on with the final race for the weekend with all of the saloon cars at Compact Field here this weekend. And we're looking forward to seeing how this one rolls out. Of course, coming into this round, the championship was being led after a great run at round one for the saloon cars. Sean Jamieson leads with a 100-point advantage coming into this round. Of course, we've scored points here this weekend. That will be adjusted post this weekend. But certainly Sean Jamieson had a great run at round number one. And then Daniel Johnson, who also had a fantastic run. He is second in the championship, will start out of position number 3 for this final race here this weekend. And we're just waiting now for the clean-up of the Chaz Talbot Sports Sedan on the pit entry road, which didn't quite make it into the pit lane. And we're just waiting for that now. Some of the Formula Ford trucks making their way out of the circuit, heading back to their home bases. And the saloon cars just sitting there in the sun, getting nice and warm. It's been a beautiful day. Well, actually, it's been a beautiful 3 days here at Winton Motor Raceway for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Of course, you can catch up with all of the racing on YouTube. You can catch it all via the blendline.tv/live and catch it all there as well. So get onto that and watch the replays of the weekend's racing. And we certainly encourage people to do that. Check it all out. Watch your race. Watch whatever race you've been before and after, because generally when you're sitting in the marshalling area, you don't see the end of the race before you. And give it a like and share it around to everyone you possibly can so that they can see how much fun and competition is part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. There's the grid. It'll be Sean Jamieson that will roll out at the front of this field. And we've got Mark Sutherland in car number 9 as we just watch them start to really work the tyre, the Bridgestone tyre, to get as much grip as they possibly can underneath the wheels as they burn into turn 1 at the start of this race. Daniel Johnson just coming up over the hill, getting a bit of a hurry along now to get the category all the way around the track. Andrew McSwain, then Endrels Lee and Cheney Scott. Dornan out on the track now as well. We go from Dornan back to Harris. watch the rest of the field just make their way around with Jeff Thomas in there as well. Capilleri, Brett Tate, Glenn Campbell, Peter Tonks. And back to Daniel Lyons, who's had a bit of a tough weekend. In fact, a tough couple of rounds. It was very, very fast at Sandown. And has just had a bit of a tough old weekend here at Winton. So we're just watching to see how he can acquit himself in the final race. Sean Jamieson would dearly like to just tuck his tail between his legs and drive away with this one unchallenged for the rest of the weekend. He's got 10 laps around Winton Motor Raceway, and he's got 12, 13 or so of his fellow protagonists that want to take that away from him before he heads back to South Australia. And big thank you to Sean Jamieson as well for supporting this round with the Sedan Hotel in South Australia. If you're ever over in SA, make sure you check it out and go and let them know you saw Sean Jamieson start from pole position for the last race, race 3, and the last race for the event here at Winton Motor Raceway. The rest of the field just very slowly making their way into position, and the car's still streaming around onto the straight to take up their spot for the last race of round 2 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Of course, we go to Phillip Island in about 5 weeks' time. Looking forward to getting to the Grand Prix circuit down there. As the revs rise, we're in the starter's hands, and away we go. Mark Sutherland gets a nice one off the line. Daniel Johnson got to work on his starts. He was on the front row of the grid earlier today, and he barrels down into turn 1. In fact, car behind him's gone full wheels on the dirt. Can't quite make out who that is. That's car number 3, Angels Leoncini. So he's gone 4 wheels live on the dirt to try and get through down at turn 1 there. The corner does funnel in, and cars off over the back of the ripple strip there. That's not good. That'll tear the tyres off your car, as we see Scott Dornan regaining, and he gets back together with Angels Leoncini in this race. They've had some great battles throughout this weekend. There goes the drive events car, number 34 of Andrew McSwain. He goes to the infield, tries to gather it all back up again, avoiding holes and ditches and bits and pieces, and tries to rejoin around at the Gumtree. And that was a wild ride, a little bit rallycross style, and he'll have certainly taken all the temperature out of the tyres and rejoins with a whole lot of dust filling up the cabin of the car. Will make it tough for him to get on with this job. The 25 there of Capilleri. And just watching the 34 drive events car get back on the way there. There was no touching, no foul, and we see the 25 going off as well. So cars protesting left, right and centre, and the 25 there, that's the one on screen, will get a 10-second time penalty for blend line infringement coming out of the paddock there. So Capilleri coming onto the straight, he'll get informed via the start-finish board. There will be a notification of a time penalty, and that will not make him happy. He'll be wondering why, what had happened, what's gone on, why am I seeing that, and why am I getting a 10-second penalty? Well, Andrews Leoncini got through turn 1 that time with all 4 wheels on the black stuff, albeit bouncing over the ripple strips. In the opening corner, certainly was 4 wheels on the dirt, just trying to haul it up. We get a good look at the back of the number 34, trying to carve his way back up through the field. The McLovin car, it says on the back there. McLovin, love it. That's a good. It's a good one there. Car 45, which is the Harris car, is also getting a time penalty. Nash Harris for spray foam solutions will get a 5-second penalty for a false start. So the officials working very, very hard this weekend to make sure that they have got everything neat and tidy and clean, and they can't be held responsible for penalties not being dealt out as per the Motorsport Australia manual and the judicial system that is in place. There's been numerous 5 and 10-second penalties handed out this weekend. And I think it sends a very clear signal to all the entrants in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships that you want to be squeaky clean throughout a race weekend. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself with a penalty. As Daniel Johnson now in P3, right in behind Mark Sutherland. Mark Sutherland's been very fast this year, as has Daniel, and he looks to the inside. That's a beautiful bit of braking in the AU Falcon. 2 wheels up on the ripple strip. Nothing wrong with that. Flows the car. The Falcon regains its composure, and he grabs Sutherland. Sutherland has been rapid in the number 9. Check out the 35 of Daniel Johnson. Team Johnson Racing. Cave Hill engines emblazoned across the front of the car. And I've got to say, that was a great result for Cave Hill engines, because he had a good turn of speed on the straight, but it was the brave use or lack of use of the brakes into turn number 1 that time around by Daniel Johnson. This is where he found himself in the last race at Sandown, doing a tremendous job. Really got the AU dialed in as Sutherland's trying to rag that Commodore underneath him. Wants to reprise that spot in front of him, get it back off Daniel, because at the moment Sean Jamieson is just driving away with this. He's got the best part of a 5-second lead over these guys. Sutherland looks to the left and looks to the right. The 9 just slotting in behind the 35 there. He is really trying, in fact just driving it ever so hard. Doesn't want to see the 35 drive off into the distance. Gee, it's got a good turn of power. Drives away nicely there. Daniel applying all the grunt that he's got on board there. Nice linear application of the throttle. And charges down to complete lap number 3. As Sean Jamieson has already done that. The other cars come across the line. 7.3 seconds lead to Jamieson. Further half a second back to Sutherland. Then Dornan, McSwain, Harris and Leoncini across the line now as well. Here's the 34, battling hard of McSwain. And the 45 of Nash Harris goes very wide there. You don't want to go off the back of that ripple strip there. Quite a nasty hole in the back of the ripple strip there, as Nash Harris drops another wheel off into the dirt. And what that's doing is allowing the R&J batteries of Angels Leoncini to really establish a good run here. Around the sweeper they go. The number 3 being driven very well. The 45 right in behind Nash Harris in a big hurry. You get the sense of feeling that wants to get through on the black Commodore in front of him. The Falcon looking very purposeful. Get the feeling that number 3 is flowing nicely around this part of the track, and Harris gets sideways. Big power slide in the Falcon. All that does is allow the Commodore in front to just sneak away a little bit more. The number of times that Harris gets sideways will just help the car in front of him just start to ease away a little bit more. Then just Leoncini. And then up the road is Andrew McSwain, who's already had a fair share of offs in this one, big off in this one, and recovering as well. So Sean Jamieson comes around to complete lap number 4. 2 wheels off in the dirt. Johnson's starting to look a little bit desperate. The pressure being placed on him by Mark Sutherland. You can see it now. Falcon Commodore 35, number 9. The McKeon's Service Centre across the back of the number 9. CMG, Gavin Ross's business service centre in Lexington Road. Box Hill here in Melbourne, across the front of the car there as well. So Daniel Johnson does all the work on this car, and full credit to his preparation now, because Mark Sutherland is filling the mirrors left and right. Look at this, he's sweeping out wide, trying to get a different line coming onto the back straight, and he's going to flow it nicely here, carrying A couple of kilometres an hour faster exiting this corner. It'll really be a good run. But have a look at the way Johnson just gets the throttle application in and straightens up the car nicely. Have to say that Daniel Johnson is driving conservatively, and you'd have to certainly say that Mark Sutherland is being quite flamboyant out there at the moment. Daniel is being rewarded for some smooth driving, and the number 9 of Mark Sutherland is certainly on maximum attack and probably just pushing a little bit hard over the top of the car there as well. And at the moment, Daniel Johnson, we see the lead last time round at 9.2 seconds to Sean Jamieson. It's now 10.2 seconds. Sean Jamieson's fastest lap of the race on lap number 4, a 1:37.21. There's no one else operating in the 37s. In fact, there's no one in the 38s. Daniel Johnson is 1:39.1, 1:39 dead for Mark Sutherland, 39.4 for Dornan. McSwain, a 1:40 best lap time. As we look here, now that is Angels Lancini in the R&J Batteries entry, car number 3. Old Commodore. And applying all the power, getting out of the corner there. Start watching something underneath the car there. A bit of low-hanging side exit exhaust there, so no harm, no foul. We'll play on. That's nothing in saloon car racing as we see the 34 spear off again. So not only did he come from the back of the sweeper over to Gumtree on one of the opening laps of the race, he's now just headed off at the water tank and regained right in front of the Gumtree. So they're going to lose a couple of spots there too for the Andrew McSwain. Not ideal. In the drive events number 34, gets his head back down and gets on with it. Daniel Johnson remains in second spot, but he is feeling the pressure as Sean Jamieson comes across the line, completes lap number 6. It's 45 of Harris. Staying out of trouble at this stanza in the race. A little bit of a sideways run there. So I'd say these Bridgestones have really felt the pressure here this weekend underneath Nash Harris, because that car's really starting to get sideways quite easily here late in the day at Winton Motor Raceway. There's Daniel Johnson again, like I said, just driving conservatively, pointing the car in the direction, driving it off the steering wheel, not cracking it sideways, not driving it off the power or off the throttle. Just getting a nice application down. Don't forget, our next round of the 2022 Victorian State Race Series will be at Phillip Island, 13, 14, 15 of May. And really looking forward to getting down there for that event. It will be a ripping event. Phillip Island last weekend looked absolutely magnificent, resplendent in the national race meeting held there last weekend for the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships. And then, of course, we go to Sandown, 12, 13, 14 of August. Easy one for most people to get to in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. And then we round out the year at Phillip Island on 23rd, 24th, 25th of September. But love to see you at all of these rounds. Come and join us trackside. But if you can't, check it out at blendline.tv/live. Or check it out on the Victorian State Race Series Facebook page or the Blendline Facebook page. A lot of the categories now putting it on Facebook. The last round, V8 Sleuth had it on his social pages as well. So this footage getting out all over the place. Great to see some good numbers joining us in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships as our race leader. And Daniel Johnson, Mark Sutherland, Scott Dornan now completing 7 laps. And this final race for the day is over 10 laps. Daniel Johnson, lights ablaze. All 4 of them now ablaze on the AU. Generally on an AU Falcon, that will mean the alternator is overcharging. I'm pretty sure that Daniel's just making sure everyone knows that he is going very, very well here in race number 3 for the weekend. Mark Sutherland manager. Looks as though he's just letting the car settle a little bit under him. He certainly asked a lot of it in the first 5 laps of this race. Maybe just letting the Bridgestones come back to him a little bit, easing up on the pressure on Daniel Johnson as we see Daniel start to push the Falcon sideways. And the number 35 doing a tremendous job. The sun right up there. Has been pounding down all day long today. And currently 28 degrees. We saw 29 degrees. A 34 off the track again. At my register, that's 4 times that we've seen it off the track in this race. So really pushing exceptionally hard is Andrew McSwain to be disappearing off the track that many times in one race. Here comes Sutherland. Maybe he's renewed the push for the second step on the podium. Jamison has come across the line to complete lap number 8. 12.4 seconds ahead of these two. It was 1 second the gap between 2 and 3 on the road last time around. It is now exactly 1 second again this time around. A little bit of smoke coming out from underneath the back of the number 9. It's got the good lubricant Penrite oils on board. And let's just keep an eye on that car as we head off on the penultimate lap of this race. And there's the number 9. Great looking race car. Always prepared very, very well. And here's a replay. Here's McSwain going off for the 4th time in this race, or 3rd time. Just understeering off there. So really pushing hard. Got a big hurry on here in this race. Really needs to, I think, just take a couple of deep breaths and point the car in the right direction, because a ripping race driver otherwise has just sort of thrown it all away in this one. And we just hear the Bridgestones really starting to protest underneath the 35 and the number 9 of Johnson and Sutherland, with the best part of a lap and a half still to go. Sean Jamison has been dominant in this one. He's led from the start here, and there's that smoke coming out of the back of the number 9 there again. So with 1 lap to go, really not super concerned with what that looks like. The Harriettville Automotive entry. Car number 9 underneath the Blendline TV camera for the second but last time this weekend. Sean Jamison is on his final lap in the Sedan Hotels Commodore number 15. Let's have a look at how the man who's been doing this for quite some time approaches the Winton Motor Raceway as he approaches a victory in race number 3 for the weekend. There's a Falcon just in front in a, I'm going to say, a Craig Lowndes Ford Tribute livery there. And the 84 continues on. That is Tate. Brett Tate in his Falcon. Obviously liked it when CL was running that livery. Green-eyed monster, as it was known to its friends around in the Supercars Championship for the Sedan Hotel in South Australia and BRE Motorsport Engines. Sean Jamison has got 2 corners between him and victory in the final race for the Sedan Hotel Saloon Cars here this weekend. Great to have Sean Jamison travelling over from South Australia to take part in the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship. A classy competitor, always at the front end of the field in saloon cars, and he runs it back up to the up through the gearbox there. Checkered flag waving to bring to an end the 10-lapper for the Sedan Hotel and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for round number 2. That is the end of racing once this field all get across the line. Daniel Johnson hangs on for second position. A great run there and a really good solidifying of his championship intentions for the 2022 Victorian Motorsport Australia Saloon Car Championship. And one of the guys that works pretty hard behind the scenes to keep this show alive and well for the category. But Sean Jamison, you can't take anything away from him. He's a winning race driver, comes to the track with the intention to do so, and more often than not does take a race win pretty much every weekend that we see the Sedan Hotel Commodore coming to us. That brings to a close, ladies and gentlemen, our racing here for the weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway. We've had a ripping good time and hope you've enjoyed our coverage and hope you've enjoyed joining us trackside. There's many, many people to thank around the track, all of our volunteer officials as always, all of our competitors that travel from far and near whichever round we go to. We thank them for all of the entertainment they bring to us. I'd like to thank all of the production crew for putting together the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship coverage and broadcast. All the crew from Blendline TV, headed up by Dan Beckinsale, or Darth to his friends, and also Shane Rogers, as we just watched Jeff Thomas cross the line in the Sedan Hotel's saloon cars. I'll sign off from Central Commentary, and we'll see you at the next race.
Thank you, Darren. Well, that's it. That has been round 2 of the 5-round VSRS series here at Winton Motor Raceway. We thank you so much for tuning in all weekend, and we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed all of the action coming to you live and free on Blendline TV. Blendline TV will once again be on the ground for round 3 of the VSRS at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And check out all of the VSRS socials. That's the Facebook page and the website, vsrs.com.au, and the newly released Instagram page between events to catch up on all the news and just to get your VSRS fix between events as well. As I said, Blendline TV will be on the ground May 14 to 15 for round 3 of the VSRS at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. But until then, I'm Callum Brannigan. Bye for now.